There we go. I forgot we're in the house today. So good morning, I'm Mary Ann Edwards, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Temecula, and we're meeting early this morning and all day long, virtually, and we will have a few people coming in, 1 or 2 or 3 at a time, sitting, apart, separate, according to COVID restrictions, and we'll be interviewing people live today. So I call the meeting to order already, and would you please stand with me and have join me in the flag salute. Right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And could we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Here.
Councilmember Nagar.
Here.
Councilmember Ron.
I am here.
Councilmember Schwank.
I'm here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
All right, so moving on. First order of business is item number 1, appoint members to the Old Town Local Review Board and the Committee Services Planning, Public Safety Commission, Race, Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity Commissions. So could we have a staff report, please, just briefly?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards. It is a very brief staff report, as today is a special meeting, November 19th, to go ahead and fill our 14 vacancies. At this point, we would welcome the city council members to go ahead and provide any introductory remarks that they would like to, and then we'll start receiving all of the presentations.
Okay.
Each applicant has 5 minutes to go ahead and make their presentation. We do have a total of 76 on the list. However, not all of them may choose to attend, and their application and attachments may stand on their own.
All right, thank you. And we have copies of all of that in front of us, and we have done our homework. So does anybody have any comments? Matt?
Well, just a quick one. Just wanted to welcome everybody here to City Hall today. Thank you all for applying. There's 70 some odd applications that we're looking through today, and only a handful of seats. So it's not going to be an easy job in front of us, but this is a momentous occasion, I think, for the city. And I just wanted to sort of mark that here and remember how important today is going to be in a shift in our culture here. Just wanted to also thank staff for all the hard work in getting the messaging out there and putting all of this together and keeping us as organized with tabbed binders and all of that as you possibly could. Just wanted to thank my colleagues here at the dais for joining me here, and it's an honor to be able to do this with you.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone?
Yeah.
Mike?
You go ahead.
Sure, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so I'd like to thank everyone for applying and attending today. I know this is going to be a long day, but I think in the end it'll certainly be well worth it. I think that there are defining moments in people's lives and in cities and in communities, and I think as we look back on this is going to be one of them. I truly believe that. I think that where we're headed is a great place, and I'm just genuinely excited to go there with you all, with the community, and with my colleagues and staff. And Councilmember Ron's right. The amount of effort put into this from staff is just absolutely unbelievable. There's a lot of information, so I know we've all taken the time to sift through this and really try to pick the best candidates, and that's going to be difficult. It's going to be really, really difficult. But I think at the end of the day, even though there will be some folks that don't get selected, just seeing how many people are excited to be involved and want to be part of the process and get involved in the community is just really empowering and exciting for me as a council member. So again, just thank you for everyone for everything that you're doing today and on into the future.
Thank you, Zach. Mike?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. First of all, I echo what my colleagues have said. I absolutely agree. And I want to remind everybody as well who's interviewing, everybody may have a particular, angle or worldview that they're coming in here with, and that's totally cool. That's the whole purpose. I want to remind everybody, because we often don't think about it, that when we think of race, equity, and then we get to inclusion, people sometimes forget that one of the main points of this council when we identified inclusion was to identify those with special needs, disabilities, handicaps, things of that nature. And I know that I just wanted to share that that's important to me. And in this whole process, I'm going to be making decisions based on those people who can demonstrate that they are bridge builders and that they can be ambassadors. That's where my focus is, and just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Mike. Well, I think not since the city was formed 31 years ago has there been an event or a meeting focused on commissions as this one is. In fact, we haven't had a new commission in, that amount of time. So this is very exciting. And the fact that it's going to broaden our perspective and get more people involved at the city level is wonderful. So we all love Temecula, and we hope that everybody that shows up today does too. Okay. So Randy?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, with that, I'll go ahead and start calling the names. For the record, we did not receive any public comments to be read into the record on this particular business item on the special meeting agenda today. So I'll go ahead and start reading the names. I'll read them 3 at a time. This particular meeting is also being broadcast in the conference center, so applicants that are being staged in that room can also hear their names as well. If for some reason an applicant doesn't make it over by the time we call their name but is present, we'll still go back and give them an opportunity to go ahead and make that presentation. So we will start with Deborah Abrams, to be followed by Jay Alarcon, to be followed by Shireen Ameri. So Deborah Abrams, if you're here, come on.
Hi, Deborah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Don't be nervous.
I teach for a living. And
Okay.
all right, good morning. So I am Deborah Abrams, and I want to thank all of you first before I start speaking about myself. I want to thank every one of you for having unanimously voted to create this Readiness, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission.
Madam
When I
Mayor,
saw-
I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can they take their mask off? Is that allowed?
If you're
while they're
comfortable,
speaking?
we are keeping distance, so if you're comfortable.
only if-
Yes,
Only if
no,
they want
I
to.
understand that they'll be sanitizing
Yeah,
in between,
okay.
so yeah,
Yes,
I'm comfortable.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I heard you well.
And you're considered the same, whether you wear it or not. I mean, that
Right,
won't
exactly.
take away points or anything.
No, I'll admit, my position as the first person means that I am completely confident that this microphone is fine.
You're right.
But thank you very much for having created this commission. So a little bit about myself. I know that you all have seen my resume, so you understand that I have 25 years in the military as an officer. That is one of the most diverse places that you can work in the United States. If you look at the diversity of the military, you'll see that it mirrors very well the diversity of the United States. Having been an officer in that position, I had a lot of experience making sure that everybody's voices were heard. I would seek out opportunities to see who was not speaking, find out what the reasons were, make that situation more comfortable for them so that they would feel better about speaking up and expressing their ideas. And I had an opportunity to do that frequently. When I retired from the military in 2018, I sought out a job as a teacher. I now teach for Mount San Jacinto College. I don't actually teach on the credit side. I teach in adult education. And that's not community education where they teach you how to use Microsoft or other programs like that. This is a different program that I think is incredibly important. What they do is they teach people who are transitioning in careers, have been out of the workforce, are in ESL classes, are in citizenship classes, and are getting their GEDs. I teach a business class for that department, and as a result, my students are even more diverse than the credit students would be. I have all of that diversity, but I also have those students who have just an incredibly wide range of experience, of knowledge. Some of my students come from other countries and have multiple master's degrees. Some of my students just graduated high school. My students are all from every country in the world almost. It's rather incredible. One of the reasons why I want to be on this commission so badly is because I believe very, very much in diversity. And as Mr. Nagar said, not just racial, ethnic, cultural, but also as a parent of a special needs child, and as a teacher. I have experience working as an advocate for my own child, but I also have experience as a teacher making sure that other people's needs are met. I take time out of class that is never compensated because it's important to me that everybody has that opportunity. I think I've expressed why I want to be on the commission so badly, and originally I was going to just talk more about myself, but I want to, with the remaining time that I have, talk about one of the ways in which I first became truly aware of not everybody having the same opportunities as I had growing up. When I was in college, I was in ROTC, I got a job as a teacher's aide at a low-income school in San Diego. And I had grown up in a not diverse town whatsoever, and I believed that everybody had the same opportunities that I did, and that, truly the bootstraps is all you needed. Just pull yourself up, take the opportunities that are available to you. I connected with a student, and one day he was having a sort of a meltdown. He was sent out of the classroom. I followed him to find out why he was having such an emotional meltdown. And in that conversation, I innocently asked him what were his plans for the future. And he said, well, I'm not going to have a future. I'm probably going to die in my early 20s. I was like, well, have you ever thought about college? And he's like, nah, Miss Smith, I've never thought about college. This is not something that I would have an opportunity for. And I was like, oh, no, that's not true. You can do all these things. And at the time, I congratulated myself for having made that connection with him. And it's something that I've thought about over the years as my knowledge and experience has evolved. And I've realized that he really did not have the opportunities that I thought he did. That all of the people that have escaped harsh surroundings and harsh backgrounds, every one of them had somebody that believed in them, that gave them opportunities that they wouldn't have had otherwise. And we need to be able to expand that to everybody, whether it is racial, ethnic, special needs. One of my students right now.
Deborah, you have 15 seconds.
Okay. One of my students now works for her father, will probably never work for anybody else, but she has hope, she has multiple degrees, and I am doing everything I can to make sure that she has everything that she can to have a fulfilling life. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jay Alarcon. Jay. Okay. The speaker after that is Shireen Ameri, to be followed by Tiffany Baker. Shireen? Okay. Ms. Baker, I do see you here, so I think if you'll give us just a second, we're going to make sure that the timer is on for the speakers as well. Okay, Mrs. Baker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I'm here. It's a little nerve-wracking.
No, don't be nervous.
I'm not going to be nervous. You know why? Because this is my town, and you're my people. And
Step a little closer, Tiffany. Just a little closer.
I am accepting that and showing up. I'm showing up because I've been a 20-year resident behind the scenes and just doing what I do because I'm simply me. So I, too, want to thank you for providing an opportunity for us to serve. Well, first of all, let me go back to my parliamentary procedure. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for having me and members of the council and distinguished guests, because we are at a monumental time. So I'm feeling so much emotion because I don't know what to do. But when we were speaking, I just wanted to cry because I can feel the heart of the city. I can feel we're on the cusp of something great. My husband and I were in the closet because we were getting carpets changed. And so the carpet people are at my home and I am here. And last night we were laying on the carpet saying goodbye to the carpet and talking about this. It's like, what are you going to say? I don't know. So we started talking about a trip we had. And I would like to share that trip with you. And that trip, we were in the Bahamas. And the short version of this story is, we were on a bus, and I was surprised because they were playing a song. And the song was called the Double Dutch Bus. And if we began to work together on this commission, we will have to dance to the Double Dutch Bus, okay? But there was a gentleman there, and he said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Temecula." He said, "I know Temecula." I lifted my head proud. "You do? You know where I live?" He was excited, and I was excited. But for an African-American woman coming from the inner city of Chicago, it is important to feel proud of where you live. I am a proud Temecula. But I also know that as Temecula, as a Temecula, it's time for us to lead as we always have. That's why that man knows us, because we are the leader. People look to us. So although we may not have the same problems everyone else does, the way that they do, we can show them how it's done because we're Temecula. And guess what? You have my resume, so you know I can do the job. It's a matter of, can we work together? Can we come together on a common ground? And I think we can. I think it's important to have people that are balanced, that I am. I think it's important to have people that want to learn and understand and not just come with their perspective. That is my personal philosophy. Seek to understand versus being understood, because I understand where I'm coming from. I need to understand where you're coming from. And I think that's what we need, and that's what I want to bring. And last but not least, I pray for you all. My God, you have a big task. So may the grace of the Lord be upon you. May discernment be upon you. May the Lord lift up his countenance towards you, and may he be gracious towards you in your efforts, because you are to be commended for your efforts. Thank you. And we do honor old traditions, and I will ask you not to let anyone on this council that is coming to change the good nature of Temecula. But we can add to our goodness, can we not? Because we offer new opportunities. This is our new opportunity. And thank you for the opportunity to serve. Have a good day.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Ms. Baker, your smile is contagious.
Well, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Aren't you excited to get home and see what the carpet looks like? Yeah. Oh, good. Bye.
So I'll call Jay Alarcon one more time. Shireen Ameri. Okay. So the next speaker would be Michael Bays, followed by Dina Berry.
Good morning, Michael. Oh, now I recognize you.
I took some time off from doing a couple of movies, and no,
Yeah.
unfortunately not that Michael Bay. I wanted to echo what Mike had said. Absolutely contagious. It's really wonderful to be here. Most of my participation has been like viewing videos, and I've been to a few council meetings. But it's always great to be here and to see the people doing their thing. So very exciting time for Temecula. It's absolutely wonderful. I just have like some notes here, and you'll know for a minute why I have them. So I'm originally from San Diego, but I spent about 25 years in Silicon Valley. So I've been in the computer industry for about 25 years.
Step a little closer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a little. There you go.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
So I've been in the computer industry for about 25 years. So I relocated to Northern California, which I can attest is very different than Southern California. But it was a real exciting time. I was always kind of a technical person, and I loved doing technical things. And I was there for the birth of the internet. I was there for the birth of smartphone. I was there for the birth of networking. I was there for lots of really exciting technical things. But one of the things that I learned, and I learned very, very early on, probably within 3 or 4 years after I had graduated from college, was that the thing that was most interesting was not the technology, although the technology is very, very exciting. The thing that was interesting is how people come together to do complex projects. And what you quickly learn is that the amount of money that you have, the amount of people that you have, makes almost no difference compared to how the people work together. And that was a defining moment for me, and defining across all of my endeavors that I did, that how those people come together and under what situations and structures they create for themselves becomes the important contingent of whether or not they're going to be successful at what they're doing. And it's just been fantastic here for the last few years to just see Temecula making these leaps and bounds forward, right? And making the hard decisions to go forward, because going forward is the hardest thing. Staying right where you are and not changing anything is the easiest thing, and that's what people tend to fall towards. So my background is in technical, my background is in how people come together and work together. I've done a number, as you can kind of see from my write-ups, I've done a lot of volunteer work and community work. I've done work especially with enabling disadvantaged folks and enabling people that have special capabilities. Other people used to call that disabilities. Making those sorts of things work. This would be the first thing I would do that would be kind of more in a city government frame, but I wanted to make sure that was understood. I wanted to talk about 3 things. There's a couple of different boards that I've suggested myself to, and the 3 things that kind of distinguish me, I'm just going to go over relatively quickly. One of the things really important for me is moving organizations from check boxes to value. And this was fantastically illustrated by Mayor Edwards in the most recent council meeting, where you said something that was right on target. They were going over a report that someone had over city parks and what people wanted and what was important to them. And you had asked the key question. You said, when they say they want hiking trails, what does that mean? So most of the people would react to that, normally say, well, who cares, right? But that's really the question. What do people mean? And our effectiveness as a people is going to be defined by determining when that's important and when that's not important. Because if we can't conceptualize about what it means when people say that, how are we going to conceptualize when people say, what does safety mean? What does freedom mean? And what we find is that people have very, very different perspectives on all of these topics. The more complex and the more wide-scoping the topic is, the more different it is. And our success will be determined by how we're able to get those things done. So, big thing, moving from check boxes to actually looking at value statements that people are able to come up with. The other one is, I'm going to skip my middle one because I ran out of my time. My last one is diversity.
15 seconds.
Yes.
Okay.
And the diversity is a hallmark for me in that
You're timing
diversity.
yourself. Go ahead.
Don't do that. Diversity is a hallmark for me because a lot of what I preach in talks and such that I do is diversity is no longer a nice to have. Diversity is a requirement. And diversity is not a requirement for a lot of the liberal reasons that people are going to think that it is, because it's something that makes us feel noble.
Okay, summarize.
Diversity is a requirement because it's the only thing that allows us to get past complexity. By having lots of different people from lots of different backgrounds being able to look at things in a different light. And I'll close on that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. You did great.
Okay. The next speaker is Dina Berry to be followed by Tyler Booth, to be followed by Annette Brown. So Dina?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I was like,
I have that trouble, yeah. Yeah, keep going. You're good.
okay, sorry about that. Good morning, city council members, and good morning to members of the community. I am here today to share with you. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you about my interest in the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission. I've been following what the council was going to do since earlier this year, and was excited to hear that this came to fruition in August. And I am really interested and wanting to be a part of I guess, a groundbreaking commission here in Temecula. I have lived here I am so nervous right now.
Don't be nervous, it's just us. Really, we're your neighbors.
I have lived here for 5 years. I work within the community. I work at one of our local hospitals here, and I absolutely love the community. I used to live in Rancho Cucamonga, so when I moved here, I was like, it's not going to be the same. I actually love it better. It has been a great community. I have a 16-year-old daughter that goes to Great Oak High School, so she's a junior. I am a mother. I am a grandmother, and I have, yes, I am. And so this is important for me. I have kids. I have grandchildren, and it is important that, given the environment that we've seen over this last year, that we start working towards change. Things that we've come accustomed to things and cultures and experiences, but we forget that things do change. Principles change, values change. We may have a core foundation just based on how we were raised, our culture, and how we were raised, but it doesn't stop us from elevating ourselves and seeing beyond. So this is very important for me. To know me is to know that I have been developed by a broad spectrum of diversity in my life, and I don't know where I would be without that. I think that I am greater today because of the people who I've come across, who have impacted my life, who have shown me a different way to do things, a different way to think, or to, pull my coattail and say, you didn't think about this. And so I think it's important that we come together and we have those conversations, that we have a space that we can dialogue in, that we can present new ideas, new ways of thinking. And over the course of the summer, we saw activism present in the city. We saw protests that took place. And what I appreciated, I would drive down by the duck pond and I would appreciate that it was done, and it was done with grace. It was done in a manner that we embraced it. It's okay to be different. I don't want everybody to be like me. I want to see differences because I think it makes us whole. It grows us as individuals. And I think within this community, what I've experienced is that we do have a lot of cultures within this city. And I'm very grateful to be a part of that because it helps. I look at when we come together, the diversity that we have, the ability that we have to grow this community to be a culturally diverse community, as well as create a culture of change with how we manage ourselves within the community. So I'm very, very excited to be here. I had a few goals. I'm a quality risk director, so I tend to look at measurable and sustainable things. So one of the things that I was looking at is what are my focuses in coming in? One of the main things that I wanted to make sure is that this is sustainable, that this commission is sustainable, that it's not just something that we're checking off, that we're actually putting the work in to make this a sustainable commission. Also creating those spaces that we have, can come together. Being that we're starting this commission, it would be, let's go into the community to find out what it is that we're here to do. Like, that we're the face, but we need to hear from the community what the needs are, where we need to grow our diversity. And then the last is, because my career and what I do, policy. Policy to me is huge. Looking at policies, where do we need to revise? Where do we need to incorporate new ideas and new things into policy? This has been a year for me that I've watched, again, I've watched the protests, I've watched all the things that have taken place, and the one thing that I said to myself is, how do I impact change? And that is getting into the front lines within the city and saying, okay, let's get into the things that will impact our community, and that we can now have those conversations and bring change forward.
Your time's up, Dina.
It was perfect.
You did great. Now, are you still nervous? I am. Oh. You did great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so the next speakers are Tyler Booth, Annette Brown, and Robert Bryant. Tyler, I don't think Tyler is here. Annette? Okay, Annette is not here. Robert? You're up.
Good morning, Robert. You're not nervous.
All right, good morning, everyone. City Council, good morning. City Clerk, everyone, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm used to making elaborate presentations, and so you guys in your instructions told us to tone it down, so I'm going to do that. But I feel this more importantly to speak from the heart in this endeavor. You know, when I came into the city of Temecula 6 years ago, my whole desire was to be able to bring about change and be able to support. My whole life has been a testament of change. You know, thank God for, you know, allowing me to be able just to be available and to be of service. You know, growing up in cities like Compton and Ontario, California, you know, those were challenging situations. You know, my parents was clear thinkers on trying to get me and my family out to the best possibilities in life. And so with that, I just took those strides and wanted to continue that for myself and for my family. And so landed here in the beautiful city of Temecula. Once I arrived in Temecula, the first thing that I wanted to do was serve. And so I reached out, and I was able to contact the city, and I was able to reach out to some individuals, and they was able to look at my resume. I'm a youth director. I own a company called Motivation Youth Services. And from there, they said, no, you will be a good fit to be able to speak to our city's youth task force. And from there, I've allowed myself to be a vessel each and every year to be able to serve this beautiful city. I started serving in 2015. That's when the first time I was able to be a keynote speaker for the city's task force meeting, and I loved it. Was able to encourage so many youth there to be able just to think big and dream big. Those efforts did not stop. And so at that time, I did feel some different challenges with racial discrimination in the city. Living in Lake Harveston, I voiced my concerns and things like that, but I wanted to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And so I've presented years back, you know, this same idea to be able to have some type of commission to where maybe people of color can be able to voice their opinions and things of that nature. And so once the recent events happened with the city, with Mayor Stu, again, wanted to be a part of that solution. And I reached out to Mayor and I offered again this same suggestion on having some type of a commission here. And so I've been on the front lines. I've met with Councilman Zach Frank. I've talked to City Clerk Randy. I've met with former Mayor Stu 2 times, and we talked about diversity, one at his home, one at his barbershop with youth. And so I've been an ambassador of change for this community. In addition to serving our youth, I wanted to be a part of the beautification of this city, so I've done efforts in cleaning up the community. I'm a proud member of the Prince Hall Smooth Ashland 119 fraternity of Freemasons out here. And we give, every year, we give scholarships to our beautiful city out here. When I leave here at 11 o'clock today, we are gifting 40 families with Thanksgiving offerings and gifts and things like that. And so again, Solutions for Change, I've been a part of that. Going all the way back to 2005 when I opened up my organization, I wanted to be able to serve. And so I reached out to the city of Riverside and Castle Park. They gave me Castle Park. I was able to fill that center with 500 youth from probation departments and all over. For the last 5 years after that, I started a Thanksgiving for All event that serves youth and families and Thanksgiving and homeless families. And up until current, guys, I've ran for city council. And I fell short in second place. However, me only knowing about 20 residents here in the city of Temecula, right now my vote count is about 3,700 plus, and we're still at over, we still only have about 80 some odd votes. So again, Ambassador of Change, that's what I represent, that's what I bring. And if I'm elected to this council, I'm gonna continue to serve that. I want our city to be known and be on the right side of history. What hurts me is that we have this beautiful city, but right now we're being targeted and we're being highlighted for things that our city is bigger than. If given that position and that opportunity, I want to bring back the richness of Temecula, but let it be known and let it be presented and represented by everyone that makes this beautiful city up in Temecula. So thank you for your time and your efforts. I tried to cram all that in 5 minutes. However, my heart is right, my actions are right, and I'm a living testimony every single day that we can be able to present change.
And you stopped exactly at the right time.
Oh, yes, I see that time.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so
Thank
much for
you,
your
Robert.
time. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, we are actually well ahead of schedule. And so I am more than happy to put pause on our meeting right now for just a 10-minute quick break because the next speaker isn't until 9, and I am afraid that we're going to be running too far ahead, and
Yeah.
the folks have to check in within 30 minutes in advance. So
Okay.
if you are okay with taking a pause in
Sure.
this moment, and then we will start again at 9 o'clock precisely.
That means I can get coffee?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Great, we'll go ahead and pause at this time.
All right,
Take a break.
pausing. Do you resume after you've paused? I think you do. Okay.
Let's go ahead and resume after we've paused, and we will start with Carla Burt, to be followed by Denton Burr, to be followed by Robert Carter.
Good morning, Carla.
Good morning. How's
Don't be
everyone doing?
I
Oh, I'm great.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much. No, I love this.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I put so much in my application, but what it doesn't say is my heart and my desire to serve this community that I absolutely love. I love Temecula. It's an amazing place. I'm so proud to live here. I served 20 years in the military, and when it was time to retire, this was home. Like, this was it. It was, and that was a huge decision, and it wasn't even a decision. It was that this is such home for us. This is where my kids go to school. I have one in middle school, one in college, and they love it here. And it's the most, oh gosh, I love the sense of community here. And I think there's so many things that our city is doing great, and I really want to contribute to that. I made a few notes just
It's okay.
to keep myself on track, because
Okay.
I tend to just go off. So I applied for 2 commissions, and the reason I applied for these is because they both look at our future and where we're going, and that means a lot to me, not only being a parent, but being a citizen here and being a part of this community. Temecula today is a reflection of the power of vision and planning, and I want to contribute to that. I want to be a part of where we are going as a city. Continue the tradition and ensure that it continues to be a wonderful place for everybody to live, because I think it already is. I think we are doing so many things right. And we are growing like crazy. I don't have to tell you guys that. But this growth requires managing this continued vision of growth and vision and just kind of this plan for where we're going. And it was really important for me to play a part in that. Over the past year, we faced so many challenges, economically, politically, socially, and I'm proud of how well the city has handled that. I think that it's been done with such grace and understanding and inclusion, but I think there's always more that we can do to make sure people are included in this. But what meant the most to me is that while facing all these challenges, we did this with unity and with grace, and I felt like the city really came together, and that meant a lot to me, and that speaks a lot for our city leadership. And that inspired me to get involved because I no longer wanted to just sit by and wait for things to happen or let someone else make those decisions. I wanted to be a part of making good things happen here because there are so many good things, and it's more continuing it than starting it. I think that there are so many positive people wanting to make positive changes, and I want to be a part of that. I've been inspired by everything that's happened in the past year, and that's the reason I'm here, and I hope that I get the chance to help the city move forward. And I was way less than 5 minutes. Is that okay?
You still have 2 minutes and 7 seconds,
Oh,
but you
gosh.
don't have to take up the whole time.
You know, I like to just speak and get to the point and just, yeah. Does anybody, yeah.
We did great.
Thank you so much. This was such a fun opportunity. So.
Good. I'm glad you weren't nervous.
Oh, no, I'm great. No, I spent 20 years in the military, and I did community relations and strategic communication. So I've done community building all over the world, so this is kind of second nature.
Well, I love people who love Temecula.
Love it.
Yes.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye. Have a good day. The city manager is now the sanitizer. Thank you very much.
Our public safety engineer.
We serve as needed.
Okay, so the next speakers are Denton Burr, Skip Carter, I don't think he was going to be able to make it, Krista Charles. Hi, Krista.
Hi, Krista.
Hi.
Oh, yeah, you can pull it way down. It's a little, there you go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Krista Charles, and I'm a proud homeowner here in the beautiful city of Temecula. I am also a daughter of an immigrant family, a first-generation college student, a proud mother of 2 children, and also a dedicated registered nurse serving on the front lines of the COVID pandemic in the ICU. I wish to serve on the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission to promote diversity and equity in my community, as well as serve as an ambassador to educate the community about opportunities that the city already provides. I believe my personal and my professional experience and my background has equipped me with the skills and the unique perspective to advocate for underrepresented populations in our community. As a child, I witnessed firsthand the struggles that my mother faced as an immigrant here in America. We experienced many financial hardships growing up, and we grew up in impoverished and high-crime neighborhoods. When I entered adulthood, I experienced my own adversity and challenges, being a single mother in a low socioeconomic status, and navigating my way through a higher education as a first-generation college student. Perseverance, motivation, and drive excelled me to overcome these challenges, and I graduated with my nursing degree. Now in my career, I apply my concrete skills and my compassion and empathy from my past to connect with others and care for diverse populations. As a nurse, I've worked in critical care and underserved areas. I care for the disadvantaged, the underserved, the disabled, immigrants, the unemployed, and the homeless. I've observed how vulnerable populations are at higher risk for experiencing food insufficiency, health illiteracy, lack of resources, and mental health illness. And while working on the front lines of the COVID pandemic in the ICU, I've witnessed how the pandemic has exacerbated the existing social inequalities and widened the financial gaps in our society. After caring for patients who are recovering in the ICU, I also help connect them with community resources that can prevent them from returning to the hospital. We assess what the patients may need, what resources may be lacking in their life, and help them with their families so they can have a healthy, well-being life. I admire the City Council for taking this step forward in establishing the Ready Commission to identify opportunities for improvement and improve community outreach, foster strong relationships around diversity, inclusion, and equity within our community. My purpose for joining this commission is to serve as a bridge between the city's entities and the underrepresented populations, as well as utilize my perspective to provide recommendations on how we can constructively promote equity in the city of Temecula. I believe it's imperative to have a healthcare professional on the Ready Commission who understands the complexities of how disadvantaged populations face barriers in our community. I wish to approach these issues with a healthcare lens to analyze policies and identify existing barriers that may be present in our community. And as a nurse, I'm committed to serving the community to promote health and well-being. My work in healthcare has given me the communication skills and cross-cultural abilities to maximize collaboration with diverse communities. And as a commission member, I can help shape policies that will promote diversity and inclusiveness for all Temecula residents. I wish to foster communication among different groups and increase community awareness about city programs and initiatives. I believe having a nurse who provides hands-on care with patients and speaks with the families and understands the struggles that these people are facing will be an especially important voice to have on the Ready Commission as Temecula continues to face many ramifications of the pandemic. Indeed, my experience will help identify and evaluate opportunities and policies with an equity lens, while being acutely aware of how issues related to diversity and inclusion have been affected by the pandemic. If appointed to this position, I will serve on the community with honesty, and I will advocate for fairness and equity to serve the best interests of people in Temecula. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you.
The next speakers are Troy Chavez, Sherry Crawl, and Timothy Daniels. I don't think he's going to be here. So Troy Chavez and Sherry Crawl.
Hi, Troy. How are you? Good. I know we're a close family, but we're far apart. It's just nice to be all together in this room. We haven't been for a long time.
Troy, I'm going to ask you to step back just a little bit so we can catch your voice in the microphone.
And don't we look
Awesome.
better in person?
That would totally help, huh?
And if you want, you can pull it up towards you.
Yeah, there you go. Pull the whole thing up. Yeah, that's it.
There we go. All right, ready?
And we do look better in person, don't we?
Yes, we do. That's why I'm not looking at the screen. So I just want to thank you guys for just allowing me to have this opportunity to even be here. My name is Troy Chavez, as we stated, and I just want to thank you again. My family has been living in Temecula for over 2 decades, and needless to say, it has changed. And that may be an understatement, but it's also changed for the better. So there's nothing you could look at and go, wow, Temecula, how terrible. So it's always been on the right path. But we also must know Temecula is a boom burb, so that's a city over 100,000 people. And so what comes with boom burbs are sprawl, is suburban growth and sprawl. And the Ready Commission can really take a lead in analyzing this effort and accounting for racial equity and the many communication pitfalls that lie ahead with urban sprawl. Urban sprawl deals with a lot of other issues as well as in globalism, but they're all interconnected. We look at globalism and we can look at it and say it affected our industry and our trade, and it also disrupted a lot of local businesses and municipalities and also to do their business. So it directly affects us every day. And so globalism has also shifted our demographics drastically. We can look at one city, especially ours, 20 years from now, it's vastly changed. We look at our Latino population, it is now at 30%. That is a pretty high percentage. And being a city near the border of being in a state that's a border state, we must really take that into consideration. Globalism is happening to every city. Temecula, it's not going to happen to any other different. But in terms of the Ready Commission, we could account for these pitfalls that globalism leaves with, say, monetizing industries, pitting, in Detroit's case, black unions versus white unions. And also it divides people at racial lines, because it's foolish to not look at economics and as also racial equity. People who are on the lower economic spectrum have been historically at also people of color. So globalism and economics go hand in hand, as well as equity and racial equity. So I saw a case of Maywood and Costa Mesa. I wanted to kind of highlight that because they both really took strong cases in immigration. And they both did two separate choices as well. But the reason why I referenced Costa Mesa and Maywood is because what transcended out of it wasn't community togetherness. It was actually a complete transformation and an overhaul that didn't account for that. So you had political activists running the show instead of councils, instead of deliberations. And so that's what we really need to account for, is people have passion. If they don't see council doing anything in terms of racial equity, we already see political activists not running rampant. I mean, doing their job. That's what they got to do. Now we got to do our job and account and listen to what they have to say. And like I said, again, the reason why I chose Maywood and Costa Mesa is because they completely chose divergent paths. And to segue into my further thing is, we need a regional plan for this as well. Temecula can't take this on alone. I mean, we first have to deal with what our city is dealing with in terms of racial equity, but we have to look at it in a regional scope. We have to start making better ambassadorships of equity to bring here, so we could have discussions that maybe they could be doing something right next door that we can implement that will help our city. I mean, we really need to start looking outside our city into our whole region as well. I think that's truly important, and that goes hand in hand as well with urban sprawl and urban growth as well. And Temecula being a boomburg, we're heading directly into that. I mean, there's no other way to look around it. Lastly, I just hope to serve as a commissioner for the Ready Commission to help mitigate these very real problems heading our way. There are many opinions on which direction cities should take on racial equity, but first we must find what is applicable to our city, our neighborhood, and our region. We must not lay the cart before the horse, and we must truly deliberate to the lengths that this topic deserves. I love this city and its growth, and it has been wonderful to witness. It truly has. I hope to help this community down its path by keeping the community connected, by completely connected in communication, and also so we can all
15
free and
seconds,
sprawl.
Troy. 15 seconds, you still got, now you still have 10.
Thank you. I'm done. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank
You
you
did
so
great.
much. Yeah, appreciate it.
I see the original sanitizer is back with us. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Sherry Crawl, how are you?
Had to put earrings on. Good, how are you?
Good. It's been
an
so
inspirational
long.
day. Yeah, I'm so pleased to see when the email went out, it didn't tell what everybody was here for, and that so many are here for the Ready Commission is really wonderful, so thank you. I was shaken by George Floyd's murder, as I'm sure all of us were, and shortly thereafter, a man my son grew up with in Temecula posted on his Facebook page, and my son, still friends with him, shared it with me. The author was the son of a woman who I had worked with in 1989 and 90 in addressing racism in Temecula. After a first grader, a young African-American boy, you may remember, was badly beaten at Temecula Elementary by some white students, I worked with several other concerned citizens organizing focus sessions. We wanted to bring the community together to discuss what we wanted Temecula to look like, what kind of community we wanted to be. It was a small town then, a brand new city, The county supervisor came, most of the city council came, parents, citizens, lots of people came. We had consulted with an expert in the field on how to run such groups, and a local professional facilitator signed on to run the sessions. Many more people came than we had expected, and I felt very proud of the effort. I thought I had helped Temecula to be a better place of equanimity, support for one another's neighbor, and opportunity. 30 years later, as I read that Facebook post, I was smacked upside the head with what white privilege is. After those focus groups, I had walked back into my world, patting myself on the back for being a part of the diverse group of parents who spend a year organizing community meetings. But this boy's world didn't change. The same age as my son, he described the racism he grew up with here in Temecula, how it had affected him, how he had worked to process it and move forward. I wrote to him and apologized. I want to do better. I am impressed the city is ready to tackle this stubborn and entrenched problem on a government level. I think we can do better and that we all want to do better. Since then, I have improved my skill set, working through a graduate degree in social work to identify and challenge institutional racism in systems, including through data. I've worked to understand implicit bias and to listen to and experience through colleagues and clients the experience of Black and brown people in this country. I'm trained as a consensus organizer to look for strands of commonality to move action forward. Equal treatment under the law and equal worth and opportunity for all Americans are ideals I've always been interested in. Perhaps it's because I was 8 and 9 years old in 1968 and 1969, just becoming aware of the world and moving from a concrete child view to an abstract, more nuanced view. Trying to understand why someone would kill Martin Luther King when all he wanted was peace. Why would white people not like Black people? Why were the police in Chicago, where I lived, beating up people demonstrating for peace? Of course, I have an adult understanding of issues now, but I think that childhood confusion, just at that particular point of my development, has stayed with me. And as I've had a broader view, mainly through work and looking at disproportionality in child welfare cases, in arrests, and in incarceration. I don't know if there is a place on this commission for a middle-aged white woman, and that's okay. I feel strongly it's time for white people to finally be quiet and listen to the Black and brown experience. I hope the City Council will commit to doing the hard, transformative work with the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission, that work will be muscular, robust, and accountable, and able to bring significant change to our community. I want to see Temecula, the community we all love, be better, and I want to be part of that process, whether it's serving on this commission or in other ways. I thank you for your dedication to the public square, and thank you for considering my application.
Thank you, Sherry. I remember that meeting.
Do you, Marianne?
I do remember that meeting. Yeah, I think that's where we met.
Probably.
Yeah, yeah, it was horrible, but necessary. So thank you. It's great to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
The next 3 speakers, I know Timmy Daniels is not going to be here. Regina De La Garza and Juan Del Val. Regina, are you here? Okay, I don't see Regina. What about Juan? Okay, I don't see Juan either. I'm going to go ahead and call the next few names. I know we're running really ahead of schedule, but I do see a few others in the audience here. So Leonard. Okay, great.
This may go a lot quicker than we thought, since there are a lot of people that aren't here.
We have a lot of folks that are not.
Yeah. Hi, Leonard. How are you?
Good morning, Madam Mayor. How are you?
Good.
Members of the City Council, first of all, just thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all today. Once again, my name is Leonard DeSanti. I'm a former federal agent, having worked in San Diego, Los Angeles, worked my way up into management into Washington, D.C. And while I was there in Washington, D.C., I had the opportunity to be on a number of panels and groups and help shape national policies and law enforcement functions at the local as well as national level. And I had the opportunity to speak to a lot of groups that were very concerned about the type of work we were doing, community groups and whatnot. And sometimes those meetings were not exactly the most friendly, but it was a great learning experience, and I really enjoyed it, and really developed a passion for serving. So once again, I really appreciate that. I moved to Temecula in 2007. Like I said, I worked in Washington, D.C. for a little while. We came back in 2015 when I retired from government service, and I started a private investigations firm, sole owner and proprietor here in Temecula. So I do background investigations and internal affairs investigations and various other projects that come my way. So I won't take too much of your time. Just want to introduce myself. Mr. Schwank, I'm a neighbor of yours. I live in Harveston, so thank you very much for the library, the little mini library. Really appreciate that. Every time we walk my dog by the lake and see that. Once again, I have a passion for serving. I look forward to serving on the Commission for Public Safety and Traffic. If there's any other commission you'd like to see me on, I'd be happy to serve on that as well. And one thing I'd like to just add is that I believe it's very important to be accessible and available, not just in the times that the committee meets, but maybe those off times that you need to get a hold of me or something like that. I'm always available. I'm on my cell phone, and I understand that that accessibility sometimes may come in handy. So if you need to talk to me for any reason this afternoon, or if you have a question or something that's on my resume or the papers that I've presented to you, feel free to give me a call. Thank you very much, and may the best person be selected for these positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Have a great day, and you did great.
Actually,
Can I-
Leonard, can you hold on for just a second?
Yeah, can I ask you a quick?
Go
Oh,
ahead,
sorry,
Matt.
Matt.
I see his name listed for community services, not traffic safety.
Yes, so in the application, that's exactly what I was going to hold you back for as well, was what is marked as community services. So were you actually interested in the Public Traffic Safety Commission instead?
I thought I'd put both. I had to check the box for both on that, but for public safety and community services.
Okay. Well, so we'll just go ahead and note that right now, council
Okay.
members, that
Okay.
that he is being considered for both community services and public traffic safety.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Leonard. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Dwayne? Okay.
Hi, Dwayne. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good.
Good morning, everyone. City officials, how y'all doing this morning?
Morning.
My name is Dwayne Dotson. I moved here in 2014 with my family on military orders, and we fell in love with this city and all that it has to offer is diversity, the schooling, and so I'm just excited to be here. So I thank you for giving me the time to just say a little bit about myself and my desire and qualifications to serve here. My name is Dwayne Dotson, like I said, and I'm a proud husband of 14 years, and I have a father of 4. My qualifications date back all the way to 2005 when I entered into the United States Navy. The very first qualification I received was Equal Opportunity Advisor, where I was responsible for ensuring that all people, regardless of race, gender, or sexual preference and beliefs, were treated equally. After I left my first command and arrived at my second, I quickly became a work center supervisor, responsible for the safety training, moral, and off-duty responsibilities for several different people who came from all different backgrounds in life. After leaving my second command, I chose to go to Great Lakes, where I served as a career counselor, a mentor, and a teacher for on average of 18 students every 66 days. While I was there, I was elected treasurer of the Morale, Warfare, and Recreational Committee, where I was allowed to establish a graduation ceremony for all trainees from several different schoolhouses. I was allowed to establish merchandise for several different schoolhouses. Merchandise is sweaters with logos, t-shirts, shorts, memorabilia, coins, etc., etc. This allowed for everyone with different job titles to represent and be connected through their expertise in which we all serve for combat systems. One of the greatest accomplishments I achieved while I was stationed there was obtaining my Master Training Specialist, which taught me how to create training programs from ideas to implementation. After arriving in California and upon separation from the military, after 13 and a half years, I found a church home and I accepted my calling. That church is Grace AME Church of Temecula Valley, where my pastor is the Reverend Antonio F. Dupree. Underneath his leadership, I was elected to be the Director of Lay Activities, the President of the Men's Ministry, and I was also allowed to start a back-to-school fundraiser program that brought awareness to the Juneteenth and helped parents send their children back to school with backpacks and basic startup kits, as well as establish a scholarship grant. This was done for 3 consecutive years prior to COVID spreading throughout our land. Now I serve as a licensed preacher. I graduated from the University of Phoenix in 2019 with my associate's degree in criminal justice, and I will soon be graduating from National University with my bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration. I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to be here today, and I really look forward to serving people. I was raised in a single-parent home, so I know a lot about that. I know a lot about extracurricular activities and how it's important for children. Being an African American, it really touched me personally back when Oscar Grant had his situation at Fruitville Station up in LA. And so ever since then, I knew that my passion would be in criminal justice administration, and I knew that I had a passion for just serving people. Not just black, not just white, but Hispanic, Asian, Latino, anyone that can need help, anyone who needs my service. I'm here. I really think that we can accomplish a lot by unity and being respectful to one another. So I really have a lot of respect for men. I have a lot of respect for women. I have a lot of respect for my elders, and I have a lot of respect to see where our future and our generation goes next. And so I just really, 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 really deep down inside want to serve this committee. I have great mentors, Mike McCracken, Pastor Dupree. I met with Jessica Alexander, Dr. Alicia Wilkins, and so a lot of those people I was able to meet personally, and they really motivated me to be where I am today. So again, I just thank you all, and I look forward to not only serving you, but serving the people in this community to making it great for all of us, every single last one of us.
Dwayne, I can turn the page and look at your application, but where'd you come from originally?
I was born in Indianapolis, Indiana. I was born and raised there, and God had a calling on my life from a long time ago. I never knew why I desired to leave Indiana, but the desire was there, and so as soon as when a recruiter came up to me and said, you should do this, I was for it. And so that's where I was raised at. It's kind of tough back home. It's different. A lot of people are getting murdered, and a lot of things are happening back home. So if I can start here by making a difference that might be able to channel across the nation, then I'm all for it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Thank you.
And we'll give Mr. Butler just a second here, and then I know Juan Del Val is here. All right, Juan, come on up.
Hi, Juan, glad you made it in.
Thank you for having me.
Morning.
I'll just start by introducing myself. My name is Juan Del Val.
And you can take your mask off if you want to. It's totally up to you.
All right, yeah. Probably sound a little clearer this way.
Ah, there you are.
Here I am. And I'm a longtime resident. I moved to Temecula in 2001 from San Diego County. Got married, I couldn't afford a house down there, so that's what brought me here. A lot, like all my neighbors and pretty much everyone I meet here. Since then, we've had 3 children. They're growing up here in the valley. My oldest is 15, 14, and 10. I'm active in their schools and active as much as I can be with them. My wife and I both enjoy living here. I used to work here for the Temecula Valley Unified School District, and then I moved to this, well, changed jobs to the city of Murrieta, where I worked in the community service department, got a lot of experience there. Moved to Eastern Municipal Water District, which is just north of here in Paris. That district services 5 different cities. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. In which I was involved with many community activities. I worked in the conservation department there, trying to motivate cities and large agencies to save water, which is very important for Southern California. Really enjoyed that role, got to meet a lot of different people, got to be involved in many different community events. From there, I went to school. During this whole time I was going to school, got my bachelor's degree, because I wanted to move up in a organization and be a supervisor of management. The opportunity came up in the city of San Marcos, where I became a public works supervisor, and I went back to commuting to San Marcos, which is in San Diego County. Did that for a few years, and I really got tired of the drive. So the opportunity to work a little bit closer to home came up with Palomar College District, which had opened up a campus in Fallbrook. I applied to be the supervisor for that facility and got that position about 3 years ago. So I've been shorter drive working for Fallbrook. And again, I have a diverse student population and staff that I work with at Palomar College. The reason I applied for these commissions, I applied for all of them actually. I feel with my background in education, I qualify for any of them. I really want to be more involved with the city of Temecula. I am currently with my children's school, but I want to be involved in the city planning, city government, and any facet that's available. I'm really interested and committed to this community. Love living here, been here for almost 20 years, and I just love living here. And I just want to be more involved and be part of the process. So that's what motivated me to apply, and thank you for having me here and allowing me to speak. And I look forward to hearing from you. Hopefully I get selected for one of the committees.
Which school do you spend most of your time at?
Actually, my children go to TPS, which is Temecula Preparatory
Sure.
School. It's a charter school in Winchester, I guess, technically, but part of the Temecula Valley Unified School District.
Founded by Dr. Jeff Horton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my son wrestles for Temecula Valley High School, so as far as extracurricular activities, that's where you'll find me.
Yeah, he's not doing that right now.
No, unfortunately, no. Yeah, but he really loves wrestling, and he's looking forward to getting back started. They said maybe in January, so we'll see. Hopefully we get to start wrestling again.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Juan. So Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, with that, the next speakers are Aaron Doyle, Chris Eichmann, Katie Esberg, and Matthew Evans. But again, we are running a little ahead of schedule here. So again, I would recommend that we pause because I don't see any of them. The first one starts at 9:55.
Okay.
That's just Dwayne still. It's not just Dwayne.
Dwayne
it's
is
still
hanging out with
Dwayne.
us today. We love that.
So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pause the meeting again. It's 9:55, so we'll go ahead and get started again. The next 4 speakers are Aaron Doyle. Aaron? Chris Eichmann. Chris, great. Katie Esberg. Great. All right, Chris, you're up.
Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Mayor, Councilman, women, Madam Clerk. Real quick, I moved down from Northern California about a year and a half ago to Temecula. I'm a healthcare professional. I work for United Health Services, one of the largest healthcare providers in the country. Temecula Valley Hospital is one of our hospitals over here. If you're aware, I'm sure you know the city here is. I work with the home health and hospice side. I'm the division, the regional.
Aaron, step closer to your mic.
Sorry.
There you go. Now
There
we
we
can
go.
hear you.
Like I said.
You can raise it.
Should
Yeah.
drop a beat or something.
There you go.
Yeah, so my job there is to really launch the program, restart it from the scratch. So I've got about 20 years, 25 years executive experience in healthcare, in technology. I come from a construction background, which is kind of leads me to the city planning development. I broke my roots, I guess, early on sweeping floors and digging holes, so I have a special affinity to people who sweep floors and dig holes. Also, on the executive IT side, I've got 3 kids. We do a lot when it comes to community. I coach hockey, I coach soccer, I've coached baseball. So I love that aspect of it. It's really important for the community. This community itself, when my wife first drove down here, I was super nervous, to be honest with you, because she doesn't like change. Most folks don't, unless they can control it. But it was great driving through the community because she was just struck by how beautiful it was, how clean it was, or is, I should say. So for me, that made me feel better because I was down here for 6 or 7 months by myself, thinking, oh my God, is she going to want to come down here? Is she going to move down here? She's a Northern California girl, always lived there. So to drive through here and see the parks, see how clean everything was, how clean the streets were, no matter where we went, when she drove through with us, and oh, this is great, this is great. So being able to pay that forward to a lot of folks who are moving down here, all the different developments, Summers Bend, the Lennar developments, the new one that's coming up over here, toward Clinton Cleeth Road, all those different areas is something for me to get back to that, also giving back on the community side as a whole. And I've got that experience in developing and building and creating teams, creating organizations, and I'd love to be a part of what Temecula has to offer. And it's just me, every time I get up and I drive down Rancho, California, and I see the hills and the fog coming over, I'm like, man, I made the right choice coming down here. It's just it's so gorgeous. Wine country doesn't hurt either, to be honest with you. For me, that's walking through Old Town is kind of like walking through Napa or Sonoma, minus the snobbiness. So it's very warming.
You just lost 10 points because you said Napa.
But I said without the snobbiness, right? It's so funny. I sent a couple bottles of wine to some of my friends up north, and I said, "What do you think? What do you think?" I did a lot of work in the wine industry years ago. I said, "Man, these guys can rock the wines. The Chards don't have that buttery craziness that you have in Northern California, which is good for me. But the reds, the deep dark reds, the heavy zins, man, I'm telling you, it's just."
Okay, you got the points back.
All right. So that's my pitch. Love the area, love the community. I'm really excited to be part of this community, and if I could be part of the commissions and give back to what I've enjoyed so far in the last 18 months down here, I'd appreciate it.
Great.
Is that it?
Yep.
Very cool.
You did
Thanks,
great.
guys. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good morning, guys.
Awesome, thank you,
Have a
Chris.
great day.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, we'll hear from Katie in a minute after we wipe down the mic. Thank you again, Mr. Butler. For the record, I'd like to go ahead and just mention again that the in-person presentation was a part of the total recruitment and selection of the various applicants, and that an applicant is still being considered irrespective of whether they are in person here or not. And they were notified of the same. So they may be missing for a variety of reasons, but they are still in consideration for selection and appointment.
And we don't remove points if people say Napa or Sonoma.
No, we don't actually remove points for that. So Katie, welcome.
Good morning.
I was like, how am I going to talk and have a mask on?
Yeah, just, if some people are comfortable with them, but, you see we have sanitized and.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're 6 feet away.
Exactly. Look at the crowds.
They're going wild. So I've lived in Temecula for 5 years. I moved from Orange County. I've lived in Alaska and other places. And I love it here. I have 3 children, all under the age of 10, and I just love this community for a lot of the same reasons that I'm sure you all heard all day today. It's clean, it's welcoming, people here are friendly, and it's just a community I love being a part of. And so originally when this email came, I was thinking planning. I was like, yeah, I want to be a part of that, and as, we continue to grow, and we have, the space, but I love that we have the parks, and we have, the beautification that we've done here with the trees and everything else, and I would hate to lose all of that. But, I'm also a big fan of the community, services, and I have put my kids through all of the programs, and I was so happy when soccer started, and I was like, yay, because my 3-year-old has not been able to do anything, and so he was able to do that, so we're there every Saturday. I currently am a regional clinical supervisor at a nonprofit. I am a board-certified behavior analyst, and have been doing that for 15 years and kind of gone from, working directly. I work with families in homes, And now I manage my team of 50 people, in which we're going into homes providing services for kiddos that are impacted with developmental disabilities, specifically autism. And I love that. I love having a team. I love helping people. And I have, like I said, been here for 5 years and just looking to see how I can continue to help, other than, reaching out and working with my kiddos and doing what I can, and being a part of a bigger part of it, and being able to make an impact is what I, want to do in any way that I can. And I am open to whatever I can do, and I'm just glad to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Thank you.
You still have 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Okay, what can I talk about? Just kidding. But honestly,
you don't have to. But
I know.
I
know. I have friends that come from Orange County, and they love coming to visit because there are so many things for us to be able to do. And they ever ask, like, do I miss it there? Because there are, there's the beach and all the other things that are. It's a shorter commute. But I'd never want to live anywhere else because of everything that we have here. And I'm, proud to live here, and I'm glad and continue to do so. And like I said, I just want to be a part of its continued growth as well as mine. So
You're singing our song. I mean, everybody we love Temecula. We just do.
Why else would we want to be a part of, making it continue to maybe better?
I don't know. Hey, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So Mayor Pro Tem Edwards and council members, I don't see anybody else here in the chamber. We do have Aaron Doyle, who was supposed to be here, let's see, 9:55, and then Matthew Evans, 10:10. We do see, no. Okay. So, and then after that, we were scheduled for a actual built-in break versus just a happenstance break. So I'll go ahead and see if you want to go ahead and just pause now. And I will run over, Mr. Doyle obviously isn't going to be here. Matthew Evans, it is 10:05. His appointment time is at 10:10. I think there's a safe conclusion there that he might not be present. So if you would just like to, at this point, break until 10:30, which is the next startup, so that gives us 30 minutes, we'll go ahead and do that. So as of this time, we're going ahead and pausing until 10:30.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. It is 10:31 at this time. Just Chris looking for the thumbs up sign back there. It looks like we're good. Okay. And just again, for the record, even if folks aren't here, they will be considered.
Oh, yeah.
They might be absent for a variety of reasons. Also, the agenda packet for this particular special meeting is available online. In the agenda packet is a list of all of the applicants and the commissions that they have applied for. So just in case somebody is following along and would like to know what these individuals have, which commissions they've applied for, it is online at temeculaca.gov. You can go ahead and go to the agendas tab, download the agenda packet for today's meeting, and find the applicant list there, along with a redacted version of all of the applications received. With that, the next few speakers are Sam Fakuri, I think, Julianne Farnback, and Eric Faulkner. So Sam, are you here? Okay, I don't see Sam. What about Julianne? Hi, Julianne, come on up.
She's here. Good morning.
I'm smiling from the mask.
You can, if you're comfortable, yeah, you can take it off. Everything's been sanitized. Yeah, I know it gets hot, huh?
It does. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to tell you my story. As I watched the news from Minneapolis in May, I was horrified by the callous behavior that cost George Floyd his life. When protests spread and then some devolved into rioting, I quickly recognized that the depth and breadth of the anger on display was obviously a cumulative effect of losing Trayvon and Breonna and Tamir and Michael and so many others over the years. And I knew that I needed to better understand it. So I spent my summer doing what I do best, research. I listened to Robin DiAngelo explain white fragility. I joined an online book club to learn how to be an anti-racist. I watched movies I've never even heard of. I read the biography of Trevor Noah. That's a must-read. I studied the backroom politics of the civil rights movement in the 1960s. I discovered the ugliness of redlining and gained a whole new perspective on the war on drugs and the privatization of prison systems. Wow, I really didn't know what I didn't know. And it was obvious that that was only the tip of the iceberg. Growing up in Oregon in the 70s, I was taught to be colorblind because all men are created equal, and he ain't heavy, he's my brother. I don't fault my parents and grandparents for that because I never saw them treat anyone with I never saw them treat anyone with anything other than dignity or kindness. But the proverbial light bulb went off in my head about the middle of June when I suddenly realized why the colorblind approach is inappropriate. It's the same reason why all lives matter is the wrong response to Black Lives Matter, because it fails to recognize and validate the unique challenges, the long-standing challenges that our African American brothers and sisters face every day because of prejudice. We need to listen to their stories, and then we all need to do some soul searching. We can't correct our prejudices until we recognize that we have them in the first place. And that recognition doesn't come until we are humble enough to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, am I part of the problem? I'm not saying we need to apologize for our skin color. None of us got to choose it. But I know a lot of people are resistant to diversity programs because they feel like they're being asked to confess to war crimes of some kind. And that's why we also have to do a lot of deep thinking. The accusations have flown fast and furious during this unprecedented year of uncivil discourse. We all need to stop and challenge our assumptions. First on the list should be the common logical fallacy of all or nothing. False dichotomies come from all sides and attempt to paint scary labels on each other as if we were enemies instead of neighbors. Labels are useful for data analysis and not much else. We need to let go of fear and anger and the assumptions that feed them. We all have different worldviews, different perspectives developed by living different experiences. Promoting diversity means appreciating those differences, moving beyond polite tolerance to actual engagement, and then trust, and eventually synergy. For me, the Ready Commission is not about politics. It's about basic kindness, human decency, about opening our eyes to suffering, then stepping up to meet those needs and treating people better in the process. Who can argue with that? I can't change the past, but I am committed to changing the future. One of my favorite quotes is from Maya Angelou.
Yeah, I thought so.
Do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. I know that Temecula has heart. We also need eyes to see the unequal barriers to opportunity that exist in our community. We need ears to hear the pain of those who go unnoticed and excluded. Temecula needs arms that are open to embracing diversity of thought and belief. Strong, resilient communities celebrate the best of every culture and welcome the marginalized and respect the personal dignity and freedom of every member. I know this won't be easy, but I know that when good people listen and learn and work together, we pave beautiful common ground for our children and grandchildren to walk on, hand in hand, unafraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Are you off the board now? Are you?
I have had my last meeting.
Okay.
I'm officially still on until the new board members are sworn
Right.
in on December 15th. But
Right.
I'm turning in my laptop and phone today.
I remember
so
those days.
I'm done.
Okay, that was my only question.
And may I ask a question
Sure.
as well? First, thank you for your service. You know, you're one of the most active school board members we've seen in a very long time, and I really appreciate that. How long have you been on the board?
Most of 6 years. I served a 4-year term from 2000, the actual term, 15 to the end of 18, and then I was appointed for another 15 months last year to fill a position, a vacancy.
Got it. Regardless of whatever outcome is today, you have always been reachable, and I just want to let you know that. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
I consider that the duty of every public servant, and
That's
despite all
everything.
of the legal challenges, I am always willing in my service. I feel it's a duty to give back, and I'm always willing to try to find that line in the sand that I can't cross, because people are on the other side of that line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good
Thank
job. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Sam, are you here? Sam? Okay, I don't see Sam. Eric Faulkner, to be followed by, I think, Chauvin Ferguson. So Eric Faulkner. No Eric Faulkner? Okay. Chauvin Ferguson.
How are you, sir? Welcome. We're doing good.
Okay, my name is Chauvin Ferguson. I've lived out here for 25 years. My son's a golden bear. My daughter was a puma. My grandchildren are Temecula prep. I forget what they are. But now that I'm at a point in my life and career, or lacking a career thereof, I used to be a teacher. Matter of fact, I worked with the Temecula School District years ago, too. But now I'm looking into trying to just help out in the community and making sure we're doing things that are right and proper. I believe you guys are calling this race, equality.
Equity. Race, equity,
Equity.
diversity, inclusion.
Diversity, amen. I thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate you correcting me with that. And we're looking for somebody that would just making sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and that we're meeting all the needs of all the citizens of our community. And I want to be a part of that. That's all. Just want to help you guys out a little bit. I hope you haven't already made up your minds. If you haven't, check me out. Okay?
No.
All right?
No.
Do you have any other questions for me, perhaps?
I do, and it's totally irrelevant to everything, but where does your name, Chauvin, where does that come from?
My father is a veteran of World War II. He went to Europe. A Frenchman saved his life. That Frenchman's name was Bernard Chauvin. My name is Chauvin Bernard. That's what my dad did to me. I'm a Vietnam vet. I'm a child of the 60s and 70s. Can you tell a little bit?
Yeah, I relate.
Okay, cool beans. Years ago, Marianne, me and you sat down at a breakfast together. You were just starting to run for city council. This was 95, 96?
Probably 98, maybe. Well, I was on a commission too, so, but yeah. And you know, I kind of remember that. We were so much younger then.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the milk mustache.
Yeah, we're glad you still love Temecula and your kids are doing well and everything's good.
Yes, yes, yes. I can't complain. And I want to make sure that Temecula continues to do that.
Yeah, so
This is my hometown. I told my wife when we bought the house, you're burying me in the backyard. I ain't going nowhere.
La 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 la. I know what you mean.
Okay. So anyways, if there aren't any other questions, I'm going to let you guys go and let you beat up these other people in the back.
Hey,
of me,
thanks
okay?
for coming. Good to see you.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, we do have an individual here who doesn't have an appointment until 3:20, but he's here now, so we can hear from him as well.
Well, we have time, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Bernie Thomas, are you here? Bernie?
Hi there.
Hi there. I am Bernie Thomas. I have been a resident of this great town since 1977.
Oh, boy, you
Long
beat me.
before any of you were here, believe me.
Yeah.
The first job I had was the bar manager at the Homestead Restaurant, way back when. And then I decided that wasn't my thing, and I got my real estate license. There was too many people in the bar having too good of a time, and they all had money, and they were all real estate agents. So I figured that was the way to go. I've been a real estate agent and broker for over 40 years in town. And so nobody knows the town probably better than I do from the time experience that I've had. And what I've sold, I used to sell not Meadowview because I was the president, their first president there of this HOA, but in Mesa Grande, wine country as you might want to call it today. I used to average 50 sales a year in that area, so know it very well. Know all the people very well. I came in here because I'm old. 88 years old, and I wanted to make sure that you could see that I could still stand up at 88.
I never would have guessed.
That's good. That's exactly why I'm here. Anyway, I appreciate the situation that you just went through. It kind of irritated me when we had some of the displays that were here, because the city doesn't deserve it. I can't think of anybody, and like I say, I've been here for a long time. I've got kids, I've got grandkids, they all went through the system. And I haven't seen any prejudice that I've experienced in this town. Actually, it's been even in selling it, I mean, I sold this town over and over and over and over. And I can't imagine anybody having any prejudice. I said my experience from, maybe this would help, I was the initial president of the Meadowview Homeowners Association. When Kaiser had just 2 people on board, I became the 3rd person. I developed over 10 years the tennis courts, the big swimming pool, et cetera, at virtually no expense to the association, due to the fact that I negotiated with the water district and with the county and et cetera, and Kaiser. I got a lot of money out of Kaiser, believe me. And I only want to just say that I'm here to show you that I'm here. I'm here because I love the town. Nobody's been here longer than I have, probably. I mean, there was 1,500 people here when I moved here. There wasn't a market. There wasn't a stop sign. There's one stop sign. So I've watched it develop, and I've helped it develop, and I want to make sure that it stays well developed, and that's why I'm here. Anybody have anything to say?
Well, thank you. And we're glad to see you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bernie. And so I'm going to call a few names one more time. Sam, are you here? Good. Eric? Hi, Eric. We're going to let Mr. Butler here. Thank you, Mr. Butler. Eric, if you want to come on up.
Trying to make sure I got time right. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm sorry I'm late. I was on a phone call, and I can pull it up?
Yeah.
I got them 6'2". But but I forgot my mask in the car, so I had to run back and get it. So sorry for being late this morning.
No, it's okay. You're fine. We're glad you're here.
So glad to be here. I'm here to just say that, just voice my interest in being on this council, this board. I've been in Temecula for about 23 years. My kids have grown up here, both graduated from Great Oak High School. I'm retired military, 27 years, Navy, I was Command Master Chief, senior leader at the Camp Pendleton, did most of my time on Camp Pendleton as a senior enlisted leader there. The reason I want to join this board and this council because I think this is important for Temecula. I think in times like this, in the turmoil we've seen across the country, I think we have an opportunity to get ahead of what's going on here in Temecula. So we have an opportunity to take the lead on making sure that our city, our great city, stays diverse, stays open-minded to people of different cultures, races, ethnicities, if I can say that right, I messed that up, ethnicities.
We got it.
So that's really the reason I want to join this board. I mean, it's not that Temecula is doing anything wrong. It's to continue to lead forward and making sure we're taking a step, and you as leaders are taking a step ahead of some of the things we've seen across the country, because we are a finger snap away of being like some of those other cities that are struggling with this. And we have an opportunity to come together as a city, as diverse as this city is, to continue to make sure we have opportunities for everyone. So that's really the reason I wanted to be involved with this board and be a part of your leadership as you continue to search and seek out opportunities to deal with this issue of racial equality, of cultural sensitivities, and how we bring that into the fold, how we make Temecula and continue to make Temecula a great place for everyone, particularly those who seem to think they're outside of the boundaries of getting the resources and being engaged in some of the things we have here. So that's the reason I want to be on board. I think it's important. I'm glad you've taken up this issue as a city because of what you've seen across the country, and I think it'll be a great move to just, again, make sure we're poised to get ahead of some of the things we've already seen around our country. So that was it.
Eric, did you apply for any other commissions other than?
That was the only commission I applied for.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, may I
Sir?
ask a couple of questions?
Help yourself.
Is
How
it
you doing, Mike?
afternoon? Yeah, it's still morning. And yeah, don't worry about being late. You know, we're glad you're here.
Got
A
it.
couple of questions. When I opened this meeting, and some people may not have been here or be able to watch it, I said myself, I'm looking for bridge builders and ambassadors. Tell me how you feel. What's your viewpoint on bridge building and being an ambassador, again, to other cultures and to the community? Talk to me about that.
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. You know, as a retired Navy man of 27 years, I have built my career on making sure I bridge the divide on cultures. As you know, anybody serve in the military on the board, on the panel this morning? So as you know, in the military, we have people from all over the place. Not only here in the United States from different states, but people from different countries that join the military. And me as a leader for 27 years, it was my responsibility to figure out how do I reach that person? Because I understand that everybody's not the same. They got different walks of life, different cultures, different backgrounds, and where they come from. So as a bridge, as setting that bridge to make sure we have connection and collaboration as a leader in the Navy, and what I take on the outside as well, is the fact that I have to understand where they come from before I can understand what to take them to, which means I have to be listening. I mean, I have to have an open ear, and I have to have conversations. I mean, give you one example of an issue I had to resolve within my command. Specifically, I had a young sailor from Laos, and their cultural sensitivity was they don't like people touching their head. So in the berthing, you know, all the sailors was doing this to him. He brought it to my attention. I shut down the entire command for a day, and I said we're going to have some cultural sensitivity training because it brought to my attention that we don't understand one another, and we don't understand when someone says I'm sensitive to this, that guess what, I need to pay attention to it, not only as the individuals around them, but the entire command. So that caused us to set up this cultural sensitivity training to get everybody to understand that people come from different walks of life, to bridge that relationship within our command to make us a better command to be able to respond to the needs of people that come from different communities. I'm like, everybody didn't grow up in Memphis, Tennessee like I did. Everybody didn't join the military. So I'm a military guy, I understand military, but sometimes I have to shut my mouth and understand civilian as well, because I've been doing it for 27 years. So it is a transition when you come on this outside and try to understand how to navigate this again, understand where people are coming from. So sometimes that takes just doing a full stop and saying, hey, I need to talk. We have a subset of our community that feels disenfranchised. The other 99% is doing well. So it's like this, like the school teacher. If 99% of your students are doing well and they're doing straight A's, guess where your focus needs to be? It needs to be on that 1% that feels disenfranchised. That's the community. That's what we have as leaders got to understand. When that voice is out there in the community saying that this is going on, I think it's time to do a stop and listen to them. But you can always discredit. Okay, well that's a one-off or whatever based on the data, statistics that you can see. But sometimes it's just them seeing that you're listening.
Yeah.
That'll move them forward and understand that their leaders have their back and they understand where they're coming from. So as a bridge, I think as a team that's trying to bridge this gap between a divide, sometimes it's just like we've been saying across the country, have a conversation. So many people are afraid to have a conversation about race, ethnicity, and equality, and engagement, how people come into the fold. You can't run away from that. You got to run into it. I mean, I don't care if you feel uncomfortable or not. If you're leading people of a diverse group of people, and they feel like you're leading just one side and your perspective is just one side, then the fact that their attachment to you won't be there until you find a place to find that.
So, quick follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
Part of our READY Commission, the I stands for inclusion.
Yes.
And inclusion can mean a lot of things, but this council defined that as special needs, people with disabilities of all ages.
Yes.
Autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, on and on. We can't name them all. And not only does this commission have to demonstrate love to that disenfranchised or sometimes not included in the community. We've done them. I mean, my colleagues here have done a wonderful job of doing that. But then there's also the need, then not only in that area, but to cross cultures. Gentlemen like yourself is going to have to cross cultures into other ethnicities, other type of Greek festival, Filipino festival, Black cultural festival, all of those things. Speak to that, if you would, for me, please. And I'll finish it with this: is that I think we've all realized as a commission, as a council, we can make rules, and I think across the United States, people make rules and hate speech and this and that, and sometimes it just doesn't work because there's no love attached to it, and love sort of passes through all that. I know I said a lot, but if you can just speak to that.
So, I mean, I always have to go back because, again, I'm 27 years Navy. I retired in 2014, so that's all I knew since I graduated high school until about 2014. And one of the things that we did internally, and one of the things I continue to do is stay connected to these groups. Because in the military, we would have days and months that we would celebrate, and we would be intentional about our celebration to where, if it was an African American Heritage Day or a Filipino Heritage Day, guess what? There were groups of people outside of that culture that were helping assist to show the importance of why it's important for us to know that. So I believe, from my perspective, I have no problem walking in any of those cultures and those ethnicities because I've done it for 27 years. I've led people and I've had conversations with people, and I've ensured that people had an opportunity to progress in their careers from people of all walks of life.
Can you represent the special needs community?
Oh, yes.
You think you have the patience there?
Yes, I have a lot of patience there. I mean, again, I think my middle name is patience. It takes a lot. Other than my wife wouldn't tell you that, but everybody else outside of her, if you don't ask her, we're good. So I would say I have no problems working with the special needs. In the military, some of our sailors, soldiers, Marines have had traumatic wounds. And I've had a chance to help them, assist with some of them before I got out with the Wounded Warrior program. Right now I work for the VA. I'm not here on officially for the VA. I took time off to come to this, but I do work for the VA Veterans Experience Office, which works to connect all veterans, whether they're disabled, whether they're from different cultures or whatever, to services and to make sure they have those services available to them. So it's not a problem walking through that community.
I'm good. Thank you very much and for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you for coming.
Thanks,
and
Mary.
We don't care if you were late.
Appreciate it.
We got
Thank you.
time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, so we'll give Mr. Butler a moment here. And then up next would be David Frischman, followed by Ivy Harris, followed by Lanita Holder. So David, if you are here, David? No, I don't see David. Ivy? Hi, Ivy.
Come on down. How are you? Yeah, you're good because Greg is really good at sanitizing.
And Ivy, we're going to ask you to step back in front of the podium so that we can hear you. And if you want to pull that down, the microphone, you're welcome to do that as well.
Yes, I'm not quite 6'2".
No, not quite.
Not there yet. Maybe I'll grow. Hi.
Hi.
How is everyone? Let me
Good.
Hi, my name is Ivy Harris. I've been a resident of Temecula District 1 for about 19 years. I am a UC Berkeley graduate. I graduated about a year ago and I've come back to my hometown. And before I start speaking, I think that I just want to make a point of saying how big of a deal it is. And I'm sure to many minority citizens that are living in Temecula that our local government has created a commission in order to recognize that there could be more done to reach out to us and to embrace us. So if I could just have a moment of your time, I'll try not to be too long-winded. I created a whole speech.
It's okay.
So this summer, the country had to face a moral reckoning in which millions of citizens came together to protest police brutality and racism. Temecula was of no exception, and the city had to face some painful truths about the current situation with race relations and also the treatment of minorities. Many citizens came together to speak about their experiences with discrimination and racism. And as a woman of color who's grown up here, I went all elementary, middle school, high school in the Temecula School District. I share some of those same experiences. I understand what it feels like to feel so at home within a community, but feel that others don't want it to be home to you. Despite those experiences, I stand here today before my city and offer my service because I believe in what Temecula can do for everyone. I believe that it's time that Temecula feels at home to everyone, irregardless of race, gender, sexual preference, disability. It is time that we don't ask just for a tolerant society, but we ask to embrace everyone regardless of their background, their customs, their cultures. In these divisive times, it's time that we understand that we are unified in our beliefs. The one most important is that everyone deserves a healthy and successful life. The first step to achieving that goal is understanding that racial justice and social justice doesn't belong to a particular political party or a group of individuals. It's all our fight, and it's all one that we need to take up. And as the city council is right now, one that we need to use to move forward as a city. One step in which I believe the city can move forward, and if appointed to the commission, I would make a point just to focus on creating spaces and city events that cater to individuals with diverse backgrounds. This provides an opportunity for meaningful communication between others and the opportunity for cultural exchange. From the ages of 14 to 18, I was president of the Great Oak Garden Club. I was a gardener. And I didn't just see people harvesting food and sowing seeds. I saw a community coming together for one another. The most basic thing you could do is feed one another. Important conversations were being had there. It was a place where there could be city events. It was a place where we could honor our dedicated citizens. It was also most importantly, a place where we could come and pay homage to and respect the indigenous ground in which we were standing on, and make sure that our Los Sueños residents could come and share their culture with us and talk and speak about their native plans. We need more opportunities like that. And from working in that garden, I was inspired to renovate and organize the renovation of the garden at the Helen Hunt Elementary Garden. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. Behind the preschool. I did this in honor of my nephew, who was diagnosed with autism at 2, who was attending that preschool. I wanted to create a safe space in which disabled children could interact with their neighbors and their classmates. We need more opportunities like that. I believe that prejudice and discrimination is the product of ignorance, and given the opportunity for our community to come together, we'll be able to communicate with one another and bridge those divides. The second thing that I would do, and I'm wrapping up, is I would focus on our legislature really promoting policies that directly addressed minority community members. We need action. We need efficient and effective policy that uplifts the voices of and embraces minorities, sorry, this is a black woman, but every minority business and interest.
And your time is up.
Oh,
and that's very good.
Quick question.
Thank you.
Sure.
If I may. Thank you. I was very interested
Thank
in
you.
what you said. Have you experienced any discrimination here in Temecula? I know that's maybe a real personal question, and maybe you don't want to answer it, but I'm very interested in that.
And it's okay if you,
If you don't want
if
to,
you're
it's-
comfortable,
It's not going to affect my answer, but
Right. I don't want to focus on any particular event, but to answer your question, yes, I've experienced racism. And the thing is, it's not just blatant racist acts. It's people not understanding that there's cultural sensitivities. I forgot the gentleman's name. I wonder if he left. He had discussed people, individuals not liking that their heads are touched.
Yes.
It's the same thing with hair and hearing discriminatory things about your hair. That could be solved by having open and honest conversations with individuals.
And just a quick follow-up. You heard me say, the gentleman that you just referenced, that
Right.
that rules or arguments or confrontation, typically we just almost everywhere we look, seem to not move the ball forward in this area. Do you think you have the capability and the attitude of love necessary to move that ball forward?
Simply yes. And just to respond back, yes, what has happened in the city has motivated this commission to make, or this city council to make the Ready Commission, and that's a step forward. There were a lot of peaceful protesters out there who were asking for something like this, and they were heard, and that's a big step forward. And I think that all I have is love. The entire time that I've lived in Temecula, I've found any way possible to provide my service to my community and to work off the experiences I had. And when I was off, at Berkeley, I worked in the community there. Everything needs to be done with empathy, respect, with wanting to know more about other cultures. That's the beginning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very good.
Thank you.
Quick question. Yeah,
Yes.
I read your resume with interest because it's a really unique pathway you've chosen, and I can definitely appreciate that.
Right.
What are your future plans career-wise?
So right now, I am working as a paralegal at an environmental law firm.
Oh my gosh.
And as you've seen from my resume, I'm a person who very much follows her passions. Most of them are very social justice focused. And that's brought me from gardening to doing HIV family prevention in West Africa. But right now, my focus is to delve more deeply into environmental law. I'm hoping that I will be able to attend law school in San Diego. Right now, I'm I'm in the works of getting into environmental policy, but not just environmental policy. Like I said, things like gardening and the environment are more than the environment. They're about people. They're about speaking towards communities. So I've been focused on environmental justice specifically in San Diego and ensuring that people of color in San Diego who are the most affected by pollution and have the least access to green space have that access.
Can you speak real quick on the environmental justice aspect? Where do you see Temecula needing to improve with that regard?
So if I had to speak just based off of my work in Temecula, there seemed to be a lot of reluctance towards creating gardening spaces, which was very surprising to me. But once it moved forward, and once I had to go around trying to get funded, and that was very difficult. Trying to explain like what we're doing and what we're trying to accomplish, because gardening is of course something that's for the soul and for something that builds the community. Yeah. But it also, at the time that I was working at the garden, we were just coming out of the recession. There were many teachers at Great Oak who used that garden, used our harvest to feed their families. So it meant a lot to me that we worked on that, and when I began working on my own project, I did come across barriers, but once I got past them, when people got out there and started working and being amongst their community, my favorite thing was seeing neighbors come out of their house. What's going on over here? The children coming and saying, okay, we're planting broccoli, or look at that broccoli, and they're like, broccoli grows in the ground? Like, broccoli grows in the ground? I've never done this, In regards to environmental justice and pollution, environmental health, I think that we're doing quite well, but I think that there's, of course, more that we could do when it comes to creating urban farms. I'm a little bit more radical on that.
Do you know what Dr. Ron does for a living?
I believe that I'm familiar with your work. You work with sustainability?
I do, yeah.
Yes, sustainability. I've read about you because I was very interested.
Yeah.
But, my memory.
Can I ask you, where did you feel that you were getting the resistance for the gardens? Was it from the homeowners associations? Was it, because I know the city, I don't think we, would have any resistance to that, depending on where it is, of course.
So firstly, I was moving more through the school system and acquiring funds through the school system.
For all the gardens at the
I
work for the district, so.
Yeah. So that was a little bit more complicated because you do have to have a mission statement and speak about like what you're trying to accomplish. And, working overall with the community, trying to get fundraising, it was a little bit more difficult to explain what we were doing. That's what I'm saying. But we were able to do things like have tool drives where it was, people donated their tools for certain events. So overall, the broad community was temperate. I think it's we just got to see what's going on here and how this works to help. But I know I had to, fight tooth and nail to get some funds released, but they did, and it was helpful.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much.
Any more questions? Wow, this was an absolute honor to speak with all of you. Again, the experiences that I had growing up in Temecula, they weren't bad. They weren't the most racist thing ever. I want to say that, but it means a lot to see that your city officials care enough about you to make this happen.
We do.
And thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ivy. Give Mr. Butler an opportunity here. And David, are you here? David? Okay, I don't see David. So Lanita? Lanita? No, Lanita? Okay. Christina Holloway? Okay, so Christina, you are up next, to be followed by James Howey. Okay, James is here as well. And then Imelda. Okay, so Christina, you are up.
Hi, Christina.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Getting
myself situated here. How are you doing?
Good.
My name is Christina Holloway, and I'm here to apply for the Ready Commission. And unlike probably a lot of people you've heard speak today, I've been a resident of Temecula for 3 months. I've just recently moved here from the Washington, D.C. metro region. And so what am I doing here? Why am I applying to a brand new city to sit on a commission after being a resident for 3 months instead of unpacking my house and getting through COVID? I want to start with a story. 2 weeks after moving here, I took my daughters, my 11-year-old and my 6-year-old, to the farmer's market here in Old Town, Temecula. And right at the end, as we were wrapping up our visit, my 11-year-old had a meltdown. She has ADHD. She just got moved across the United States. It was a very difficult moment. And I'm in the parking lot here in Old Town trying to settle her, trying to get her to rest. And a woman pulls up next to me, and her frustration at the fact that my car door was open and I was trying to soothe my child just caused her to explode. And a series of racial epithets and really inappropriate language ensued from her to me in front of my children. And my response wasn't to curse back or flick her off or run her over with my car as I was leaving the parking lot, even though the mama bear inside of me was raging. As Michelle Obama says, when they go low, you go high. So my husband and I bought a house in the Harvesting community, and on that Facebook page, I saw that the Ready Commission had been established the week after that, and they were looking for applications, and it just felt serendipitous. I felt this is where I should go and direct that energy and that feeling that I had from that very first experience being a new resident 2 weeks in with another person in Temecula. So a little bit about my story. We moved here from the Washington, D.C. metro region, but I was born on Camp Pendleton in Oceanside. I went to El Camino High School as a Wildcat, and my life journey just took me back to the East Coast. After my mom retired from the Marine Corps, we went back home to Pennsylvania, where the diversity was not there compared to what I had come used to in Oceanside. And it was a bit of a culture shock, and that had resonated with me for the rest of my life. So much so that as an undergrad at Bloomsburg University in Pennsylvania, I joined a multicultural sorority and spearheaded a lot of events that focused on race, inclusion, diversity, trying to pull together different audiences, helping undergrads to connect to fellow graduates of diverse backgrounds to be able to go forth and get jobs in the community all over the country. Joining the Army, I'm an Army veteran, 9 years. When I was deployed to Iraq, I was part of the Equity Commission there and spearheaded events while we were deployed to help people understand Asian Pacific culture during Asian Pacific Month, to help bridge those gaps, to help propel women's issues forward. Since then, starting my own family, being very active in my daughter's lives, helping them to see that the sky isn't their limit, but they can break outside of that. I worked with a group of, I volunteer with Girl Scouts, and I took a group of 40 Girl Scouts from DC to Huntsville, Alabama last summer to Space Camp, and help them to understand that you have potential that are beyond your wildest dreams. And so helping them to understand that they can move forward and then they can make a change. But working for a global organization now, I work for NTT, which is based out of Tokyo, Japan. My headquarters are in London. With COVID hitting, I had the opportunity to be able to relocate my family. And California felt like home. It was calling me. And Temecula has amazing schools. I've heard phenomenal things about Temecula. I've stayed in contact with friends from Oceanside who've moved up to this area, and we fell in love with Harveston. So in July, we've moved back. And that brings me back to today, where I am, standing in front of you. The diversity that I've experienced here was an experience that I wanted my own children to have growing up, and to experience what I had and my fond memories of being here in Southern California. So I'm thankful that with the climate that we have here, that socially and politically, that the local government has listened and established the READY Commission.
You need to summarize though, Christine.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
And so I would like to bring the diversity of experiences that I have to the READY Commission, with a diverse perspective, all my different walks of life, to what we can do and how we can make change here in Temecula today.
Very good. Anybody have a question? Nope.
Thank you, Christina.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
I'm going to give Mr. Butler a moment here, and then Lanita, are you here? No? All right, so James, I know you're here. And then after James, Imelda. Okay, so Imelda, you'll be after James. Welcome, James.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Appreciate it very much. Might get a little bit closer here. A little bit change of pace. My application was for the Community Services Group. And just a quick little bio on me. And I know, in fact, I forgot what I submitted in my actual resume and application. It's been a while. I didn't print out a copy of it myself. But my family and I have been a resident in Temecula for 19 years, transplants from Orange County. My wife of 30 years, she's a SPED teacher here at Temecula Unified School District. We've raised 2 kids in this community. Both graduated out of Great Oak. Both have achieved their master's degrees now and are productive folks in San Diego and Los Angeles. As far as myself, I've had 30 years in corporate sales and business development. And my passion, my heart for community services is something that's actually grew when I came into Temecula. And that is because myself and my family have been beneficiaries of the programs that Temecula had in place over the years. My kids were involved in a lot of activities, from sports and park and rec to even just the dog parks that we would take our dogs out to and just meeting people. The closest relationships that my wife and I have today in our family are the people that we met through being involved in just sports, baseball, soccer, softball. And those relationships are still with us today. Those kids and those relationships really kind of spurred that on. And that's something that's, it's kind of on my heart. And what I see the value of the community services and what has been done over the years, I want to be in a position to help preserve that. My kids are out of the house, but there's other families that are in this community. And I've seen a lot of wonderful things that have been done in the community services group. And I want to make sure that this community, and my job is to preserve that for the families now and the families coming into this community in the future. I've been a valuable experience to myself. In the last year and a half, I'm in a very blessed position right now and some kind of feel kind of a moral obligation to pay back for my own experiences and my family's own experiences, pay it forward, so to speak, within the community services group. An unfortunate position in that I've kind of looked at my career, my corporate career, rearranging that through experiences and near-death experiences that I had. Unfortunately, Temecula Valley Hospital, which once this COVID thing shakes out a little bit, I'll get back into the volunteering at. So that was a little bit of awakening last year. And then this year, 2020, which we've all experienced interesting things, But my dad passed away earlier this year. I had to put my mom, who has Alzheimer's, in the memory care unit. So it's been quite an interesting year. But it's good. It's been good. And so, excuse me, I kind of look back and kind of reprioritize things. So instead of spectating and being a user of services, which I have been in this community for quite some time, it's time to kind of get off my butt and begin to participate and actively participate. One of the things that I did, in fact, this year, and one of the things I'm not quite sure I can submit in here, maybe Randy with you, but I have a reference letter which didn't make it into my application, and did a lot of work with Jessica Alexander. So I have her letter from me, and did a lot of work on her campaign this past 3-4 months, and we're very successful as a group and as a team that we were. So I wanted to, at least, if I can, I'm not sure if I'm able to, or...
You can just leave it, go ahead and just leave it there, and then I'll distribute it after.
But, you know, that's it. I just feel very, you know, really blessed and fortunate, and it's got time to kind of pay that back to the city and to the community and the people that have been involved on the Community Services Committee over these years. So I'm open for any questions.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you,
Thank you
James.
so
Thank
much.
you,
Appreciate
James.
it.
Thanks for coming.
And Imelda, if you want to hold on for just a second there.
Good morning, Imelda.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I did apply for the Race, Equity, Diversion, and Inclusion Committee. I would be honored to serve on the first Ready Commission for Temecula. It shows Temecula's commitment to bring residents together, so I would like to be a part of that. Just a bit about myself. I have been a Temecula resident for a little over 7 years. I am a military spouse. My husband's active duty in the Air Force. I have 3 kids, 2 enrolled in school here in Temecula, 1 in college, as well as 3 grandchildren. My latest grandchild was born on Halloween, so super excited about that. A little bit more about myself. I have over 20 years in local government experience. I have worked for Vista, the city of Escondido, and currently the city of Menifee, where I am a senior management analyst in the city manager's office. I really enjoy working in local government. I love to serve the public. I would love to serve the community where I live as well, and that's one of the reasons I applied for the Ready Commission. I also, just a bit about my education. I am a first-generation university graduate. I have a master's in public administration, a bachelor's in sociology, and also a professional certificate in grant writing. I also belong to a few professional organizations, one which is the Municipal Management Association of Southern California. I am a regional board member for that association. I've been a member for over 5 years now. I also wanted to I also noted in my application that, you know, I was raised by parents who didn't have many opportunities. They worked hard, though. They provided as much as they could for us. They were strong advocates for us, always encouraged working hard and going to school and just being the best you can be and looking for opportunities. So they were our advocates, and I would love to be an advocate for individuals in Temecula who feel that maybe they don't have opportunities or they have limited opportunities. And so I feel with my background in both local government and also I have served as a clerk for Parks, Recreation, and Trails Commission in Menifee, and also a Public Arts Commission in Vista, where I was a liaison and also the clerk there. And so I feel with that experience, I can reach out to a broad range of individuals. I love to collaborate. I love to share ideas. I love to be innovative. I already have a lot of ideas going on with this commission. I've been brainstorming, but even, you know, if I'm not chosen this year to be on this commission, you'll still see me around volunteering, and as I do want to be more active in where I live. Temecula is a great place. I really enjoy it. I have a lot of experience in doing workshops, programming, events, summits, and I would love to just be part of this. It's a great cause. It's a great direction where Temecula is heading, and I do believe I have not just technical and analytical skills, but also the desire and to help and to move forward in creating Temecula a better place. It's already a great place, but just moving forward with making it the best it can absolutely be. I think I might have spoken quickly, but I am open to any questions. Like I mentioned before, I know how policies work. I'm excited to hopefully get the chance to make recommendations on programs and action plans, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I do want to also note that I did also volunteer a handful of times here in Temecula before I started working in Menifee. So that was an awesome experience.
Oh, we won't hold Menifee against you. We like those guys.
Okay.
Mike, you have a question?
Just a real quick question. I knew I saw you somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Yeah.
did see me.
Yeah.
You saw me there.
Tell
Yeah.
me, boy, in your presentation, you hit a lot of the marks. Give us one of your ideas.
So I would like to, one of my ideas is to do a ready action plan that aligns with Temecula's quality of life master plan. That's one idea. I have several more, listening sessions, educational forums. I mean, I can probably go on and on, looking at policies, making recommendations to ensure that there's language in there that's, that addresses ready, ready
Yeah.
factors.
If we don't have any teeth, we can't do anything. You know,
Right,
we've gotta have-
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
But thank you. I thought you looked familiar.
Yes, thank you. And I did send an email. I did build my pool earlier this year. The staff in Temecula was amazing.
I remember that.
Yes, the kids are loving the pool. So
Oh, good.
Yes.
Good. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Imelda. It was good to see you. Okay. So Mr. Butler's going to do his thing, and then I just want to go back really quickly. Lenita, are you here? No? Okay.
And Councilmember Schwank will be right back.
No problem. David Frischman, are you here? Okay. All right. So next up, we'll actually wait till Councilmember Schwank gets back. And then we'll hear from Ross. I do see you. And then Maria Elena? No? Okay. David Jarman? Okay, David, I see you. And then Wendy Johnson? I don't see Wendy yet. Okay, so if you want, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, we can take a...
Are we ahead of, sort of?
We're running on time now.
Okay. I think he'll be right back.
Okay.
You can't talk amongst yourselves because you can't get that close together.
Okay, so we will go with Ross Jackson and then David Jarman.
Morning, Council.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Name is Ross Jackson. As you well know, I've been a member of this community since 2003. Actively worked on a lot of projects within the city. Worked with the arts in the art developments, doing First Fridays when Judy was here. And I'm on the Old Town Merchants Association as vice chair. I am also, as you well know, I'm also on the Old Town Local Review Board as the vice chair. As if I don't have enough to do, I feel very strongly about this diversity group that's being developed. And I wrote some notes in regards to it. You have the ready, and it starts with race. But I also put a word in there, it's respect. We have to respect the races, and we have to teach them. And that's basically under equity, equity for all, and yet being fair and fair-minded. And my word was education. If we don't teach them how to be equitable, how do they learn to be respectful? Diversity is also a development of understanding. They have to understand why they were protesting and what they were protesting for, instead of saying, well, I was there because my friends were there. No. Diversity is meaning that they have to understand their issues. Inclusion means involvement. Plain and simple. They need to be involved in the community, understand the community that they live in. If you're not involved, how can you be included? And it's a state of mind. You have to have that state of mind to involve everyone that's in it. I've spoken to every one of you on projects that we're working on, as you well know. And every once in a while, we all get mad at each other. But that's part of the problem, is that we don't allow the people the time to understand the issues. They just get out there in the middle of it and run amok. This right here, this Ready Commission, will help the fact that we will teach, we will educate. We will not just let them run amok. And by doing so, we're going to have a better organization of people, just like you did a couple weeks ago on the city council steps. I believe in this country, and I believe in this community. I've been here since 2003, transplanted from Seattle, a very liberal state. But that didn't mean that I was a liberal. That meant that I believed in everybody. You move because you move. I'm also a disabled vet, Vietnam veteran, served from 72 to 80. But I don't use that as an excuse to get anything done. I work on my own laurels, my own responsibilities. My word is my bond, and I try to keep to that bond. I have no hidden agendas. I have no issues. I don't believe that I have to have an agenda to be part of a commission. I believe in the facts, and the facts are the people in front of me. You are a servant. That's what I'm looking for, to be a servant to these people, to hear and to listen what they're asking for. Not to present my agenda or the state agenda, but their agenda. The government says we serve the people, and that's what I feel like we should do. So in closing, your Ready Commission, I've already added 4 new words to it: respect, education, development of understanding, and involvement. And I hope with that you consider me for the position.
Any questions? Nope. Nope.
Sorry to see you leave,
Thank you. That's
Thank
very
you,
kind.
Ross.
but it's been fun.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Greg. Maria Elena? Okay. David? Wendy Johnson? Wendy? Okay. Monica Lacombe? Okay. So David and then Monica.
Good morning, David.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and to express my desire to serve. I'll tell you a little bit about myself, along with my background and the reason I've chosen to try to serve the city of Temecula. So my name is David Jarman. My wife and I, Karen, have been in Temecula since 2001. I have an undergraduate degree, bachelor's degree in business from Long Beach State, and a master's degree from Pepperdine. I am a marketing manager for a large tire company. Not sure I can tell you who they are, but we have a bunch of blimps that fly around all the time, so I give it away. Throughout my, I travel extensively throughout North America, and have also, when I was a much younger man, I served a humanitarian mission in Spain for 2 years. And so I've been able to see throughout my travels what makes cities great and what makes them not so great. And I'd like to bring that experience that I have to the commission that I've applied for. My wife and I moved here. We first arrived here. We were passing through in 1988, and it was a much different looking city back then than it is now. But we knew immediately we wanted to live here. And so we worked on that, and when we were able to, job-wise, we moved here in 2001. We raised all three of our kids here. They all went through grade school, junior high, and high school. One of our oldest son is a deputy DA in San Diego. Our middle daughter just started her, she has a master's in social work, and she just started her first job out of college. And our middle son is a marketing executive for an internet company. And as I think about it, it really took a village to raise these kids. I'm not sure what they would have ended up doing or what they could have accomplished or not accomplished, but it took the entire city of Temecula and the wonderful schools that we have here and the experiences and the friends that they gained here to accomplish what they've been able to accomplish. I really don't think that we could have done it on our own. It took a village. It took the village of Temecula to set them on their way to accomplish the things that they have accomplished. And I guess in closing, I'd just like to say that I would like to marry my experience in viewing the ups and downs of other cities with the gratitude that we feel for this community that we have built here. There's something special about this place, and we knew it as soon as we drove through here. As soon as we saw it, we knew it. And we're empty nesters now, and my wife and I had the decision to make. You know, should we move to, I don't know, down by the beach where it's cooler or anywhere else? But we really still feel that there's something very special about this community, and so we've chosen to be here, and we'll probably die here. So that's the way we feel about it, and I would really like to take the opportunity to pay back some of the things that we have gained from living here in Temecula.
Thank you, David. Any questions? You know, we say when you love Temecula, it loves you back.
Well, thank you.
And it really does.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Okay, so Wendy, are you here? No? Okay. Hi, Monica.
Hi, Monica. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Oh, just really quickly, Monica, did we get a chance to, in between? I'm sorry, Monica.
There you go.
Ready?
Yep, you're good. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I've lived in
Come really close, really close.
I've lived in Temecula for 20 years, and Mayor Pro Tem, I'm actually the mayor of South Temecula. I'm just going to leave that right there for you.
Oh, Mayor South Temecula.
I'm the mayor of South Temecula. I'm just joking.
I know.
I've lived in Temecula for 20 years. My kids have grown up here. They went to Paba, Gardner, and are now, I have a freshman at Great Oak and a junior. He plays water polo for Great Oak. I love our town, and sometimes I hate it here. It's a very beautiful place to live, and at the same time, it breaks my heart.
Step in a little closer.
It breaks my heart when I see the things that happen here. To be a resident in a place that where sometimes I don't feel welcome, it's hard. It's really, really hard. And then sometimes I do, so it's kind of weird. The girl Ivy made me cry because she could be my daughter, and she is evident of what we do in our community. She is our future, and I pray that my kids turn out as well as she did. And I believe that she turned out well because of her experiences here in Temecula. I'm a yoga teacher, and I would like to serve on our community because I really believe that
It's okay.
I know that, you know, it's a good place to live. It's a good place to raise kids. It's a good place, to be family. Like, I'm neighbors. Like, I've lived on the same block for 20 years. We're family, but we're not. But we are family. Mr. Nagar, I'm sorry if I didn't say your name right. You talked about special needs. My son is, even though he plays water polo and he swims for Great Oak, he has autism. And I don't know, whether or not that matters, but I know that I want to help Temecula grow and be better at what they do. I'm very outspoken, so I can't believe that I don't have the words.
You're doing just fine, just fine.
Do you guys have any questions?
Well, I can tell you this, one of the purposes of this commission is to make sure that you do feel welcome, you know, and we can't always control, mean people are gonna be mean, but we want you to feel welcome, you know, in the community as a whole. We want you to know that you're part of this city and you're welcome here, and we are very interested in what you have to say, and we care about you because you're one of us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sometimes less is more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think you did just fine.
No questions? I want to be a part of the team because I want to help Temecula grow and be better. I know that we can be better.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Okay, so Mark Letourneau? Mark? Okay, if you give us just a second here, and then David Lewis. Okay, I see David. Anna Lynch. Okay, great. So we will have Mark, and then David, and then Anna.
Mark, how are you?
Well, thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Temecula City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to apply for one of the Public Traffic Safety Commission positions. My family moved to Temecula when the United States Marine Corps assigned me to Camp Pendleton, and we purchased our home in Paseo del Sol in March of 2000. My wife of 35 years, Debbie, and I were both born and raised in Northern California, but we found the beauty and opportunity of Temecula, and we planted our roots, and we have other family members who have also planted their roots in Temecula. During my 20-year career in the United States Marine Corps and 10-year career as a defense contractor, I had the opportunity to travel extensively, not only in the United States, but also in Europe and Asia, so I've been exposed to a varied background of traffic issues. In 2004, I started a residential property management company, working from my garage using an old desktop computer. As our company has grown, we've hired locally, and while we've upgraded the equipment, we still daily practice the important values of respect, professionalism, honor, and integrity. As part of my job, I daily drive the streets of Temecula, as this is where I live and work. While I commuted to work for more than a decade, since 2012, I've chosen to work exclusively in my community. I currently serve as the Senior Vice Commander of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 4089, Temecula Valley. Our post adopted the Veterans Park on La Serena and I'm there at that park on the first and third Saturdays, cleaning it and keeping our park beautiful. I also currently serve as a board member on the Homeowner Association, and I've served on the Homeowner Association Enforcement Review and Communications and Information Committees. Debbie and I are also active with our church. In summary, I'm an Eagle Scout, a retired United States Marine, an active participant with my family and in my community, and I would like to continue my career in public service on the Temecula Public Traffic Safety Commission. Thank you for your time and consideration. Bless you all for the work you do on the city's behalf.
Oh, well, thank you, Mark. Anybody have any questions? Eagle Scout and Marine. Oh, that's more than I can take today. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mark.
And Mark, what HOA? Did you tell us and did I just miss it?
I was with Paseo del Sol.
Paseo, okay.
And then Los Ranchitos.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, David? And then after David, Anna.
Hi, David.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards and the Temecula City Council, thank you very much for allowing me an opportunity to be here before you to ask for your consideration to serve on the Public Traffic Safety Commission. My name is Dave Lewis, and I think that I can offer the commission a unique perspective, having served as a member of public safety. I'm currently a fire captain. Been in fire and EMS since I was 18 years old. I'm currently 45 years old. My wife, my 3 children, we all live here in Temecula's 1st District. All 3 of my kids go to Great Oak. And I believe that my career in fire and emergency services offers a very unique perspective to that commission, in that there are times where we are expected to meet certain response times. And let me be clear, I don't serve in the Temecula or even Riverside County. I serve in an agency outside of this county, so I wouldn't believe there would be any kind of conflict of interest. But there are certain response times that we are required to meet, and our citizens expect that we meet those response times. And I believe that there are certain commissions or boards that will put together things that they believe are in the best interest of the citizens to slow down or control traffic. Those things are speed bumps, gates, things of that nature. And I don't understand or don't believe that they understand that those are barriers to public safety response.
Yep.
My father was a police officer growing up. My mom was also one of the first female deputy sheriffs with Los Angeles County. So I have, again, my entire life has been in, serving the public, understanding what it means to be a public servant, and hearing stories and experiencing those stories myself for not being able to do what it is that we are put there for, based on other people's good intentions, if that makes any sense. I'm starting to ramble, get a little nervous speaking in public,
You're doing
unfortunately.
fine.
Very calm when it comes to somebody's house burning down or something like that, but standing in front of people speaking, it's a completely different thing.
Well,
So,
calm where it matters. That's, that's important.
try to be, yes, ma'am. So anyway, I'm just asking for your consideration and allowing me the opportunity to serve on the Public Traffic Safety Commission, again, so I can offer that unique perspective to you, serve at your pleasure. Are there any questions or anything
As
else
a
that I
former
can answer?
traffic safety commissioner, I loved it. We really get to work with people closely because people are passionate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm currently, the president of Camp Pendleton International Association of Firefighters, and so I am able to represent a number of members. So I understand what it means to sit on a committee, sit on a board, and represent a certain group of people, which would be the citizens of Temecula.
Well, thank you. Any questions? No?
Real quick. So you answered one of my questions right there. Second one was regarding the traffic issues. Do you have any direct experience in traffic at all?
Not managing traffic. I am responsible for teaching both police and fire at my agency how to drive emergency vehicles. And so, again, that other unique perspective, just having, again, since I was 18 years old, driving ambulances in cities all over San Diego County for the most part, having not worked up in this area, but
Okay, no, thank you so much.
absolutely,
Appreciate it.
sir. Thank you.
Hey,
Thanks
thanks
for
a
the
lot.
opportunity.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, David. Okay, Anna, if you'll give us a second, you'll be next. And then David Maddox, I see you here, so you'll be after Anna. And then Dallas McLaughlin, you're here as well. Great. So it'll be Anna, David, and Dallas.
Hi, Anna, how are you?
Hello. Thank you, council and committee members, for your time and attention today. My name is Anna Lynch, and I come before you as a candidate for the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee. As the granddaughter of an immigrant refugee and the daughter of Latin American diplomats, my desire and passion to serve others with consideration runs deep. A Bengali poet and novelist, Tagore, said, "He who wants to do good knocks at the gate. He who loves finds the gate open." I found a place to serve and love in middle school. Each year I attended a summer camp where we were trained and assigned to help a family for weeks at a time. I did this all through high school, and my sophomore year traveled to Antigua, Guatemala to teach English at an all-girls remote school in a village. My early adult years, I served the northern border of Mexico as a liaison for churches and communities to build homes. And more recently, I founded the Great Oak Rugby Club, where 2 participants with disabilities weren't able to play on the field. So we found really unique positions for them, like hype man, equipment manager, and sideline referee. I also studied abroad in Spain and currently use my Spanish some days as I work at a Title I school within TVUSD. I assist in social and emotional learning behavior. My first job with TVUSD supported the moderate to severe autistic population. Having raised 4 children in TVUSD, I experienced advocating for their needs as they each suffered unique health and learning challenges. My youngest and only daughter attends Great Oak and is part of the LGBTQIA population, to which I support 100%. All 4 of my children attended Red Hawk Elementary together many years ago, which brings me to share an experience that enhances my desire to serve with you. August 20th, my daughter and I joined over 100 members in our neighborhood to attend the Not All Teachers Look the Same rally. We learned that a week prior, an African-American TVUSD employee was racially profiled by a neighboring couple who claimed she did not in fact work there because they knew everyone who worked there. At the rally, the son of the couple engaged with me, my daughter, and most of the crowd as we walked peacefully. He was distressed, and I must applaud the rally attendees for their diplomacy and respect toward the young man defending his parents. My heart broke hearing the testimony of the teacher, and no matter anyone's opinion of the event, her claim that we all have implicit biases that influence our thoughts and actions is imperative to understand. These biases affect how we treat people. I have lived in District 1 within walking distance of both Great Oak and Red Hawk since 2007, having lived in LA and Orange County beforehand. While diversity is slowly trickling in, we are still so far behind as social media slurs against our Black community have reached peers at Great Oak, and just 2 weeks ago, shocking truth came right to my doorstep. An impressive young African-American articulate man named Emmanuel came to the house and gave the best 30-second sales pitch for a newspaper subscription I had ever heard. His goal was to reach enough points to have a scholarship for UCLA. Intrigued, I invited him in and asked how his day was going. 6.5 hours, and he'd only made 1 sale. Noticing his exhaustion and myself needing to sit down, I engaged with Emmanuel further and asked how hard it must be to do door-to-door sales. He told me he had only been called the N-word 3 times this day. He went on to explain the magnitude of pain it brings a child of 16 to hear this from adults. District 1, down the street from Red Hawk Elementary. The Riverside County Board of Supervisors declared racism a public health crisis in a 5-0 vote after hearing that systemic racism causes persistent racial discrimination in housing, education, and employment. If that's not enough, 3rd District Supervisor Chuck Washington added, "America is blessed with incredible diversity that makes us unique and is one of our strengths. But systemic racism in our country continues to limit opportunities for communities of color in ways that damage physical and mental health across generations." Temecula City, it is here among us, and for some, inside of us too. We must do better. Council and members, I ask to represent District 1 for such required change. As Bertolt Brecht, a German playwright, said, "None will improve your lot if you yourself do not." Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No? No? Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Anna. All right, David, you will be next after we get a moment here, and then Dallas.
So David, how's your mom? Good. And Rebecca, is she still teaching?
Oh, yeah, my sister's still teaching at TVHS. Yep.
She's right across the street from me. I'm at the district office. You'd get over there and see her.
Yeah, yeah, they're doing the whole virtual thing this year.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. So it's really good to see you all again. I know it's been a little while. Earlier this year, towards the beginning of the shutdown, I was on my way to work one day when I looked out the window and I noticed that there were no other cars on the road, which was, a little unusual, a little unsettling. I mean, at first I couldn't even remember the last time that the roads were that empty around here, until I thought back to the very early days of Temecula. The Temecula I grew up in was classic Temecula, the way it was in the 90s, back when there were a lot fewer of us, and it seemed like you knew everyone's car. It was back in a time when we still had some dirt roads and mountain bike trails endlessly crisscrossed the untamed, undeveloped hillsides. It was back in a time when everybody across the whole valley rooted for the Golden Bears. And we thought of ourselves as a singular, tight-knit community. Now, I still look at Temecula that way. No matter how the district lines might shift from census to census, I'll always think of Temecula as one city. And as a commissioner, I would make my recommendations from that vantage point, right, on the basis of what's best for the city at large and what's most equitable for all Temecula residents. Now, our little town has grown and improved a lot since those early days. There are a lot more people here now, more voices, more viewpoints. And along with that, my own view of the world has been challenged and updated. The core Temecula values that I grew up with haven't really changed for me, but what has changed is the vocabulary I use to describe those values. I think we've seen this year how important it is that we choose our words thoughtfully. And we've seen in other cities, unfortunately, how dysfunction can creep into local government when civic leaders lean back from difficult conversations, when they disengage or retreat into partisan bunkers. Now, Temecula has avoided that pitfall for 31 years. And I hope to continue that tradition. Right? I aim to be a stabilizing force, and I would aspire to be the kind of commissioner who listens and gives others the benefit of the doubt, who builds consensus and strikes a balance. To that end, I believe that the single most important thing we can do as a city is to ensure that Temecula continues to be, by every objective measure, a safe place to work, live, and raise a family. But I also believe that impressions and reputation matter. And I don't just want our residents to be safe. It's important to me that people also feel safe in our city, and those two things are not always one and the same. On the one hand, public perception of risk can sometimes exceed the reality, and a leader needs to be able to make rational decisions based on science and data and modeling. But on the other hand, no complaint should be too small for us to hear. And when a problem of any size captures the attention of the public, I see that as an opportunity to engage with my neighbors and tap into that civic energy and make our city even better. That is the approach that I would take as a commissioner. And I'd say that it's generally the same approach that has gotten us to where we are today as a city.
Yeah.
Because Temecula is not an accident. Right? It's a promise that we make to our kids and to each other. And if you select me to serve on one of our commissions, you can be certain that I'll uphold that promise. Thank you so much for spending your day with us, and stay safe.
Thank you, David. Any questions?
Yeah, just a quick clarification. David, are you, it has here you're applying for public traffic safety.
That's right.
Okay, so that's what you're pursuing, correct?
Yeah. You know, I would be up to the challenge of serving in any capacity that you might select me for, but I do think it's important to be focused on one thing, to study it and do it well. And PTSC is the area where I've done the most homework and where I think I can do the most good for our city.
Thank you.
And it's obviously the most fun commission.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm just saying, community services thinks they are, but I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Say hi to your mom. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. And then we will hear from Dallas McLaughlin and then Samantha McLaughlin. Okay. I know Tammy Meyer is unable, so you must be Margaret. Okay, awesome. So we will hear from Dallas, and then we will hear from Margaret, and then we will be breaking for lunch.
Hi, Dallas.
Hi, Dallas.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Good.
Good, fantastic. Thank you guys for having us all. It's been a long day. Lunch is around the corner, so I will dive in. When my family moved here back in 2017, we did so because friends of ours had just moved up and told us to check it out. To be honest, we were from San Diego, and we didn't think much about Temecula other than ranches. But they kept telling us to come look around. They finally convinced us to come for dinner, and they took us to Old Town Temecula. We immediately fell in love. I'm a sucker for historic sites and antique shops, so Old Town Temecula essentially had me at hello. A week later, we signed a lease in Paloma del Sol and haven't looked back. I'm a writer by trade, and as one of my favorite things to do, I write outside. Old Town Temecula provided the perfect backdrop for this. I'd write at the press, walk over to some antique shops, the Old Town Record Shop, and then grab a quick bite. To say that Old Town Temecula is charming is an understatement. My entire life has been one dedicated to education, whether writing Emmy Award-winning television based in that, or planning and developing live events at one of the biggest theme parks in Southern California. My interest in this post is twofold. One, I've already seen the great care and commitment this community places in its history, and not only celebrating that, but protecting it. Two, I am a part of the growth this city has seen over the last decade. People are drawn to Temecula for its beautiful landscape, wonderful wine, great school districts, its affordability, and of course, I mention it again, the wine. The first one is something I take very seriously. As a part of the Old Town Local Review Board, I would dedicate myself to celebrating and protecting the historical significance of this city while embracing and collaborating on new ideas and events that brings these significances to the locals and tourists alike. Protecting the very honest infrastructure in place while always searching for new ones to highlight the continued growth this city has inside and out. The second reason also doubles as my intent on the Planning Commission. I do represent the newer wave of resident in Temecula, which continues to grow day by day. While I embrace change, I also moved here for a few specific reasons, one of them being how much we love the city as is. My intent would never be to ignore progress, but to guide it while keeping the integrity of this beautiful city intact. Now let's be honest, the last thing Temecula needs is to lose that identity, but there also needs to be a strong desire to keep things moving forward and to be ready and plan for growth this city can and should accommodate. I love being a part of this community, and now it's time to put that love to the test and see how I can be a stronger voice within it. Hearing the changes that people would like to make, collaborating with the commission, boards, and city officials to weigh those changes and decide as a community what is best for our collective future. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's that we're all in this together, and I look forward to helping shape this city into the next decade. Thank you.
So, Dallas, do you
Yes.
have a preference between?
You know, if I had a preference, it would probably be the Old Town Local Review Board. It's where I always gravitate towards to do my own work and where we love spending time.
Okay. Good choice. I mean, I would love Old Town's amazing. Anybody have questions? Nope.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Dallas. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Margaret.
Margaret, is it Meineke? Step right up.
I get the enviable right before lunch spot.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Margaret Meinke, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm a native of California, having been born at Loma Linda and raised in San Bernardino. We moved to Temecula in 1994. We've been part of this community ever since. I attended local colleges and universities and now have my master's degree in education and a California teaching credential. My husband John and I have been married for 42 years and have 5 daughters. While I was raising my family, I was not actively involved in community projects. But now that my children are adults, I've become increasingly more involved in local community organizations. And I also currently work as a piano teacher and also, prior to COVID, a substitute teacher in 3 districts. My community involvement started with the Temecula Valley Rose Society. It was a pleasure to work in the Rose Heritage Garden and help start the Families in the Garden program that offered a monthly experience for families. Later, I became a member of the Sierra Club and began environmental work. I now coordinate the Facebook page for them, and I'm currently the chair of Education and Outreach. We are connecting all the local environmental educators to share information and exchange ideas. We are starting to work more with local libraries on STEM programs offered to their communities. And we support the work being done at the Santa Rosa Plateau and the Santa Margarita Ecological Reserve. Eventually, I joined the Temecula Valley Women's Club and am active in the Conservation Committee. We have outings and field trips, such as the kayak adventure at Lake Skinner last month. We also select community projects to support financially, such as the gardens at the local high schools, Rose Haven Heritage Garden, and the Community Center. We recently helped the city of Temecula become a Tree City USA through the Arbor Day Foundation. I love the volunteer focus and emphasis on local community projects. If I am selected to be on the Community Services Commission, I look forward to using my passion, abilities, integrity, and education towards service to the city of Temecula. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Any questions?
Just a quick,
Matt?
just wanted to say, it's nice seeing you.
Nice to see you, Matt.
And just a quick one, you know, on the Community Services Commission, there's a lot of events and things that the city does, and some definitely some signature events, although this year's been a little bit challenging. What, if you were to, two questions. One is, if you were to pick your favorite event, what would that be? And the second one is, if we're missing something in our portfolio, what do you think that is?
Those are good questions. I haven't been to a lot of events. The first one I was amazed at was the Easter event at Harveston, where we planted the trees for the Arbor Day celebration.
Yeah.
And I was so impressed. I was like, everyone should be coming here and doing this. And this kind of thing, it was outside my radar. It's like, I didn't know these things were happening. So now it's becoming a little more familiar to me, and I think providing that information to people would be really important in as many ways as we can. Communication is always the hardest piece of this because, you know, what do we use? Smoke signals?
Yeah.
Pony Express? How do we get the message out? So it's something I would love to think about, because engaging more people in their community seems to be really important. And I know there's people out there feeling isolated.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so having a place to belong and feeling welcome, that's very, very important.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Have a great day.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, with that, we will go ahead and enter into our lunch break.
Okay. Do I need to like officially recess or anything?
No, you're fine.
That was a woohoo for lunch.
Woohoo for lunch.
Okay, so we are back now, and we are live streaming once again. Again, we are about halfway through today's November 19th special city council meeting for the City Council of the City of Temecula to appoint members to the Old Town Local Review Board and the Community Services, Planning, Public Traffic Safety, and Race, Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity Commissions. Again, if there is an applicant that is not present today, it does not disqualify them in any way. They may be absent for a variety of reasons, and their application and documents already submitted are still being considered. With that, if you would like, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, I can go ahead and start calling the names. We'll continue to call them in threes, and again, for the record, the agenda packet is available online at temeculaca.gov, and that does include all the redacted versions of the applications.
So yes, let's call the next candidate.
Okay,
please.
so next we have Peg Moore, Ivan Moses, and Rudy Navarro. So Peg I don't see, Ivan I don't see, Rudy. Okay, Rudy, you are up next.
Rudy's
then.
here. Hi, how are you?
Good. Which mic am I using?
Right there.
This one.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, and staff. My name is Rudy Navarro. I have been a resident of Temecula for a little over 10 years. Some of you I know, some of you I don't. I have been in elected office when I was the ripe age of 23. I served as the city treasurer of the city of Southgate.
That's where I remember.
There you go. And I've never really come in front of the city council to speak unless there's something important. You guys do a great job, and feel very blessed to live in this community. Last time I think I spoke on a subsequent matter was when E-Verify was on the agenda years and years ago. Learned a lot about the city, learned about where the mindset maybe at the time of the community was. Had a few experiences of my own, some funny, some not. But what I've learned throughout the years and being here, it's the fear of the unknown. You know, this commission's important. I've listened to parts of the interview process this afternoon and this morning. One of the things that I did not think about was people with special needs. Councilman Nagar, you asked that question at least once. I don't know how many times it was asked. I have a brother with special needs. He's my older brother. I've been on the board of his adult program and volunteered. I'm the proud son of Mexican immigrants. Both my brother and I have been and are public servants. My brother is a police officer out in Los Angeles City, where I served in Southgate. I am now in private industry. I am the head of human resources for California for a big restaurant franchise group. Obviously, that entails a lot of dealing with a lot of different people and taking into consideration not only race, but we're talking about sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, special needs up and down the state of California. I was able to bring people to the organization that have autism, people that are deaf, and a variety of other, introducing a variety of other things within the organization. This commission, I think, is important in our time because we need to understand each other. You know, there was a movie that said, one of the hardest things in the world is to be Mexican-American. You have to be more Mexican than the Mexican and more American than the American. You have to know about John Wayne and Agustin Lara at the same time. You know, our European brothers and sisters, our Asian brothers and sisters are on the other side of the ocean. We are right here. And we still have a lot of division. And it was funny, during the election, I was wearing a Biden-Harris mask, and there was Trump supporters that were in front of me. And at that moment, we just started talking as brothers and sisters. we took everything else apart, and we have a lot of things in common, but what we don't do is talk to each other. And being on a commission as an advisory person to you all, because you guys are the policymakers, it's important that we understand not only where you're coming from, but where the community's coming from, and that we're able to bridge those two things together. We don't know what we don't know. We are in very, to use a cliche, uncharted territory with the division that's happening in our community, but also with the unknown of COVID, right? Being in the restaurant industry, we're changing things almost on a daily basis. And that's learning how to deal with personalities, people who don't have money. And diversity is not only, again, the race, it's also the social economic status. You know, I live in what I think I call the older part of Temecula. I live out in close to Chaparral High School. I'm in District 2, I believe, is where I'm at. And even what I've seen here is, I've been told, oh, you live in the poorer part of Temecula. And those are comments that have come out. And I'm like, wait, I'm from Southeast LA. What are you talking about? Yeah. Right? And we can all understand probably where that was coming from. Since moving here, my wife and I have 2 young girls, 4 and 6 years old, and we're very happy that the city has Folklorico and has things that we can teach them. But we also need to understand that we're in this country and we need to be a major part and we need to be a fabric of our community. And that's what I want to instill in my daughters and hopefully bring to you all as being part of this commission. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
So, excuse me, Rudy, I mean, you know what it's like to be in office.
Yes.
And this commission, it will be controversial at times. I mean, I think the council has an idea of what the commission's mission will be, and it's going to be things like, you know, going through all of our policies, making sure that our policies and programs are inclusive, that they're, you know, we aren't unknowingly, you know, deterring people from, you know, that kind of thing. And then, of course, things are going to come up, that commission, so it could, you know, it has a potential to be a very exciting place.
Right.
But also the place that probably you can make as much difference today. It's something that's really needed today, and so you can really make a difference in that commission. So, I mean, you really want to get started in that again?
You know,
I mean, not like it's a bad thing, because we love it. We love it, but...
My goal is to, at least now, not to be in public office as far as running for office again.
Yeah.
However, there is a variety of ways we can make a change. And being in your shoes at one point, and I was very young, I was 23 years old when I first got elected. 23 to about 29 years old, or just, actually no, I just turned 30 when I left office. Being part of an advisory panel to advise the policymakers, hey guys, this is what I think this looks like, or this is where we think this should go, is just that, an advisory panel.
Yes, it is
even in my role right now, heading human resources, I don't make any of the decisions. I take, let's say, investigations, whether it's discrimination, sexual harassment, whatever, ball it up and say, here you go, people who run the restaurants, this is what we found and this is my recommendation. And I'll make a pretty good argument for that recommendation, but it's ultimately your decision. We don't know what this diversity commission is going to look like. We don't know what it's going to look like in 2 weeks, right? So the people that get appointed to this commission now could set the groundwork for what it might look like 10 years from now, what the council is going to look like 10 years from now. We don't know. There's going to be a ton of controversy. There's going to be a ton of disagreement. However, there has to be one vision, and that's the betterment of Temecula. Temecula is the beacon of Southwest Riverside County. And so there's going to be a lot of attention on the eyes of this commission, but ultimately it's going to go back to you guys on the council because you guys are the policymakers. The commission is simply an advisory board.
You have a perfect understanding of what it will be.
Either that or I talk a good game, one of the two.
No, you do. I mean, that's exactly what the function of a commission, unless it's the planning commission, which does have approval authority, but you're exactly right. And I think a lot of people have different expectations for that commission, for this commission. So I just wanted to make sure.
I completely understand. And right now.
Because we talked before. You and I talked before.
Oh, yeah. And I haven't had a chance to meet Mike. I've met, Councilmember Nagar. I haven't met Councilmember Schrank yet or Ron. And I've seen you guys, and I've heard, especially during the spring and summer when everything was going on, the level of discussion that was going on in the council. It's very brave on some of the conversations you guys were having in some very difficult times. So it made me very proud to be represented by you all. And the staff has been doing an amazing job on the day-to-day. The city manager has been holding it together along with everybody that reports up to him, because it's very difficult and there's a lot of eyes. Especially, unfortunately, we had the unfortunate situation that happened with the former mayor, now appears to be council-member-elect, and who knows what's going to happen even in the future. Again, I don't know. I know what I live in the city, but I don't know individual personalities, or I don't know people individually. I don't know what you guys do on a daily basis, but I know the city that I want my daughters to grow up in, and it's okay to have disagreements. It's okay that we don't see eye to eye on things, but at least we can talk about it. And the best example of that is when I was standing on that election line on November 3rd, and I was the only Biden-Harris, I know I was, and we were having a conversation to the point where we shook hands and we call each other brothers and sisters, and that's okay. But again, this commission needs to be advisory to you guys, because you guys are the policymakers. At the end of the day, you're the policymakers, and it's your names on the diocese, not ours. So
We appreciate that the commission's going to act as you do, a sounding board and a buffer and a relationship builder. So really, that's how I see the commission. So, okay, I asked you the hard question.
I don't, my goal and family's goal is not for me to ever be back in an elected post, but definitely to serve in whichever capacity that is. I've done my elected time, and I don't think I want to do that again.
That's why I asked.
I don't think I want to do. I don't think I want to do that again. Being, serving on different. I've even applied to serve on boards of my daughter's schools, and so you don't have to be an elected official to make an impact and to make a difference.
Right.
So.
Well, it's good to see you again.
Thank you. You too. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. Okay, I still don't see Peg, and I don't see Ivan. So, Gallon? Gallon, okay. So Gallon, and then Anitra? Is Anitra here? Okay. And then Crystal. Okay, so Gallon first, and then Crystal. And I'm sorry if it's Galen and I'm not pronouncing.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm great.
Thanks for coming. And you don't have to wear your mask if you don't want to.
It is your choice.
Okay.
You may, but you don't, because everything, we, sanitize between speakers.
That's fine. Thank you. I didn't expect to see this thing in front of me.
Oh, I know. It's alarming at first, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy. All right. So do I just begin, or?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Just
All right.
tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right, yeah. Thank you, Mayor, council members, citizens of Temecula. My name's Galen Oliver. Spent 20 years in the Marine Corps. Found my way here by the Marine Corps in 2003, planted my flag here, and I call Temecula home now, today. Was born in Inglewood, California. I think Mr. Najar was in the same area, right? And you know how Inglewood is. You're either one or two things, in the sports or you're in the hood doing other stuff, right? And I was an athlete, right? I played basketball 3 years out of high school, right? My senior year or my junior year, I didn't make the basketball team, or per se, right? So I had to think of other opportunities out there. And I knew I wasn't college bound, and I knew I didn't want to be a gangster, right? So I had to find something else to look out for. So me and my friend, we sat there and we said, we're going to try out for the football team. And I thought that as soon as I got hit that first time, I figured out football wasn't for me either. So I had to do another route. So once again, we went back to the drawing board, and then we started looking at the military. And then we went to the military recruiting office, talked to the Marine recruiter, took the test, right? Did some things, we passed. We had to get our parents' signature because we were underage. And he said, we need a parent signature and our high school diplomas. And we looked at him and said, we're only juniors, right? We don't have high school diplomas yet. And he said, well, took his paperwork back and said, come back and see him next year, right? So that like, you know, hurt our hearts, right? We had to figure out how to survive another year on the streets. But this Marine, Sergeant Salter, I mean, he is probably the reason why I'm here today. Because that next year, he took it upon himself to mentor us. He came to the school weekly. On the weekend, he, you know, taught us the Marine Corps way, put us in a delayed entry program. So we started building our mindsets that we were going to the military. So he did that weekly for a whole year while I was seniors. So that's a huge benefit. Joined the Marine Corps, was very successful in the Marine Corps, did 20 years, made it to the highest rank I could within that 20 years, at E9. So I have a lot of interactions with different backgrounds. You wouldn't believe I met people that have never met a black person before, like from parts of the nation. You would not believe it.
What parts would that be?
Different parts of the world, North Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, just depends, right? And those people that I met, I mean, they always thought I was from the South. And of course, I told them I was from the South, right? I'm from Southern California, which they didn't equate that to the South, but I always told them that, yeah. Yeah, the South is Southern California. But yeah, my career, I mentored a lot of people in the Marine Corps, right? So I've done a lot of stuff. Right now, I have retired in 2011. I started my own government contracting business here in Temecula, and it's aboard Camp Pendleton now. And I also have a independent living services business that I'm recently starting, you know, for those people with intellectual disorders that, you know, make them community citizens and get them, you know, local jobs and stuff like that. Open up a program with the Camp Pendleton Mess Hall where they can go in there and they can also help serve food and things of that nature. So it's a good thing. But now I call Temecula home, and I've applied for the Ready Commission, right? And to be on the Ready Commission, how I see it is that the Ready Commission will enhance the other commissions, right? So they will look at those things that are being proposed, and, you know, in my mind, everybody just wants to be included, right? Everybody wants to be counted. Everybody wants a fair shot. That's it. So that's why I'm here today, to introduce myself and tell you a little bit about myself.
Well, we're glad you're here. So anybody have questions? Mike?
Yeah, thank you. Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Inglewood High School.
Inglewood High School.
Yes.
No, I went to Morningside,
Oh, okay.
which were rivals.
Rivals.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I do want, first of all, thank you, and thank you for your service. Just anecdotally, I did the same thing. I went out for the football team.
Yeah.
After the first hit, I said, what the heck am I doing out here? I literally, I'm not kidding, I turned in the pads, and they called me all kinds of names, you know, when I left.
Oh, yeah.
Never looked back.
We lay people, we don't realize that kind of stuff happens. We just think you're a football player and you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, everybody would think I was an athlete, but, you know, 90% mentality, 10% sports, right? Or athleticism.
So just real quickly, what's your vision for, just real quickly, just no long answer, what's your vision for what this commission does?
Like I said, I think the commission is, first, I thank Temecula for spearheading something like this, because I was researching to try to find another city that's doing something like this, and I found it hard to find somebody that's doing this. So Temecula actually spearheading this. I think the best thing about it is approaching things head on, right? Because things, if it's brought out ahead of time, when you make proposals and you've already incorporated those thoughts in your proposals, there's less things that people have to say about it because you already did the homework and stuff ahead of time. So that's why I like it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent. Well, thank you. How
thank
long
you.
have you been here, did you tell us?
2003, 17 years.
You know, you're almost a long timer, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thanks for coming, and we're glad to meet you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Galen. Okay, I still don't see Peg and Ivan, so we've heard from Rudy, we've heard from Galen. Anitra? Okay, I don't see Anitra. Crystal, I know you're here. Lakeisha? Okay.
Hi, Crystal.
Hello.
Your name looks really familiar.
I have, I don't know, met you a couple of times, I guess.
I guess.
Different circles.
Yeah. Pull the mic down because we are.
There we go. Hopefully I'm small.
We are vertically challenged.
Yes, we are. There you go. Perfect. Well, thank you all for this opportunity, first of all, to be standing here in front of you today. It is really, I'm just so proud, really, and for this opportunity. I've lived here for 15 years as a resident. However, my heart has been here since I was a child. This was the Saturday family drive to come down to Rancho, California, where the air and the sky was so much more clear and beautiful, and it really kind of set the tone for dreams. This place was rich with opportunity, and my parents knew that. It obviously did not happen right away. A lot of life occurred in between, good and bad. But 30 some odd years later, here we are with our dreams manifested, with my entire family residing here in Temecula. So this is really something that is close to my heart in terms of being here. I believe in service. Service is a lifestyle, and it is something that I have adopted for myself for many, many years. But most importantly, over the last 15 years as a parent, I have two boys. One is 21. He is an Eagle Scout. I'm a proud mother of an Eagle Scout, and I have a soon-to-be Eagle Scout as well. Scouting has been my opportunity to do two things, really. To be able to model the behavior and the type of citizen that I want my children to be, and model that for others as well. But it also allowed me to be participatory in community and be able to give back through service projects, through scouting, through service to this city, to different schools around town, and also be able to demonstrate what citizenship really is. So that is something that has been very important. I found myself gravitating towards special needs, and it became sort of a niche inside of the scouting program. About 10 years ago, there was a very interesting opportunity that arose where there was a volunteer leadership role to spearhead a collaborative piece between the scouting organization and Riverside County Schools. And we basically broke down the scouting program to a conceptualized piece, to a version that was tangible to those who couldn't necessarily participate in the full program. We created this inclusive piece of it, and we took it and we participated in it for many years. This allowed me to work with all levels of disabilities and adapt our program and skills to something that was functional and behavioral for them, which was incredibly, incredibly rewarding. When I looked at it, and as a leader at that point, I decided that it really needed to come back home, back here to Temecula. About 6 years ago, we brought that program back here, and we started working with the extended school year program here with Temecula Valley Unified School District. And it has been here enriching that program for the last 6 years. Providing that opportunity has kind of sort of made me a mentor in the special needs program with scouting. I sat as a member on a steering committee for our local council, which encompasses all of the Inland Empire. I've trained in diversity, I've trained in special needs. This is something that has just become a piece of who I am, really, at this point. It is what I do. But having the ability to do this has really brought me back to this point right here. Working with those schools, working with those students, working with those scouts has made me an advocate, has made me a person who understands what it is to create an inclusive opportunity. And that is what this, I think, this committee and this commission really is starting to look like. It is about the D. It's about the diversity aspect of it. It's about all the pieces that create it. You're diverse, Matt and Marianne. You are all diverse people by and through your experiences. And we need to be able to bring that and cultivate it here within the community. Again, I would echo what you've heard earlier, which is that this is an advisory piece. But being able to advise on how to be inclusive within the special needs is something that is really lacking in some respects. I would say that the idea here for me is to be able to provide an opportunity and create that a chance for us to be proactive rather than reactive. And that is something that I think needs to be really out front. The other piece of this, I think, is to be able to forge the heart connections with our neighbors, to be able to talk to them and create that open line of communication, whatever it might be. Through that, we're going to start to create and cultivate a positive attitude and
20
develop.
seconds, Crystal.
No problem. To develop a cultural level of competency here in the city. The gravity of this commission is not lost on me, and I understand what you're faced with today in terms of your decision and the foundations that you have, and I'm just hoping to be a part of that legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Yes, Crystal, you know special needs has been a big focus, among many focus of the city council really over the past 10 years. And we've worked very hard to bring that sector of our community into the mainstream. And you said something about heart connections. You said, I believe, love. How would you, on this committee or the commission, it has so many angles. There's the race angle, there's the diversity angle, there's inclusion, and what's the other one I'm missing?
Equity.
Thank you. How do you, I'm getting your experience in special needs. How can you communicate the needs, the love, the troubles, the trials, all that goes along with being a special needs family to the other elements that'll be part of this commission?
I really think that it's about pulling, again, the piece of diversity, which is so inclusive in the word, right, and what it represents, but leveraging that and leveraging each piece of that, whether it be cultural, ethnicity, special needs, or disabilities, but it's about learning to use those things in a method that is going to celebrate it here in the community and really bring that out in a positive light and show that so that we cannot look at it like it's a negativity or it's something, we're not trying to, are there gonna be problems that we're trying to solve? Yes. But it's about being able to show that sense of love and compassion and being an ambassador really for those people that represent the diverse community that we live in. And that's kind of our task, I think, is to do that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Zach? Matt? Anything?
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Crystal. Lakeisha, I think she wasn't going to be able to make it. Kevin? Kevin, okay, so if you give us just a minute here, it'll be Kevin, and then Chase Qualls, okay, so Kevin Poydras?
Yes.
Okay,
It's actually pretty good.
and then Chase Qualls.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
and,
Kevin. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity today. And I've lived in Temecula for about 9 years, and I moved here because it's about an hour from San Diego and about an hour from my kids in Redondo. I had a number of friends that advised me not to move to Temecula. So when I saw the words equity, inclusion, equality, race on your website, I literally took a picture and texted to all of them. I'm really proud to be a citizen and a resident of Temecula. I've seen the growth over the past 9 years. And ironically, this morning I opened the email again to see exactly where this meeting was going to be held. And it said, don't talk about yourself because you have our bios. So I jotted down some other notes and decided I'd talk about my dad. I grew up in Louisiana, and I chose to talk about my dad because my mother's 80, and my dad's going to be 100 in February. So you can imagine in his lifetime the things he's witnessed.
Yeah.
Many of them good, many of them not so good. He and my mom were educators their entire life. And my dad came home one day and he said, I think I'm going to quit my job. And my mom looked at him and he said, well, yesterday I chastised a kid. This was at a predominantly black high school in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And he said, today the woman came in, the mother, and was angry and pretty much tried to get me fired for chastising this kid. And he said, I looked at her and I said, you obviously don't, or he said, you obviously don't chastise this kid, and you won't allow me to chastise him. He says, I promise you, in 5 or 6 years, that kid's going to be chastised by the police. And I said that to say, kids today, they call their teachers Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so. They call their coaches Coach Smith or Coach Johnson, but they have an issue addressing adult friends of their family respectfully that way. And it's my opinion, my dad's generation, my generation, our kids' generation, it's changed. It's almost like a generation of kids need to be taught. You need to have respect for your elders because they love you, and they wouldn't tell you to do anything wrong. They would only tell you out of love to do something right. Both my parents, as I mentioned, were educators, and at this stage in my life, I've come to realize that I have a desire to serve. And I have to assume that's because, as an only child, I saw how my parents loved what they did. And that meant a lot to me, and it means a lot to me. I'll share a story with you. A friend of mine, I went to his house, and his son said, "Hey, Kevin, how are you?" And I looked at him, and I just wanted to whack him. And then I realized that's something I can't do. And then I looked at my friend, and I kind of wanted to whack him because he told this kid, "You don't have to call him Mr. Poydras, just call him Kevin." Lo and behold, my kids, within, I don't know, 2 or 3 months of being in junior high school, they were calling all of my friends by their first name. And I just gave up. It was a losing battle. In my bio, you know I owned a machine shop in Signal Hill for about 7 years, and I was selected by the Department of Defense and Northrop Grumman to participate in the Nunn-Perry Mentor Protege Award. So I know firsthand what it means to be given an opportunity. I spoke in DC 6, 7 times a year in support of the program, talking about how it's benefited my company. We went from 5 or 6 employees and 2,500 square feet to 32 employees and 20,000 square feet.
Can you summarize, Kevin?
Yes.
Thanks.
With that said, I think I would be a good candidate because of my experience with the Mentor Protege program and how it directly benefited my career and my ability to grow a company, hire people so that they could educate, clothe, house their children. That's my story.
Excellent. Any questions? Nope. Matt? Nope. Hey, thank you.
Thank you,
And it's nice
Kevin.
to meet you.
Okay, so next we will have Chase Qualls, followed by Aaron Rabe, followed by Susan Ramirez. Welcome, Chase.
I don't know whether I should call you Chase now or Mr. Qualls after what Kevin said.
You know what? I'm not going to whack anybody on the board, so you don't have to worry about it. So you can call me Chase or Mr. Claus, whichever works for you.
Well, welcome. We're glad to have you here.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been exciting to even have this be something that when I got in my email, I kind of looked at my wife and we kind of jokingly said, you know, is this something you want to do? You got a lot going on. So without diving too much into my bio, I'm a sales manager. I cover 14 states, and I've got 15 reps throughout the western part of the U.S., so Colorado West, Minnesota, and Dakotas, even though that's not west at all, but that's how the territory was given to me. And we were pretty excited about Temecula, right? Because when you think of Temecula, you think of wine and relaxation, and then this is a very serious topic that goes beyond just the recreational and the small town, big town feel. And we thought about it for a while, and I prayed about it, and she said, well, what you gonna do? Your deadline's coming up. You better get your application in. So I said, you're right. And thankfully had some good letters of recommendation, and I am excited about making sure that this is a priority for myself, my community, and for my kids. One of the things that really helped drives me is when I thought about just kind of my background. I'm originally from Denver, Colorado. I went to Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh, wow, that's
Big
really
culture
Southern.
shock, very different. And I went to historically black college, Southern University, Battle of the Bands, enjoyed, my college time. I started out with a 3.5, so I was, gung-ho. I was going to show my mom I could do better than what I did in high school. And then reality set in. And I started focusing more on, enjoying college. But then the light bulb came back on, and I said, okay, let me get out of here. And one of the things that kind of led me to where I am today is I had a professor. Her name was Miss Albert. And I hope many of you have some Miss Alberts in your life. So 3M came to our university, and they set up a internship program. Well, in that internship program, they were looking for mentors and sales students to come and participate. And Miss Albert is one of those teachers that if she sees something in you, it's either going to come out or you're going to get out. She didn't suffer fools gladly at all. So it was somewhat intimidating being in her class. But again, if she saw something in you, she was going to push it out of you. And 3M came to college to do an internship interview, and she asked me, are you going to do the internship? Are you at least going to interview? I said, no. She said, why? I said, Ms. Albert, I'm done with college. I want to get out. I'm done. She said, well, let me ask you something. And I'm going to use the way she approached me. She said, boy, what sense does it make for you to rush and graduate and you don't have a job? You don't have anything that you can attach yourself to. If you haven't done more than just one co-op or an internship here. And so the light bulb came on. And from that, I said, you know what? I have to do better for myself, for my now wife and my daughters. And it really sparked the impetus into me to want to be a mentor, to want to serve my community even more so than what I was doing. And just my diverse background, being ping-ponging from Louisiana to Pennsylvania to then back to California, where we are now, Temecula, we've been for the last 7 years. And I also get to serve as an advisory board member for the College of Business at San Diego State University. So I've come full circle. And I understand just how important that is, that others are pushed in a polite way, not by grabbing the neck or anything like that, but have those types of Miss Alberts in their lives that remind them truthfully, right? Even if you have to have a tough conversation, even if they don't agree with you, don't forget their humanity. Don't forget that they have struggles and challenges just like you, and just because they don't agree with you right now doesn't mean there's not an opportunity to change that dynamic. And now more than ever, that is sorely needed in this environment. Yep. So as a member of the Ready Commission, I see it as a think tank for positive, productive, and challenging and historical context in a positive way in terms of think tanks of how we can improve that inclusion. How do you make someone feel welcome, whether they're black, brown, whatever your color is, but not just that, but what are their beliefs? What's their religion? What's their self-identity? Do they still feel like they have a voice? And if they don't, then we as neighbors aren't doing our job.
10 seconds, Chase.
So that's how I see this community.
Perfect ending. Right on time. Any questions? No? It was very good.
Oh, thank
Matt, you good? Very, very, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right, thank you.
Chase. Appreciate your time. Aaron is here. Okay, Aaron Rabe. Susan Ramirez. John Randall.
Hi, Aaron.
Okay,
How are you?
Aaron, we'll start with you.
Is it Rabe?
It's pronounced Raby.
Raby, okay. I was going to say Rabbe, but no.
I've heard it all.
Yeah, I
Robe,
bet.
rabbi.
Well, whatever it is, we're glad you're here. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. It is Erin Raby, and I am also very excited to be here and proud to have the opportunity to stand in front of you and share a journey with you, and that's what I want to talk to you about, how I ended up standing in front of you today and why I am interested in the Ready Commission. I was born and raised and went to school in San Diego. We're all familiar with it, not far from here, and we're also all well aware that it's a border city and known for its diversity. So diversity has always been the norm of my experience, including my own schooling for both elementary, middle, and high school, and then I went to San Diego State. I got my teaching credential at San Diego State, and I'm now a teacher in Temecula Valley Unified School District.
Where are you?
I am at Temecula Elementary. But there was a journey that even each little micro journey along the way, paths that led me to different areas of sub-interest and so on, and I want to share a little bit about that with you. In addition to having gone to school in San Diego, my cohort of my credential program was the City Heights cohort, and the City Heights cohort was known as the most diverse and inclusive recognizing district because of how diverse that community of San Diego is, and so many different cultures and language land there. So my experience all the way back to my credential time was especially geared to working with diverse populations and making sure that all populations are served and included. San Diego was home, and I never expected to live anywhere else because I was happy there and I was comfortable there, and we're often most happy where we're comfortable, where it's routine and where it's predictable. But an opportunity crossed my path, and there's that word path again, and that was for a job up here in Temecula. Not Temecula Valley Unified School District yet, but on the Pechanga Reservation. And I taught for 8 years on the Pechanga Reservation and was willing to leave San Diego for that opportunity because of 2 words: language and culture. And I've always had such an interest in both of those things. And I was so excited about the opportunity that I was willing to leave home, I was willing to leave comfortable, and I was willing to leave happy to do that. So I worked on the Pechanga Reservation at their school, whose purpose is language revitalization, for 8 years. And during that time, I was learning their language and teaching it to their children, and I loved it. I lived here and still live here and have lived here now for going on 14 years, and I love Temecula, but have always felt like I wanted to contribute to the community that I'm living in, and so I branched out and left the reservation and joined Temecula Valley Unified School District 6 years ago, and I've been at Temecula Elementary that whole time. Again, Temecula Elementary is known as the most diverse of all of the schools in the district. So I landed in the right spot, leaving a spot where I had language and culture, and landing in a spot where I had that same diversity available around me to impact, and I'm thrilled to be there. During my time in Temecula Valley Unified School District, I've been involved in a lot of different committees, jobs, and various roles, including school site leadership, school site council, their grading committee, the district's safety committee, and more recently, their cultural proficiency committee. So I'm already on that cultural proficiency committee and have been working with the district in various trainings for the last year. It's on pause this year, sort of, for obvious reasons, but I have taken the opportunities that have come to me since then to continue to stay informed and aware about what's going on in the community around me. And most recently, in September, I participated in a 3-day conference called Recognizing and Responding to the Barriers to Equity. And that was a 3-day virtual conference just to kind of keep it fresh in my mind. My hope and my goal is that if I have the opportunity to be a part of this committee, that I would be able to basically share the wealth. I would hate for there to potentially be any lack of information coming to a committee. If we have a committee in the district that's got great ideas being developed, let's make sure they're shared here, and vice versa, ideas developed on the Ready Commission taken back to Temecula Valley Unified School District and shared there, so that the most opportunity for those things and wonderful ideas to be implemented and impact. That's my journey.
Well, it's very moving to see the relationship that you have and how you're so tied in with the schools, and you're able to relate that to the diversity of the district and what you want to do with the commission.
I'm thrilled to be here. When I got this in my email, I was like, yes, 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 yes. This is it. The same thing when the opportunity to come to Temecula initially came. I didn't intend to. I haven't always thought I want to be involved in, the government functions of my city necessarily. I didn't necessarily think I wanted to move to Temecula until the right opportunity put itself in front of me. And this is another one of those opportunities where the right thing landed in my lap at the right time. I read the title and I was already in. I read more and I said, yes, I have to give this a try.
And do you have a vision for what you think the commission will be?
I'm hoping, because I don't know a lot, I don't think there was a lot of information shared with us. I think
We didn't want to give you any answers, because we don't really, we're still working on it too.
But that's why a commission needs to happen, right? Because if there were answers in a can for us, you guys would have already bought it and served it up.
Right.
I think of it as, or what I perceive to be, a think tank. Hopefully you're choosing the right minds to put together, and it hopefully will epitomize teamwork. I say that about my own team. I love having a strong team because you come to the table with an idea and I say, Marianne, that's an amazing job, or Miss Edwards.
Yeah,
Miss Edwards, that's an amazing idea. Here's how we could make it even better. And then Mr. Ron would be like, yeah, and then we could. And that's what makes a team, and that's what makes the wealth of our ideas reach the most possible people. I get to do that every day as a teacher. I have a strong team and I'm working with second graders every day. But my ideas don't come from just myself. They come from my team, my site, and so on.
Right. Yeah, I love the team concept too. Anybody questions? Nope. Nope. Thank you. It was really good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erin. Susan Ramirez? Okay, if you'll give us just a second. And then after Susan Ramirez is John Randall.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. My name is Susan Ramirez, and I thank you for allowing me to speak here today. I lived in a small town in Illinois until I was 9 years old when my parents divorced, and I moved here to California with my mother and sister. My mother has shared a story over the years about how when we lived in Illinois, the town had a sign on the outskirts which proclaimed blacks were not allowed, even then. And that story always seemed surprising to me as I was growing up because I wasn't raised with prejudice here in California. And I went to school with a diverse group of peers. And I've also experienced great diversity in my time as an enlisted sailor in the U.S. Navy and during my 18 years of experience working for a global financial firm. So I've had only positive experience of diversity. So I always figured that, yes, things used to be that way, but we've come a long way, and things are so much better now. From my perspective as a young white woman, it seemed like my world was very diverse and inclusive, but I was naive. About 15 years ago, the district attorney of a Midwestern state, which I'm not going to name right now, had requested a witness from the company I worked for to appear at a sentencing hearing for a man who was found guilty in a criminal action. The district attorney was advised that I, Susan Ramirez, was assigned to be the representative. On the day of the hearing, I arrived at the courthouse and met the district attorney, who was incredibly friendly and seemed very happy to see me, and I thought, wow, the people here are really nice. And he brought me up to his office to discuss the matter before the start of the hearing. And it was a very nice office with bookshelves lining the walls. And I happened to notice a framed photograph of a group of people dressed in full KKK garb, hoods and everything. I was completely dumbfounded at the sight. I couldn't quite get my head around the fact that an elected official so proudly displayed a picture like that.
And where was this?
It was in Indiana.
Okay.
Then, of course, I began to wonder if I said I wasn't going to tell you, and I just told you, but oh well.
That's okay. Sorry, I
just ratted him out, but it was 15 years ago. Then, of course, I began to wonder if the reason why he was so friendly to me was because he initially thought as a Ramirez I was going to be a Hispanic woman, and maybe he was delighted I was a white woman. Who knows? And maybe if I was a Hispanic woman, maybe he wouldn't have invited me up to his office, because that's not a picture he would show just anybody. And maybe he thought I would be impressed, but the truth is I was disgusted. And that experience, just 15 years ago, mind you, helped to open my eyes to understand that prejudice is still very much alive here in the United States, not just in the South. That was a Midwestern state. And although I have not exactly known what to do about it, I've always had a very broken and soft heart for those who suffer injustice and inequality. And that could be the reason why I have felt drawn to the legal field as a career. I've now been a citizen in the city of Temecula for over 16 years. I'm married to a Hispanic man, you know, obviously the last name.
Yes.
And my 2 sons have gone to public schools here in the city of Temecula. My youngest is in his senior year at Chaparral. I'm also a working mother as a paralegal for a law firm that's located here in the city as well. And I plan to live here for many years to come. I'm invested in the success of our city. I truly love the city, and I'm proud to live and work here. And at first glance, it doesn't appear that we have the equality and diversity issues that many larger cities deal with. However, I do want to share with you an example of where we have room for improvement. My friend and I have had the pleasure of meeting a young transgender man who worked in the Temecula Mall, and he was very good at his job, and he was a pleasure to do business with. And he asked us where we were from, and we told him we lived here, and he was surprised, and he said people here are normally not very nice to him. And that broke our hearts to hear that. And unfortunately, now he no longer works there, and I suspect he may have moved on to a community that's maybe more accepting. And I think our city is worse for it. And I'm ashamed of our community for making him feel that way, for making him feel unwelcome, and running him out in a sense. It's also clear from the recent protests which have taken place over the last 6 months or so that African Americans still do not feel they're being given or treated equally as they deserve. I believe that our city is capable of becoming a place that is not only welcoming to all peoples of any background, but also a city where peoples want to remain because they are made to feel safe. And I recognize that I was born into a position that has allowed me more opportunity than others were given. I'm not content to sit by and do nothing when I see inequality. I care deeply and have searched for a place to get involved. And I'm hoping that this commission is a place for me to do that. However, I don't pretend to have all the answers or ideas, but I would very much like to be a vehicle to bring ideas from my fellow citizens, such as my diverse group of friends, neighbors, and coworkers who live in this area, and come from various ethnic, religious, and gender backgrounds. I want to bring their ideas to the table because I believe they have more to say than I could come up with on my own. And for example, I have a friend, her name is Shamir. She would like to see the city throw more parades to embrace the different cultures in this area, such as Native American, Hispanic, African American, Asian, St. Patrick's Day, just to name a few. And whether or not I'm chosen to participate, I just want to thank you for establishing this commission because I think it's wonderful. I think it's great. Whether or not I get to be on it, I believe it's a step in the right direction.
Well, thank you. That was very good. Questions, Mike?
None.
Oh, you're scratching your head.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, John Randall. John Randall. Laura Reich. Laura, come on up.
Hi, Laura. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
I'm a little nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous.
So
It's-
I'm going
it's-
to read
it's just
what
us.
I've prepared. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak with all of you. I'm very excited about this new commission and for the chance to serve my community at a city level. I was born in Mexico and moved to the U.S. when I was 10 years old. I grew up in San Diego. I am a first-generation college graduate. I grew up in a low-income community. My parents worked very hard to raise 4 Mexican-born children in this country and gave us the capabilities to reach all opportunities available to us. I have lived in Temecula for a total of 29 years. I moved here in '92, moved away for 2 years, and then came back because we loved it so much. I've been seen the city grow immensely, and though there have been some growing pains, it's all for the better. I have lived all over the country and have traveled all over the world. And when my husband and I came to Temecula, we knew that this was the right place to raise our family. I've raised 4 children. 2 are college graduates, 2 are still in college. And I've owned a business in Temecula and employed people within our community. I understand you have a lot of applicants to choose from, and though I may not have all the credentials in developing city forums, I do have many, many hours of volunteer hours in our community. And judging by the caliber of applicants that have presented before me, I'm excited for what this commission will accomplish, regardless of whether I get selected or not. I love Temecula, and I'm very proud to live here. As you can see from my application, I have been an active community member for many years, from schools to clubs to nonprofit organizations, sports, community churches, and city programs. I like to learn and connect with others, and this is why I love to volunteer. On race, I feel I am qualified for this commission because as a minority, I understand what it is to be defined by your race and the limitations this could bring. But I also understand that it is because of my race that I can bring empathy and understanding to the community. On equity, as a woman, I know how important it is to feel equal to your peers and understand that feeling equal to others at all levels is important to progress, but also understand that fairness and impartiality are part of the process. Diversity, to me, diversity is not just including people of different races and gender, but also about our special needs community, people of different social, ethnic, and economic backgrounds and sexual orientation, people of different thoughts and beliefs, all to bring understanding of culture and races. On inclusion, by definition, it is the practice of policy of providing equal access to opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized, such as those who have physical and mental disabilities and members of other minority groups. I believe it is our duty as human beings not to just make sure we include people in our community, but also it is important to make them feel included. Let's implement programs where people of different races, beliefs, and backgrounds can be involved in. I'm excited about the Ready Commission and the opportunity to serve the city because I want to make a difference and bring positive change where it needs to happen. I want to be part of the solution. We need to listen, understand, be open-minded, and take action on paths towards unity, respect, decency, kindness, dignity, and empathy. I want to understand and learn from others. I feel it is my duty to give back to my city, and I'm at a point in my life where I have the time, but most importantly, I have the desire to show people they are valued, they are heard, and they are seen. My heart aches for people to know they matter.
Thank you, and you're right on time.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Right,
Thank you.
thanks a lot, really good. This is going to be very difficult, I can tell you right now.
Thank you, Laura. John Randall, you make it in? No? Okay. George Riley. Hi, George. Oh, sure, you can, actually, if you want to just, do you want them to have them before? If you just want to give them to me, I can distribute them, that's fine. Thank you.
Hi, George, how are you? You may remain masked, or you may unmask.
everyone's having a good day. My name is George Riley. I want to thank the City Council and the people of the City of Temecula for giving me this opportunity to speak. Today I want to talk about the many asphalt cracks in one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in Temecula, Paseo del Sol, my home. Our streets are named after the passengers and crew of Flight 93. The people on that flight are heroes and patriots. Bradshaw Drive, named after Sandy Bradshaw, who was a flight attendant. Dahl Drive, named after United Airlines Captain Jason Dahl, who was a pilot. Gronlund Court, named after Linda Gronlund, who was manager of environmental compliance, BMW North America. Lyles Drive, named after C.C. Lyles, who was a flight attendant. Rothenberg Drive, named after Mark or Mickey Rothenberg, who had an importing business. Grand Colas Drive, named after Lauren Grand Colas, who was an advertising sales consultant with Good Housekeeping magazine. Garcia Way, named after Andrew Sonny Garcia, who ran an industrial product supply business. I walk on the streets of our neighborhood every day. Starting on November 6th, I noticed that the streets in my neighborhood had large cracks in the asphalt. The asphalt is practically brand new. Manhole covers have cracks that radiate out from them. Some manhole covers have as many as 3 cracks radiating outward from them. There are lateral cracks that go from curb to curb, literally crossing the street. They are approximately 5 to 30 feet apart. Each crack is as wide as 1/4 of an inch. We can honor the memory of the people whose names are memorialized on our street signs and make life easier for working people who drive every day on these streets by filling all the asphalt cracks. And I appreciate the City Council and the people of the City of Temecula for giving me this time to speak about this important issue. And I would like to be a part of the process of making decisions for all of our neighborhoods. And that's it.
So, George,
Yeah.
you've got, I see Planning Commission on here, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. And it was only just the Planning Commission?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. I don't have a question, other than that, you know, we can have city staff call you about the cracks and follow up.
Oh, terrific. That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody have a question? Nope. Matt? Nope. Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
We got your contact information, obviously, because we've got your application, so. And that's my district, so I'll drive over there and see what I see too.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, George. Zachary, are you present? Sarah Ruiz? Lena Salem? Victoria Scarth? Amanda Shelby? Hi, Amanda. I know it's a little early, but since you're here.
You got the rest of the afternoon if you do this.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thanks for coming.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Good morning, City Council and citizens. I am Amanda Shelley, and I'm applying to be on the Ready Commission. First, I ask you to take a breath and close your eyes with me. Clear your mind and imagine it is morning. You are embarking into the day. There are 2 entrances to your day, one of which you must choose. One entrance has a doorway labeled prejudiced, and the other has a doorway labeled unprejudiced. Which doorway do you choose? You reach for the unprejudiced door. It best describes you, you are certain. As you reach for the handle and turn, you find the door is locked. It cannot be opened. You may open your eyes. This activity made a profound impact and has never left me since I first experienced it at the Museum of Tolerance. We all carry bias, whether conscious or not. Our solution is to identify, analyze, and confront our bias head-on. It is easy to observe the events of our time and be discouraged. I am encouraged. It is only through difficulty that we can make meaningful change. Michelle Obama says, race and racism is a reality so many of us growing so many of us grow up learning to just deal with. But if we ever hope to move past it, it can't just be on people of color to deal with. It's up to all of us, black, white, everyone, to do the honest, uncomfortable work of rooting it out. What better time than now, here in our city, to officially begin this process? According to the U.S. Census from 2000 to 2010 in Temecula, the African American population increased by about 20%. The Hispanic Latino population increased by 30%. Households with a solo female provider increased by 18%. From 2016 to 2019, TVUSD students who are eligible for free and reduced price meals increased by 17%. And students with disabilities increased by almost 8%. Age levels in our city remain widespread. Occupations and incomes continue to diversify through the blue-collar, white-collar, service, and farm industries, and religious congregations continue to grow to over 1,140 in number. These are not simply demographic or socioeconomic statistics. These are evidence for change in our community. This diversity is a beautiful necessity, an asset creating dimension, and a strength of variation. The city agrees with this notion in its QLMP 2030, stating that while protecting and preserving our vast natural beauty, honoring our historic past, and enhancing our community, educational, and cultural life, the residents of Temecula envision a dynamic community in 2030 that will become a vibrant, modern city with a small-town atmosphere. Let's go back to some of those words. Community, culture, dynamic, vibrant. Each of those words points to the topics of READY. We will be successful in this hard work by utilizing data-driven, research-based methodologies. The Government Alliance on Race and Equity, along with the NLC, describe their best practices. Normalize racial equity as a key value, operationalize equity via new policies and institutional practice, and organize internally and externally for sustainability. Tangible examples include building a strategic plan, recognizing the hindrances that perpetuate inequity, creating a safe, barrier-free communication platform, and forging a bridge to connect all members and groups within our community. I am of the same standing as Audre Lorde. It is not our differences that divide us. It is our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. I have called Temecula my home since birth. I have also experienced aspects of life that pertain to READY topics. As a child, I stood in line at social services waiting for food stamps, visited my father in prison, and watched my mother struggle through being a first-generation college student. As a young adult, I have been a single parent and have lived as a household of 4 in a travel trailer. Now, my family and I are blessed to be a cohesive, love-filled unit living in a small home in our city. I have worked in the education field since 2009 and am currently pursuing my PhD in education, specifically studying equity in education. READY Commissioner is a role that would parallel my spirit, values, and desire to serve my community. I will work to advance equity, and inclusion in our city with kindness in my heart, sensibility in my mind, and the best interest of my beloved city and its people at the forefront of all that I do. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Any questions? Nope. I don't have one. Very good.
Thank you very much.
It's going to be really hard, you guys.
So Jackie, I see you here. If you give us a minute, you want to come on up and...
Jackie.
Thank you for being here early.
No problem.
How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. Okay, it's all written down so I don't forget anything.
It's okay.
So good afternoon, everybody, city manager, city council members, and also city employees. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and to be considered as a member of the Ready Commission. My name is Jackie Steed. I'm a local business owner, a community member, and a proud board member for the Temecula Valley Chamber of Commerce and Habitat for Humanity. I have resided in Temecula for over 20 years and have raised 2 boys in our beautiful community. I am an immigrant and a recent US citizen. I grew up in a small town in Ireland, very white and very religious. In fact, my husband sometimes calls me a light shade of blue. Because of my place of birth, I did not have much exposure to people of other races. There were literally no people of color in my town. I have never been singled out, felt threatened, dismissed, or degraded because of my country of origin. I'm white, I blend in. I am grateful for the opportunity to live in the United States. Because of the opportunity, I have been introduced to people of other races, other nationalities, and this has truly enriched my life and allowed me to raise boys that are open to other cultures and truly curious about the world outside our home. I do not pretend for 1 minute to feel the pain and the heartache of people of color. I am, however, aware that they do not get the same privileges that I do. I am aware because I have listened and paid attention. I'm not colorblind. I see color. I see race. I see religion. And I see country of origin. I do not see any of those as negatives. They are all to be celebrated. Each of us has our own story, our own background, and culture. What a true gift it is to share that with others and to learn from others. A lot has happened in 2020, and we couldn't control a lot of it. However, there's some issues that can be addressed, and this is the reason we're all here. I'm not a good protester, but I truly admire those that practice that right. I admired the right, their freedom of speech. Earlier this year, as I passed our local protesters, I honked and I gave them the thumbs up. I appreciate their right to be heard, and I understood their need to be heard. Unfortunately, there's always fringe groups ready to take advantage of the situation, and much to the heartache of many, the message became lost by rioting and looting, not in our area, thankfully, but still had an impact on us. When the riots broke out, I was truly devastated. The message of the protesters was being lost. Something had to be done. It was time to sit at the table and address the issues. In the next few days, I learned of the Ready Commission. It was exactly what I was looking for. This problem is not going to go away, and we do need a long-term plan that continues the conversation and empowers people to continue to speak up so that changes can be made. I admire the city of Temecula for being proactive enough to put this commission together. I have a true passion for this cause, and I have a skill for sitting at the table and getting the job done. I will never be the loudest voice, but I will show up, and I will be honored to be considered as part of this conversation. Coming together as a community starts us on the right track. Listening to each other and adapting our way of thinking can only bring good things. Our kids will thrive. Our community will have a true unity that it never knew existed. Imagine that world. That's one I want to live in, and it starts with coming to the table. Race, equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Excellent. I'd like to hear more of your Irish accent. So my grandmother was an O'Toole, so I grew up with Irish accent, and I didn't acquire it, which I'm very sad about. So the more I hear it, the better. That was really good, and I know your heart. So does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Zach? Oh.
Yeah, just real quick. So your experience with both the Chamber and Habitat for Humanity, how do you think that experience sort of helps you frame what Temecula should be looking at from a Ready perspective?
Like I said, I'm not a protester, and when I saw that, I knew why they were protesting, and I felt that they really needed to be heard. When the looting started, the rioting started in other areas, I literally spent a day crying because I thought they're not being heard anymore, and they have to sit at the table to be heard. So dealing with Habitat and the Chamber Board, we solve problems every single day as they pertain to our community and the needs of our community. And so I really felt like, what can be done? How can these young people and these protesters be brought to the table? And you spoke a few days later at a meeting that I was at, and I was sitting there going, oh my God, this is the answer to what is needed. So honestly, whether I'm on the commission or not, you find somebody better than me, that's a fantastic thing, because we need it. So whether I'm there or not, I'm truly thrilled that we're doing this, and that you put it out to the community to be part of it.
I could have been saying all along today that, you know, even for those people who aren't chosen, it's a commission meeting, and you can come anytime and participate.
That's wonderful.
You know, and people can bring subjects of concern or subjects of interest, or, you know, chamber, you can even bring good news to that
Right.
commission, you know, so it is an open meeting. So
Right.
I hope that people who aren't chosen will feel like they would like to come and sit in, and they'll get to speak too, because there's public comments.
Perfect.
So they'll be able to share their opinions and their concerns, so. What do you see for the vision? I mean, really, for the vision of the commission?
I think we don't know what we don't know, and it starts with listening. Our city manager spoke really well at that meeting I was at, and you live your whole life as a white person and you don't know what you don't know, and all of a sudden something happens and you sit and you listen and you learn. And that's what we need to do, because we think we know, right? Because we know what is going on in our worlds. We know what we feel.
Right.
But we don't know what somebody else feels until we stop and listen. So it's going to start with listening, and then it's go from there to education. And we need to be able to educate our community on how to be accepting of people of all diversifications.
Yes, and it's it's a shame in 2020 that we still hear of the degree of racism that we do hear. It's just beyond
Very
me,
sad.
but we know that it's true. So, hey, thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, we have an empty chamber, and we are now a little ahead of schedule. So if you would like to go ahead and take maybe a 15-minute break to 3 o'clock, that will work. We'll
Thank
go
you.
ahead and pause.
And I got a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and pause until 3 o'clock. Okay, we are now live again. So Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, once again, we will go ahead and pick up where we left off before the break. This is the November 19th special meeting for board and commission appointments to the Community Services, Planning, Public Traffic Safety, and Race, Equity, Inclusion, and Diversity Commissions. Again, we are live streaming. The agenda packet does include a copy of the application in redacted form for all applicants, and a list of all applicants is also available there. So I think we'll start with, I'll just call a couple of names, and then I do see Ms. Turley Trejo is present as well, and but I'll go ahead and start with calling these names. So Zachary Roche, Sarah Ruiz, Lena Salem was not, Victoria Scarth. Okay, so that brings us to Edward Sibby, Catherine Sizemore, okay. And then Mrs. Turley Trejo, we can go with you afterwards, and we'll see if a few more folks check in.
Hi, Catherine. How are you?
Hi. Great. How are you?
Welcome.
Thank you.
Step right up.
How far am I? How close?
Oh,
am I
no,
allowed
you
to
can you can come on, because he sanitizes between everything, so you can get as close as you want.
Okay. Thank you very much. City council members, city staff, and most importantly, fellow citizens of Temecula. I moved to this city in 1997. I was 23 years old. I didn't realize it then, but I was really young. I was young just like our city. In the 24 years since I've moved here, like our city and alongside our city, I've grown up. Temecula is where, among other things, I became a wife, a homeowner, a mother, and most recently, a pending empty nester. Having raised my 3 children in this community, some of my most treasured memories, I didn't realize they were treasured then, but now they are my most treasured memories,
They are centered around our community events. Cheering for my toddlers at the spring egg hunt as they picked up everything and anything but a plastic egg with us. Taking my boys to Rod Run to see the vroom vrooms.
Yeah.
Dressing my husband and myself and my children and my stroller in lights so that I could march in the cold at the Christmas parade. Didn't realize it then, but that is my favorite memory. Seemed like a lot of work then. When I was a homeschooler, I relied on our community services classes to fill in the gaps and educate my kids where I couldn't. My daughter likes to remind me, I was a horrible science teacher, but I'm eternally grateful to Mr. Miller with Wonder Science for making science come for life for my kids when I couldn't. And I will forever be grateful to Bigfoot and Miss Yvonne of Yes You Can Draw, because no, I can't. But now my kids can. When I was raising my children, I was in a season of my life where that's all I could do, was raise my children. It took all my time and effort just to get to the end of the night. I recognized and I felt immense gratitude for those in our community that had the time and were giving their all to just give back to the community, to provide for me and my family fun things, just because. As my children have grown and my free time has grown, I have spent a lot of my time starting to give back to our city, give back to our community. I volunteered working with our youth, with Boy Scouts. I've encouraged STEM education with FIRST Robotics. And through that, I've gained a lot of skills. I can plan small events like a camp out, and I can plan large events, like a qualifying robotics tournament for 120 participants. But I've also learned leadership. I've learned how to work with a team and lead a team to come up with solutions. And more importantly, I've embraced servant leadership, giving back to others just for the sake of giving back to others. I believe one generation takes care of and provides for the next generation. While my professional experiences in security and safety has always been important to me for the citizens of our city, I think I'd be of value to the Public Traffic Safety Commission, but I have to admit my heart is in community services. Temecula is my home, it's my children's home, and I really hope one day in the future it's my grandchildren's home. And I look forward to being able to give back to the city that's given so much to me and my family. I love the city, I value its history, and I treasure and embrace the old traditions, many of which have been there to see the birth of. And I want to make sure that's preserved for future generations of families in our city. At the same time, I recognize that our city citizenship is changing. The young families of 20 years ago, those are now young adults, young singles, and empty nesters like myself. I embrace being able to be a part of creating new opportunities of activities in our city for our ever-evolving citizenship and celebrating the diversity of cultures and those that make up our city. I ask you to consider me as a commissioner for the Community Services Commission so I can continue to give back in bigger ways to this city that I've grown to love. Temecula is my hometown. Thank you.
That's perfect, and you ended exactly right on time.
Can I say one thing?
You may.
Ms. Olson, you are the unsung hero of city council meetings over COVID. I appreciate the countless hours you have spent reading public comments. And I want you to know
we do
that.
too.
I want you to know that.
Hear, hear.
There's been nights where you have sat there for several hours, and as a public speaker, I know my mouth would have been parched and dry, and I would have been unable to speak the next day. And I want you to know that someone appreciates what you've done.
And we feel exactly the same way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
wait, I'm not through yet.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm sorry.
Catherine,
I thought I could run.
No. Do you really really favor community services over public traffic and safety? I know it's a tough call because I was traffic and safety.
It's a tough call. My husband and I have owned a security company here in Temecula since I married him. It was his father's business. He brought here to the city. We were the second security company in Temecula in 1985.
Wow.
My professional experience over the past 24 years has been security and safety.
But it sounds like your fun experience has been community services.
I love community services. I love giving back. I love encouraging kids. I love working with my scouts. I love when I was a kid, my mom was sick when I was really young. My family was doing the best they could to deal with that. And there were times where I didn't have anybody that was there for me to say, you can do it. And I love that working with youth in the community who's given me that opportunity to be that voice there. I do consider raising a family, we're a village, we're a team, and I'm just part of someone else's team, helping get their kids to an event, encouraging them, teaching them community service. So yeah, community services is where my heart's at.
Okay,
Now, if you guys
I'm
said to
circling
me,
that one then.
if you guys said to me, Kathy, you've got the security experience, we think you could give back to the public traffic safety, because yeah, I've been here for a long time. I came here from Orange County when our roads was a refuge.
Yeah.
I used to drive down Margarita to go to Costco, and I thought I was in an old town country city on a country dark road. And I've seen that change. And the number one thing that I would want to change to make my kids want to bring my grandbabies here is the traffic. So if I could be a part of that solution, and of course I'd say, yeah, put me there. But yeah, my heart's in community services. It's been, I hate to, because so many of you have done so much for this city that have raised my family, and I hate to say community services is the most impactful.
Well, it is. I mean, to some people, each one of the commissions is most impactful to someone. It just
Yeah.
depends on what your needs are at the time, you know.
It
So
is.
I circled community services for you.
Good.
I mean, it doesn't mean, but I'm thinking, that's what I heard you say.
When I drove my daughter to college and we were driving on Pablo where you could oversee the whole
Yes,
city.
by the library.
Yes, and I told her, this is your city, this is where you grew up. And she said, and it's been a great place to grow up in. I know it's because of those events, because of those
Sure.
classes, those experiences that she had here.
And it's because of you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
because of me.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I have ulterior motives. I want my grandbabies to come back
Well, heck.
here. So
Mine's in Texas. I'd give anything if they moved back, so.
yeah.
All right, I'm circling community service for
All right.
you, so thank you.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thank you, Catherine. Lene, I see you here, so if you'll give Mr. Butler just a moment. Again, thank you, Mr. Butler.
He's done that
Hi,
74 times today.
Oh, boy. Great job, Catherine.
Yeah, it's good, huh?
Great job. Hi, I'm happy to be here, and probably 7 years ago, I applied for community services, and I was not selected. And so then someone on Planning Commission suggested maybe I should apply for Planning Commission, and I was like, have not a clue what Planning Commission is, but I will apply. And that's been quite a journey. So that was 6 years ago when I was appointed to Planning Commission. And I'm here today to once again apply for Planning Commission. And I wanted to let you know that if you don't know, I love the city. And we've lived here for 33 years. I know that's Mike's question for a lot of people. How long have you lived here? Well, we've lived here 33 years. And so before we became a city, and we've raised our 4 boys here. We do not have any grandkids here. None of our boys have come back, but I love this city, and that's why I'm here. I feel like I would like to continue to help make this a great community by continuing as Planning Commissioner. My schedule is flexible. I can work my own schedule, and so that's helpful. I have found that helpful in the last 6 years. Due to my involvement in this community, the relationships I've developed, and my experience as a planning commissioner for the last 6 years, I am a good candidate to continue as planning commissioner. You ask, why are the reasons, or what are the reasons for applying for my third term? I think that's a good question. And I would say my first term was a learning curve. And I was just kind of getting my feet wet and learning. I talked to most of you during that time on how to be a better planning commissioner. My second term has been fun. I've learned a lot. I've really enjoyed the staff and been able to, I think, have a voice in our community. And so the third reason is really that I want to continue to be a voice. It's important to me what this city is like. It's important to me that it's family-friendly and safe. And as a planning commissioner, I feel like I have a voice in that. And so that is the most important thing to me. My strong point, I would say, is vision. And then I also have the passion, ability, and tenacity to make it happen. If you've worked with me on anything, you know that. Other skills that I bring to the table, I'm a natural leader, strong people skills and work ethic, organized, dependable, determined, teachable, with a desire to learn, and an understanding of this community from a citizen's viewpoint and a planning commissioner's viewpoint. I've been a volunteer leader in this community, which is another question Mike always asks, since 1987, really.
Forever.
I've worked a lot in the schools. I volunteered a lot in PTA, many years in PTA, also in Citizen Scholarship Foundation, in the Murrieta Temecula Valley Interfaith Council, and also as a director of public affairs for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which really was a wonderful segue for me to help establish some community events. And some of those events that I was able to help establish are still going on, which is so fun. And those that are still continuing are the Nativity Festival, which was established clear back in 2003, Crystal Apple Award and Family First Award that were established in 2005, Helping Hands, which was established back in 2009, and also Special Games, which was established in 2009 and continues to thrive. As I said before, I've been on the Planning Commission since 2014. I've been the chair twice. I am the chair this year in 2020, which has been interesting. So I've enjoyed that. The last thing that I want to share is, well, two things. My number one focus is to strengthen and support the family unit in this community, including children and adults with special needs. I'm a sign language interpreter is one of my jobs, and so I have an opportunity to be a liaison for them, a voice for them, and I love that. And the last thing is that I would like to preserve the small town quality of life in this big city that Temecula has become. I love the city. So, any questions?
So, Lene, are you the second in seniority now? I've kind of lost track.
No.
No, because there's Garrett.
There's John and Ron.
John, okay, right.
John and Ron, and then me.
Right?
I'm way behind John and Ron, though.
Yes,
But, yeah.
And you know what, I would add that before you took over as the community liaison for the church, I couldn't tell you, I know they were doing a lot of things, but I couldn't tell you anything that, was publicly, supported and promoted like it is now until you got there.
That was a fun job.
I loved it. You made a tremendous difference.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm still going.
Awesome.
To all those, the awards and, couldn't do the Crush Festival last year, but still.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No
Thanks to
questions,
all of
guys?
you.
Matt does.
Just one. Not a question, just a statement. Thank you for being here and not taking the incumbency for granted.
Oh, no.
That says a lot about your character, but we already know who you are, so no surprises there. But really do appreciate you taking the time and taking the reappointment or appointment process very seriously. That's very meaningful.
Thank you. I've been thinking about you guys all day long, hoping you were still awake.
We are still awake, and it is really nice to be here together.
Just like buckets of
person.
coffee.
I know, right?
I've missed it, yeah.
For sure. I have a copy of my statement, and I'll just leave it.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you, Lene.
you.
Thank you, Lene. Okay, Edward Sibby? No? Okay.
I'm surprised he's not here.
Judy Torres?
He's here.
Anthony Viola?
I know.
Courtney Warren? Hi, Courtney. You must be Travis Winfield. Okay. So we'll have Courtney, and then we'll hear from Travis.
Hi, Courtney.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Courtney Warren, and I'm honored to have been invited to speak with you all here this afternoon.
Take 4 inches step forward for
Forward?
me. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
My family and I have lived here for nearly 20 years, and thus have had the privilege of watching this city grow into what most would consider to be an idyllic town. From its beautiful scenery, charming hot air ballooning, rustic old town, amazing school districts, and exclusive wine country, there's much to be celebrated about the city of Temecula. However, I also believe that there's much more that can be done to help make it welcoming for people of all shades, creeds, and backgrounds. I am proud of our city council for having the courage, the civil and moral courage, to denounce racism and for following through on its promise to establish this commission. As a young woman of color, having been raised in this town, I feel that I am the perfect candidate to help usher in a more inclusive community. Having always been civic-minded in high school, I volunteered right here in the city of Temecula with Youth Court. Peer Court, as it's sometimes called, is a unique juvenile crime diversion program that offers a second chance to first-time offenders who have committed nonviolent misdemeanors. Acting as both a prosecutor and juror, I help to guide troubled teenagers down a path of healing and growth as opposed to criminal prosecution. This passion for addressing the needs of marginalized individuals led me to major in political economy at UC Berkeley. This specialization equipped me with understanding the intricacies of government policy and the ways in which it interacts with the global economy. Poly-econ is designed to study the relationship between government, society, and the economy in a holistic manner from a multidisciplinary perspective. Political economy majors investigate how real-world market systems are embedded in both politics and society. In addition to my major, my interest in multiculturalism led me to minor in Spanish and complete my studies via a study abroad program in Chile. While in South America, I partook in an international internship and found the time to expand my global horizons by traveling through Europe. Apart from my studies in college, I also spent a lot of time on committees trying to enact change for the student body. In doing so, I served as the executive of internal affairs for the Haas Undergraduate Black Business Association and also participated and represented a fellowship program aimed at supporting non-traditional students through their learning journeys. Since returning home from school, I've been involved in the African American Parent Action Committee, which is a new program being implemented at Temecula Valley High School to address, racially motivated incidents occurring on campus amongst the students. When it comes to being solution-minded, there are many things that can be done to make Temecula a more inclusive city, including but not limited to hosting more cultural events, creating programs to entice more people of color to apply for teaching positions, and depicting the city's ethnic diversity in community newsletters and brochures. If elected, I promise to bring passion, open-mindedness, and dedication to assist the city achieve its diversity and equity goals. I hope that through joining the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, I can help generate much-needed dialogue that results in policies that improve community relations as a whole. I hope to be a voice for those who feel as if their interests are unheard in this city. And I know that if given this opportunity, I can help to be a part of the reshaping of Temecula's legacy. Thank you.
Excellent. I have a couple of questions. Anybody question? Matt? So, you know, Courtney, this commission has the potential to be, especially in the beginning, as the community's learning what the commission is, as the commission is learning what the commission is and kind of finding its way, has a potential to be really controversial. So are you, and from all the committees you've served on, I'm sure that you've come up against, you know, angry people before, or people who, you know, aren't as kind when they come to the podium as you or I would be in the same thing. And it really does have the potential to be, you know, a hotbed in the beginning. And would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I understand Temecula, I understand its residents, and I understand the underlying attitudes, you know, that are in this town, and I'm not fearful of the controversy. I'm actually ready to take on the challenge because I feel that racial justice and racial equality is not controversial, and I'm ready to put the work in to help others see it the same way that I do.
Yeah, I think fair is fair and right is right. And, you know, I think that we can find out what that is. I just want this to be a commission that allows people to feel comfortable, like they can come forward. We've had so many people come and speak today, and I've lived here 32 years. And you think you know everybody, and I'm surprised at the number of people I didn't know that came. And that tells me, I mean, they've not come to council meetings, or I haven't seen them at any of the commission meetings or events. That tells me that we can do a better job in making people feel welcome. And so that, to me, is the goal of that commission, is to provide diversity in thought and a way to ensure that the city continues to be inclusive, racially sound and unbiased. So it has the potential to be a little exciting in the beginning. So I just want to give you a heads up, but you've done enough that you realize that probably.
Yes,
Yeah.
it excited me, and
Yeah.
that's why I came to speak with you all. I'm super proud and grateful to be extended this opportunity to actually evoke real change.
Well, you know, it's those kinds of meetings where you have an opportunity to exchange ideas. If everybody's sitting in the room agreeing, there's really no exchange of ideas. You can talk about the same idea, but there's no growth there. So those kinds of meetings excite me. I don't shy away from them either. So thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you. Does
Okay.
anybody else have any questions?
No?
No?
It was good.
Thank you,
Okay.
Courtney.
Thank
Have a
you.
wonderful day.
See ya.
Okay, Travis, if you want to give us just a second here and then come on up.
Travis, Community Services, Planning Commission, and Traffic and Safety Commission, you're going to be busy.
Well, first off, good afternoon, and first I want to say I want to apologize that you get stuck with me as your last person you
Oh,
got to
no,
listen
it's
to.
fine.
And I don't think I have to sit too close because nobody's ever accused of not being able to hear me anywhere. So, so first off, say thank you for the opportunity here. I have not lived here for 20 years. I've actually spent 24 years of my life in the military. So every 3 years, wherever I lay my head is home. So needless to say, I've actually spoke to, I think, Mike once before about this, is that, I was actually first moved to Murrieta, got all excited. I'm like, I retired, I can settle in, and I moved up to La Cresta, and I'm like, I want to join the city commission and get involved. And they're like, yeah, that's not the city of Murrieta.
Right.
So
Right.
I had to pass off. So then I finally got the opportunity to move to Temecula, and what can I say? I just feel at home here. I moved here 2 years ago and absolutely love it. So I am a relatively new resident here, but I feel that I have a lot of experience and ability to make positive change. And so for the record, I actually would like to remove myself from contention on the Planning Commission and the Community Service, because I truly did a lot of soul searching, and I emailed Randy about this, that I just feel that I will be best served what I do great at. And I spent 20 years of my military career as a military police officer. Now, and so I just truly feel that what I can bring to the city is not only the experience from my time in the military to be able to help guide and shape the first responders, and of course all the, I've read through a lot of the minutes and stuff, and I see there's a lot of concerns with the traffic safety and things of that nature. But I also actually, quite frankly, one of the biggest things I see as an opportunity here is some of the most common things that we're dealing with. Y'all established an amazing commission here with the Ready, and I think that needs to be actually hand in hand with public safety, because I think there needs to be a community, like an actual conversation between the two commissions to be able to help work through some of these challenges that we're facing today. And because that is one of the biggest things. And I believe that we need to have we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. We need to listen twice as much as we speak. And I really think that if we work together, we can listen to both sides and actually come to an agreement in the middle to really bring this community together instead of constantly keep us divided. So that's really what I feel. I could talk for hours, ladies and gentlemen, but I just really thank you for this opportunity, and I think that I could really make a difference. And again, I finally feel at home for the first time in my life, and I really want to try to make an impact and difference here in the community.
When you love Temecula, it loves you back.
It's
really true. I mean, you do feel like you're home.
It does, and I tell you, I've lived all over the world. I've lived in Italy, I've lived in Greece, I lived on the East Coast, West Coast, you name it. I can truly say, me and my wife have actually been talking about, because every 3 years, when you're in the military and that's ingrained in you, you get an itch to move.
Yeah.
And here it is. I've been in the same area now for 5 years, and I'm like, we're getting itchy, and we've literally traveled around the country, and we go back like, there's nothing even remotely what we have here in Temecula.
When you come home, it's striking, isn't it?
We literally have a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, what else? What can we say? And I just see so much potential. Like, people say that Temecula is growing. We haven't even tapped into the potential. I run a real estate company as well that only serves military veterans and their families. We just went national with it, and that's one of the things that I've really focused on. Is I love, of course, the veteran community is my passion, but I really want to also do a lot of education, both with the veteran community and the first responders.
Well, okay, I crossed off everything except public traffic and safety, and that's where I grew up here, was public traffic and safety, so it's a great commission.
So I think we met actually once before with Daisy Tate when
Yes,
we
we
were at
did.
Chaparral.
Yeah, I didn't know if you'd remember that or not, but we did.
Absolutely.
So, save the best for last.
Well, I wanted to bring y'all coffee.
We're not done.
Or at least a Red Bull, but
No, we're not done.
at least you could say that it's done now.
Yeah. But thank you for coming.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Any questions for me?
Quick question.
Yes.
So traffic safety deals with a lot of obviously the traffic issues primarily, and then, public safety on top of that. What do you think the priorities are for Temecula if you were to run down a quick list of your top 3 items?
I think, obviously the big one is, also supporting our first responders, number one, giving them the tools they need to do their job. But then when it comes to the traffic safety, there are a lot of little things that I've seen just in the short time I've been here. I saw that we've installed a great little traffic circle right off Inez, which I think has been a great add-on. I think we could probably put some more things like that in here that are cost-effective. I think that we should also maybe explore technology to help take a little bit of the burden off of our police departments when it comes to enforcing, because I think we've all driven around our seats and almost gotten run over by people who aren't paying attention to the red lights. Little things like that I don't think will take a lot, but I would also say we need to be conscious with our spending as well. So, when I say that we need to explore these, I think we need to make sense, and they need to make economic sense and not just throw money at a problem. I think we need to find the right solutions for the right problems.
Thank you.
Good.
All right.
Anybody else?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Travis.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Denise. We see you back
Hi,
there.
Denise. No, you are not.
So Denise, if you'll just give us a second here, we'll get that microphone all cleaned for you. Thank you again, Mr. Butler. Welcome, Denise.
I need to get back to you about American Heart Association, don't I? Okay.
Yes, you do.
I just remembered, now seeing you.
Well, good evening, council members, and I don't think we have any guests. Just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Denise Wilson, and I have been a resident of Temecula for the last 14 years. And I just wanted to share some highlights, some involvements, and some of my qualifications for the 2 commissions and the committee that I am applying for. My family and I have volunteered several times at the Taste of Temecula, and that started when I was PTA president. Of course, you get dragged into everything, so that was one of the first things that we volunteered at, and we loved it. And as a result of that, we started volunteering at the Balloon and Wine Festival for a number of years, and currently I serve with the Community Mission of Hope. Now, my family and I drag them into everything that I do, so they just have to come along with me. But I love the Community Mission of Hope is because we are making such an impact in our community. We feed about 1,000 families a week over at the Community Mission of Hope. And this started for me when I would do canned food drives in my community, and then all the neighbors would get involved, and now I have families that are just taking food over there that they have an extra amount of. They're doing that. So my family and I have been volunteering at the Community Mission of Hope for years, and when COVID hit, they needed drivers to pick up food on Friday. So since March, my family and I pick up pizza from Pizza Hut on Rancho and on Nicholas and another location. But every Friday we take it to the shelter so they can give it to the families when they give them their meals on Friday. I also have served on the Board of Directors for Southwest Riverside County Association of Realtors, and I'm very fond of that committee. And this year I have the pleasure of serving as their CFO. But because I've been involved with SRCAR for all these years, it helps me to be involved in the community because we hear firsthand, we need you guys to sponsor, we need you guys support, we need you to come out. So as past president and as CFO and board member, there we are, helping out in the community. And one thing that's near and dear to my heart, last year I had the pleasure of organizing our first Realtor Give Back Cleanup Day. And you're like, what was that? Well, you guys joined in with me, and I love the sanitation department. It was kind of funny because I had to tell them Temecula's already so clean, so just give us one weekend. Don't pick up any trash. Let us do that. But this is something that was near and dear to my heart because the realtors, you guys, you give us so much back in buying and selling real estate. So what we did is I organized with the city of Temecula. We did Temecula first, and we went out and we cleaned up different areas. We had shirts, and we were proud. It was saying Realtors Give Back, our cleanup day for Temecula. So then realtors in Menifee said, we want to do it. In Lake Elsinore, they want to do it. Hemet. So we actually, Marietta, we coordinated realtors from all over the area, and we did a cleanup day. It was Realtors Cleanup Day, giving back to our community. So that was success, and due to COVID, we couldn't do it this year, but 2021, we are back. I was nominated this year by the National Association of Realtors for the Good Neighbor Award, which is involved in giving back into your community. And I was nominated by the American Heart and by SRCAR. I currently serve as a board member for Rancho Community Church, and as a member there, I've been heavily involved with Rancho Damacitas. When we used to have the kids at Rancho Damacitas, I pick 1 week out of the month. I would go there, have games for the kids, get them to interact, and then we would cook meals for the kids. So now that it's just the moms and the kids there, I just help out by volunteering different services. And this Saturday, Rancho Damacitas is hosting an event, and it's going to be virtual, so I'm helping out to give back to Rancho Damacitas with that. In 2017, I was nominated by the Professional Women's Roundtable for the Joan Sparkman Unity Award, and if you guys all know Joan, she's a pillar in our community, so just to be nominated for that award, I was truly honored for that. I recently been involved with our Fair Housing Task Force called Diversity and Inclusion. And this is a bunch of realtors in the state of California. There's a lot that's going on with fair housing, with diversity, inclusion, racism and all of that. So we have formed a task force, and these are realtors all over California, and we hold Zoom meetings. And what we're doing is we're having those uncomfortable conversations. And I think this is the time that we need to start doing that. And we're also reading books so we can educate ourselves and educate others on really what is going on in the community. One of the books that...
Denise, I love you, but you need to summarize for me. Oh, that's okay. That's all right.
So I'm going to go fast. Okay.
No, you're doing fine.
So, and I serve on the advisory committee for the Temecula Valley Hospital, and that's a committee that they started about 4 years ago so that we can bridge the gap of the community and let them know what the services are at Temecula Valley Hospital. I also serve as a volunteer there. As a heart survivor, I get to go and speak to the patients that are about to have surgery or just had open heart surgery, and just to be a beacon of life and let them see I too was lying exactly where you are, to give them some hope. So that's near and dear to my heart. And as a result of that, I've served with the American Heart Association as their chair of the Heart and Stroke Walk in 2017. And I'm honored to say I am their chair for the virtual Heart and Stroke Walk for 2021. And I just want you to know, I live in Temecula, I give Temecula, I care about Temecula, and I volunteer in Temecula. And I would really like you to choose me as a candidate for the commission and for the position. And I'm available for questions.
Questions? You know, Matt, nothing stops you. I mean, you're everywhere, you do everything. But we hear so much from the African-American community, that's what we're hearing now, is that they don't feel comfortable or they don't feel welcome. Do you see that? Could you help with that? Do you know why that is?
So,
I know
yes.
it's a huge question.
It's a huge question.
But that's going to be one of the whole points of the commission, is to help people of different cultures feel welcome and included.
See, and that's why we need to have that uncomfortable conversation. And my pastor at my church, we had a panel. We had Emily from the chamber there. We had, you were there. We had the chief of police. We had a round table there, and we had these conversations. Yeah. And one of the questions he had on the board is, as African American, why are you tired? And we all went around the room. I'm tired of every time I go in a store, someone is looking at me like I'm about to steal. I make 6 figures. That should not be something that's over my head. And then we had everybody, you know, there was the gentleman, the chief of police, he was there, Caucasian. He said, you know what, I was riding around as a youth, and two of my friends were black, and the police pulled us over. All of the black guys that got out of the car, they hit the pavement right away. He says, I stood up and I'm like, why are you guys getting down there? We didn't do anything. They were like, dude, just get on the pavement. He was like, no, we didn't do anything. So why is that? Yeah. Why do we have that? You know, and that's very uncomfortable. And yes, and so I had to speak up. I'm on the board, of course. We had this conversation. And I told them, I said, you know what? My son is 23 years old. I'm originally from Chicago, so I know what it is to be segregated because we went to school like that. But do you have that talk with your child, your 23-year-old, going to walk our dog in Wolf Creek? And they were like, what talk? The talk, son, that if the cops pull you over, do not reach for your phone because you will be shot. Do not try and run home. Listen to what the police is saying. That's the talk that I have with my African-American 23-year-old son. So we need to share that with everyone else. We need to know how we're living and what we're used to, the environment. We all need to have that uncomfortable conversation so we can say, oh, wow, I had no clue. I have Connie Lynch, good friend of mine, the CEO at SRCR. We talk all the time, and she says, Denise, honey, I did not know that. I said, yes. I said, I have put on my application when they check black, Caucasian, I check Caucasian sometimes. And she goes, really? I'm like, yeah, because I don't want them to be biased. And she says, Denise, I never thought about that. And you know why? You never had to. And that's the thing. That's nothing good and that's nothing bad, but you never had to.
It just is.
It is.
It just is.
And that's the same, and this is going to be funny, but that's the same reason why my family, we do not name our kids Shaniqua, B'nai, Aquica, none of that. Because you know why? When you go to fill out that application, you know what they're going to go, oh, they're African American. You don't want that. So my niece's name is Ava Dior. Ashton, Names like that, that's what we instill in our nieces and nephews to name their children, so they're not already biased by their application and by their name. So things like that have got to change.
Yeah.
The National Association of Realtors, last year, 2 years ago, it was our 50th anniversary for fair housing. We were in Washington. The National Association of Realtors stood up and said, we are apologizing because we were a part of that 50 years ago, that redlining, that steering. We were a part of that. So now National Association just put into place new code of ethics for realtors to follow because our industry is starting to go backwards instead of forward. I know I could talk all day.
No, but
I'm in leadership, but it's for a reason. You can't just sit back. You need to make a change. You need to make a difference. And these are just conversations we need to have.
And you're obviously terrified to have these conversations.
A lot of people are, and it's
I'm
like,
not. I mean, it doesn't scare me
I
at
know
all.
you're not. We can text and talk about that all the time. But no, I know. But we need to, in order to change and be inclusion, to be diversity, we have to have these conversations. If not, then we're always going to look the same. We're always going to think the same, and we're not going to know. And it's not fair that you do not know. We have to have these uncomfortable conversations.
Yeah, well, you heard me say that we've had so many people, including African Americans, other cultures that came in today, and they say, I've lived here 28 years. I'm going, how can I not know this person? Seriously.
Yeah, you're right.
Between church or nonprofits or events or volunteer, how could I not know that person?
And see, we need to bridge that gap, and that's what we need to do. You can see that there is a widening here.
And I would love to know that person.
I
mean,
know.
they're great people here today.
I know.
It was really good, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just a poor shy little thing. You know?
You're right.
I'm so glad you're here, though.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Good friend of mine.
Thank you. You guys have any more questions? I know it's been a long day for you guys, because I've been on
No,
Zoom
but
meetings.
you know what? People, when you step up and you act like that, it's really, it really recharges me.
That's good, because I've been on Zoom meetings since 8 o'clock this morning. I'm like, nope, but I got to make time for this too.
Yeah.
But no, you guys are doing a great job, but we're getting ready to shake up some things, and I think that's going to be a good thing.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Denise. See ya.
Thank you, Denise. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, council members, that actually is the end of our list, and there is no one waiting in check-in either. So at this point, if you want to take maybe no more than like a 10-minute break, get up, relax, rest, and then move forward.
Let's just do it.
Or if you guys are ready to go.
Let's just go.
Okay. So I guess we will go.
Let's go.
So we had, at the, actually, if we can go ahead and have you deliberate on the Ready Commission first.
Okay.
That would be really helpful because we need to also do drawing for terms and selection of chair, vice chair.
Okay.
And then
Well, let me tell you what I was thinking. And I know we've all been taking notes, and I've been taking copious notes and putting all, my symbols and circles and lines, and Matt has his color-coded now, I think. He's got his marker. We need 7 people. Would it behoove us to, each of us, have, put forward our 7 people, and then see where we have common, where we have, common
Yeah,
people in common?
yes.
And then we can go around again until we get 7 people that we all agree upon? You think?
yes, that's fine. As long as the discussion happens in public, we're fine.
Okay. Well then, what's the best way to do this? Just write it on a piece of paper and then give
no.
it? I mean, we have to. We can write it down for our own benefit and then read it out loud. And then you're going to
Yes.
take notes, Greg.
Yes.
Taking notes.
Yes, we're all taking notes.
Okay.
So if you want to start or you want to have one of your colleagues start.
I'll kick it off.
Okay, go ahead, Mike, because I need to go back through my paperwork.
In no particular order, but this is what I've came up with. And I may not have wrote down the last names, but I can find them real quick. Tiffany can you help me out here if you find her? She was one of the
Baker.
first. Yeah, okay. I think Rebecca Farnbach brings a lot to the party.
Yes, she was on mine too.
Yeah, you know, from a special needs point of view, I really would like to see Crystal Pastorian. I liked Eric Faulkner. I liked Ivy Harris,
Oh, yeah, I liked her too.
and I liked Imelda. I have one more as my seventh recommendation, and I think for me it was a tie between Galen Oliver and Denise here, Winfield.
Yep, I had both of them.
Councilmember Nagar, so I have Tiffany Baker, Julie Farnbach,
Yeah.
Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Crystal Pastorian, and what were your other two?
Imelda,
Okay.
who works, I'm sorry, I should have wrote her last name.
Huerta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there you
Okay.
go. And then I kind of tied on my seventh choice between Galen Oliver and Denise Winfield.
Okay, so, Denise Wilson, you mean?
Was it Winfield or Wilson?
No,
Yeah.
it's Wilson.
Wilson, sorry, there you go.
Okay, and Denise Wilson and Galen, you said?
Yeah.
And Galen's?
Yeah.
Galen
And
was
that's-
Oliver. Okay, so just to be clear, Councilmember Nagar, Tiffany Baker, Julie Farnbach, Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Imelda Huerta, Galen Oliver, Crystal Pastorian, and Denise Wilson.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm still looking, so if you guys are still looking, that's fine.
I'm ready.
Ready, Zach? Okay,
Sure,
go
I
ahead.
can totally go. This was quite a difficult.
Sure, it was.
So I obviously have more than 7, but I'm going to start there, right? Okay, so I have Tiffany Baker, Krista Charles, Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Christina Holloway, Jackie Steed, and Denise Wilson.
Okay.
Okay, so just to, for clarity purposes, Councilmember Schwenk, Tiffany Baker, Krista Charles, Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Christina Holloway, Jackie Steed, and Denise Wilson. I'm sorry, Tiffany Baker, Krista Charles, Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Christina Holloway, Jackie Steed, Denise Wilson. Councilmember Schwenk, did I miss anybody?
That's a good summary of it, thank you.
Okay, I'm still not ready. I'm
Oh.
trying to circle, but go ahead.
Okay. In no particular order, it is Deborah Abrams, Tiffany Baker, Ivy Harris, Crystal Pastorian, Jackie Steed, Eric Faulkner, and then I have several ties as well with Denise Wilson and Imelda Huerta.
Okay, so.
Okay, can I just repeat that really quickly?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I got that. Denise Abrams, Tiffany.
Deborah Abrams.
I'm sorry, Deborah Abrams, Tiffany Baker.
Can you say the number of that person while you're looking? That way I can go, can you say the number, what number they are on the list? Do you know?
Yeah, if I can just finish this, then I'll go back and
Okay.
read the number. Deborah Abrams, Tiffany Baker, Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Imelda Huerta, Crystal Pastorian, Jackie Steed, Denise Wilson.
Okay.
Okay, so Deborah Abrams, 1. Tiffany Baker, 4. Krista Charles, 13.
That was with the K, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Nope.
no. So, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, are you?
I'm asking for the numbers just so I can quickly go.
For just Councilmember Ron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so I can quickly go to my list
Okay.
and see which
Okay.
ones I have in common
Okay, got it.
already.
Deborah, okay, so we'll start over.
Got Deborah.
Abrams,
Yeah.
1. Tiffany Baker, 4. Eric Faulkner, 27.
Okay.
Ivy Harris, 30. Imelda Huerta, 34.
Okay.
Crystal Pastorian, 53. Jackie Steed, 69. Denise Wilson, 75.
69 and 75. Okay. Let me just check really quick and see how this one, I want to see if there's any person that I have circled that I really, that really stood out, that I want to add to my list instead of some of those. I have a lot of those in common, so. Did somebody say Galen Oliver?
Yes,
Yeah.
Councilmember Nagar indicated Galen Oliver.
Okay, and then we had Crystal Pastorian. Okay, I heard that one.
So did you want to add to those two?
No, I'm still working on mine. So, okay, so let me write this down and then I'm gonna select. Okay. 53. Okay, so I'm gonna go, my first round's gonna be Tiffany Baker, Jackie Steed,
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Denise Wilson.
okay, hold on.
How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Denise Wilson, Galen Oliver, and Crystal Pastorian. I'm happy with that.
Okay, so with that, all 4 of you recommended Tiffany Baker. All 4 of you recommended Eric Faulkner. All 4 of you recommended Ivy Harris. All 4 of you recommended Denise Wilson. Mr. Butler, is that the 4 that you have for all 4? Do you have any others for all 4s?
That's all 4 that I have.
Okay,
That's all I have, that all 4 are in common.
okay. So that was 4. Then 3 of you recommended Jackie Steed. 3 of you recommended Crystal Pastorian. And, okay, so that was the only 3
1, 2, 3, 4,
that
5,
I
6.
have.
We need one more.
So let me just put a quick 3 there. Okay. So now I have 2 of you recommended Imelda Huerta, and 2 of you recommended Galen Oliver.
I don't know if this matters or not, but right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 women and 2 men. Does it matter to anybody?
No.
Nope.
And I have to honestly tell you, if I may, I'm not keeping track of race.
Nope, me
I'm
either.
not keeping track of gender.
Me either.
Yeah,
I didn't even write it
just
down.
eliminated that, and I want everybody to know that.
Yeah,
because
I didn't even write it. I don't even know,
Yeah.
what races some of these are, so. I just know I wrote, great speaker, understands the issues, things like that, so.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Sir?
So hearing the last 2 names, it was Imelda Huerta and Galen Oliver. I mentioned at the outset of this that I had more than 7 names on there. Those 2 names are included in mine. So I think we have, some good consensus, right?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing you
yeah.
came up with.
So just wanted to daylight that. Those 2 and a couple others are on my larger list.
Okay. Tell me where Imelda is, and I want to go to her and look at her and see what I wrote.
She was in the very beginning, or
She was
close to the
close,
beginning.
huh?
I'm 34.
34,
Yeah, there you
okay.
go, 34.
Imelda works for Menifee and is a.
She works in the city manager's office for City of Menifee.
Correct.
Okay.
to advocate for her if we could.
I liked her because she brought a very different perspective.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, yeah,
just
I wrote a lot on, I circled her, yes.
Yeah, and if you remember, she was a fountain of ideas.
She was.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
I
That was
think
a big deal.
She not only spoke about her background, but she brought some solid concepts forward and put in some time to really think about what she could offer.
I mean, I wrote down collaboration, teamwork, role model. Yeah, I liked her.
So,
I'll,
Are we
I mean,
hearing
we're not gonna motion, but that would be my consensus, is
I
to
would-
go with her.
I would second that.
Yeah, I think we're.
Yeah,
to
I
that
think
point
we're
where
ready.
We should, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we're ready.
okay, so then basically, the 7 names that I have, based on your discussion and consensus, is Tiffany Baker,
Yep,
Eric Faulkner,
yep,
Ivy Harris,
yes,
Imelda Huerta,
yes,
Crystal Pastorian,
yes,
Jackie Steed,
yes,
and Denise Wilson.
correct.
So that is the 7.
A great group.
A great group.
Yeah.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
I
and
would like,
thi-
can I make the motion as chairman or not?
Yes,
As
if
chairman?
you want.
Oh, I'd like to make the motion. That's the motion.
Second.
Okay.
Was that a real motion? or-
Yeah, that was the, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the names that were just read, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the names were just read.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, a second by Councilmember Nagar, to go ahead and appoint Tiffany Baker, Eric Faulkner, Ivy Harris, Imelda Huerta, Crystal Pastorian, Jackie Steed, and Denise Wilson to the Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Commission.
I like it.
It's a good group.
Okay, and with that, I will take a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Councilmember Nagar?
Yes.
Councilmember Ron?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Good.
Councilmember Schwank?
That's a big I for me.
Now, how easy was that?
Okay.
Yeah, we always bring it. We always.
So-
But we all ended up with the same people
So now,
without
if
talking.
now if you guys will give me just a moment, I'm gonna write those 7 names down.
Okay.
And then I'm in our little jar here, and then we're gonna draw for terms.
Okay. And we're looking at what, 3 and 2s?
Yes, 3 folks will have a 3-year term, 2 folks will have a 2-year term, and 1 person will have a 1-year term.
Okay.
And that's per the resolution that you guys adopted creating the commission.
Okay. While we're waiting, I mean, Matt, you and I were talking in the hall about how excited we were that this turnout, this community came out. We've had openings on commissions before where nobody would show up, or 1 or 2.
Zero.
And not only that, the presentations that were made and the effort put into it, I was really pleased.
You know, well, and while we're waiting for our city clerk, just wanted to say thank you to all of you. When this idea came up, and it was at a rather tumultuous time
Right.
in our city, you know, you never know when you start to bring things forward and how they're going to be received. And Zach, I know you and I had talked quite a bit about some of these concepts, and I think we landed on something that fundamentally is going to be a long-term change for our city. There were a tremendous amount of just, remarkable candidates. You know, this is a remarkable city. We've always known that. And it's hard to just pick 7 folks, you know, so it may have looked easy, but it wasn't. And I know we all, you know, agonized over the binders that we were given for, you know, days now, and it's not an easy decision to make. And I know we've also had discussions about, you know, maybe we expand this to a larger group and all of that. And I think for now, I know we're good moving forward, but as this evolves, this is going to be an interesting turning point in our city's history. So just really wanted to thank everybody for working through that process, and just all the love and respect and professionalism that happened here today.
Thank you,
And just a
Councilmember Ron.
special thanks to all the folks who applied, because it speaks so highly of the city we have here. Just incredible experience.
I agree with you. You know, I would like to find a way to encourage all of those people who were not selected, who were amazing people, that, you know, and I do think, you know, you feel like you know everybody. Oh my gosh, why haven't I known these people? And I want them to feel like they're included. I want them to feel welcomed. I want them to participate. And we have lots of other things that they could be participating on, subcommittees or steering committees, or, you know, they can come to council meetings and speak publicly about the nonprofits that they support, or, I mean, that's what I want. I want them to feel comfortable that they can come back to the council chamber and participate in other ways. So, do we have emails for every single person on this list, Randy?
Yes, we have contact information for every single person on this list, and as you alluded to earlier, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, every single one of our commissions is publicly accessible.
Yes.
And now it will be absolutely our goal to make sure that everybody that was, that applied for this commission and even the other commissions, to remind them to stay actively engaged.
Yes.
And we have more application processes. Remember, because of what this council did about a year ago, the application process is now electronic and easily accessible as
Right.
well. So we will remind them to stay engaged. We will actually have them, we'll send out emails saying, this is where you can sign up for agendas on the Ready Commission. This is where you can sign up for agendas on PC Commission. So please stay engaged as a member of the public. And of course, we're doing a lot virtually, so they can just watch it from the comfort of their own home and
Yes.
online streaming and all that.
And, you know, I would like to encourage all of these people to you know, subscribe to the city communications that we send out regularly. And, you know, you can read them or not read them, but at least if you receive them, because there's so many opportunities for them to participate on things just through that, you know, that venue, that, you know, that vehicle.
Well, it's always been a very, I'm sorry, this is just an emotional time for us here, but, you know, and Randy's laughing because she's like, is that Matt down there saying that? But really, you know, when I came up with the idea a little while ago about actually doing this, not as subcommittees, not this commission, but commissions in general, it was met with a bit of resistance, and I recognize it. Because it's a very difficult process to have to, you know, have this sort of public discourse about people that we respect and want to see involved in the city, and it's very difficult to make decisions like that publicly. And I don't think we ever anticipated we would be reading through 76
Never.
applications in
Never.
one sitting, right?
Awesome.
That never even crossed my mind. But I got to say, this year is unlike any other we've experienced, and really do appreciate, again, everybody's support on doing this together as a team, because I think it brought out a lot of folks in our community. It made it much more open and transparent, and I think, Marianne, you just said it perfectly, is there's so many folks that we're now getting to know that otherwise we might not
I
have
know.
ever been able to, and that's just going to make Temecula stronger.
I like these people. I mean,
A quick question, two of my colleagues, and maybe clerk and city manager, what's the plan for swearing in, and are we going to be here when they're sworn in? Or are they gonna convene and then get sworn in? What do you think is?
So their terms actually don't start till January 1st.
Okay.
And that'll give me an opportunity to check in with the city manager and the conditions of the pandemic at the time, the conditions of
All right.
in-person city council meetings at the time, and we can proceed accordingly.
but we could have a swearing in at a council meeting of everyone if we wanted to, could we not?
Again, it depends on the conditions at the time.
Well, I mean, right, if we're
Yeah.
able to gather at that point.
I wanted to be there, but I understand if I cannot. So
Well,
that-
why can't you be there?
Huh?
You could be there?
You know, it'd be nice as a sitting council member, but you know what, it doesn't matter. I mean, if it works, great, but if not, you know, I won't hold things up or make more work for you, but.
No, their terms begin January 1st. Typically, our board and commission members are sworn in at the first meeting of when their term begins. So their first meeting would be the second or fourth Tuesday in January
Right.
at some point. So again, I'd have to Mr. City Manager, depending upon the conditions at the time, we would have to figure out whether it would be a virtual or in-person or.
Could we,
do it outside?
and could we do it before the 1st, even though they're not gonna-
We can't swear them in until their terms begin. So typically, again.
Okay, all right, no, you just.
Because there are, like, for example, there are existing members.
It's okay, yeah, understood. That's all right.
But Mr. Nagar, we will invite you to the swearing meeting.
So I will be there.
And we'll sign you up for the newsletter, you know.
I will be there.
We are going to take your key from you, but we'll hold the door open for you.
You know, to
No, but this
also-
is a legacy moment.
It
And I think
is.
it
It is.
puts a very nice touch to your tenure with us.
Yeah, and I wanted to share because it really, at the moment when we put all this together, and it was a lot of tension, okay? And there's just a lot of tension. And it wasn't just this, it was all the things that we did. We had to take the air out of that balloon for the benefit of everybody, and we did that. But I was also impressed today about something. And you know this because I brought it up several times. I did not get a political feel.
No,
today.
only from one. There was one.
Yeah, and yet what I got was love for the community.
Yeah.
And willingness to be ambassadors and bridge builders, and that just did it. That was just pretty cool.
I think from, my criteria was that loving Temecula was, other than that, it would be a non-starter. I mean, if you didn't love Temecula first and foremost, and, have Temecula residents' best interests at heart, that was, you weren't gonna get a circle around your name for me, but every person expressed how much they loved it here. So that's really gratifying too, I think. I think that speaks volumes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it? Okay. So we have this clear little not fishbowl, but container here. I have handwritten in the 7 names, and then they've been shaken up. So what we'll do now is just go ahead, and the first 3 names I'll draw will be for 3-year terms.
First 3 names for your terms.
First 3 names is 3-year terms. So
Okay.
here is 1 slip of paper, here is a 2nd slip of paper, and here is a 3rd.
Let the
slip
record reflect that
of-
all eyes are on the city clerk to make sure she only pulls out 1 piece of paper at a time. And to me, they all look exactly the same, so. Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
3-year terms.
3-year terms. Imelda Huerta, 3-year term.
Okay?
Denise Wilson,
Oh, I knew you were
3-year term.
Okay? I bet it's Jackie.
And
Steve.
Ivy Harris,
Ivy.
3-year term.
Okay,
Okay?
good. And the second draw?
The second draw will be for, actually, if you will give me just a moment. It will be for 2 2-year terms.
So 2 pieces of paper, 2 for 2-year terms.
Yeah, let's go with 2 2-year terms. And we'll cross-check this as well with the resolution as well, just to make sure we're good.
Are you writing this down with one of your colored markers? Oh, okay.
Okay,
just
so
checking.
here is 2 2-year terms. Crystal Pastorian, 2-year term.
Uh-huh.
And Jackie Steed, 2-year term.
Great.
Okay, and the last 2 will be 1-year terms. And I just realized that this is consistent with, because originally we were going to have 5 members, and then we expanded to 7 members.
Yeah,
So that's why
right.
it's one 3-year, 2
2
2 years,
years,
and 2 1 years.
Right.
Did we agree to go with 1-year terms? We did, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
for
only
staggered terms.
Only for the
Okay.
first time. This
Okay,
is
got
just
it.
for the first
Yeah,
round.
after that, everybody will be a 3-year. It's just to get them on a
Got it.
rotation.
Understood.
So Eric Faulkner, 1 year. And Tiffany Baker, 1 year. Okay, so we have Tiffany Baker, 1 year term. Eric Faulkner, 1 year term. Ivy Harris, 3 year term. Imelda Huerta, 3 year term. Denise Wilson, 3 year term. Jackie Steed, 2 year term. And Crystal Pastorian, 2 year term.
Okay.
Now you have the difficult decision of advising us as staff of who you would like to be for the first year, the chair and the vice chair, and then after that, like our other commissions, they can decide amongst themselves.
Okay. Well, if we look at, now to be a chairperson, you know, I would consider, you know, experience. I think, have they had leadership experience in a position such as being a chair of a committee someplace? And I know that obviously Denise has, and I know that Tiffany is the chair of the county, I can't remember what it's called. The county, was it the fair, not the Fair Housing Commission, but something like that. I can't remember, but Tiffany's done it. You know, I know Jackie's been in Rotary, but I don't remember any of the others.
I'd like to see Eric Faulkner.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would be comfortable with Denise or Tiffany or Eric.
We're choosing the chair, vice chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Chair
they
and
don't
vice
know,
chair.
they don't know each other, and they don't know each other's qualifications or anything, so it'd be hard for them to, you know.
Huh. Shouldn't they? I
Well, it
guess.
won't be the next time. They'll choose.
I'm just wondering, shouldn't they deliberate among themselves? But I'm open. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't let them do that, but yeah, I'm okay either way.
I think it's not uncommon for this, things to work this way, and then as the first year flows out at the end of that year, if, you know, they want to pick other leaders, then they'll be picking their own leaders from now on, so.
Have we established that it will rotate each year? In other words, the chair serves for 1 year?
Yes, that's how all of our commissions, the
Okay.
chairs and vice chairs are 1 year.
Okay, so who's on the
Do
table?
we have the flexibility of just allowing them, though? Is that?
I kind of like that. I mean, we're asking them to be their own body and give them each other's resumes and I don't know, I just like that. But
Madam City Clerk or Mr. City Manager, I'm just curious if we have that flexibility.
No,
here.
you absolutely have that flexibility. It was simply a staff recommendation, given that we're putting 7 individuals that probably don't know each other. They don't understand maybe Robert's Rules of Order, maybe, you know, the different functions of running a meeting. So we felt like if you guys wanted to, this is one option, you could select the chair and vice chair for 12 months. Staff would work coaching up the chair and the vice chair, so they hit the ground running in January. But certainly you have the discretion to do it differently. If you want to let them decide for themselves at that first meeting, that can be done as well.
Well, certainly it takes the onus off of us.
It was more based on, like, for example, at their very first meeting, who would call the meeting to order, who would kind of, you know, so if you had a preference on, even if it's just like a 3-month chair, vice chair, and then they can select themselves, or a 6-month chair, vice chair, it's just an opportunity to get their meeting up and running. But if you have a preference not to do that, that's okay too, and we'll just, we'll open the meeting with just kind of educating them right away on chair, vice chair selection.
Yeah.
Or the mayor can open the meeting too. I don't know if there's any protocol for that. The mayor at the time could open the meeting just.
Or the staff director. I'm just thinking, like,
yeah, we can do that.
with the bureau, when I was there, you know, we had a 22-member commission, and you know, I became the chair because nobody spoke up.
Yeah, I think that happens a lot.
But I think, you know, it was clear that, you know, look, you wanted somebody who knew something about running meetings, and there had to be a comfort level. So I'd hate to speak out of turn and appoint somebody. And look, it's a good break in the ice group, you know, building dynamic exercise right off the bat.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
So I'm okay.
Exactly what I was just going to say.
I'm okay letting them.
You know, my preference is to appoint just so they can hit the ground running ready and sort of take that pressure off staff. But I see the wisdom in that as well. I mean, it's sort of voting you on the island, so to speak, you know, so I could see the wisdom in that as well.
I just hate to put anybody at odds, you know, from the get-go at the first meeting.
No, they gotta get along. That's the whole thing, and so.
Yes.
They will.
You know, and so, anyway, as you said, it's an exercise right out of the bat, and somebody saying, well, hey, I don't mind doing it. I've done this, I've done that, and it's persuasion right out of the gate.
Well, we might appoint someone that doesn't actually want to do it.
That
So
could be,
that's true,
that
too.
could be too.
Oh,
That's
well,
true,
yeah.
too. Very true.
Okay, so I think there's consensus then, and just letting them figure it out, and we'll work with them to.
Oh, you'll lead them.
We'll work with them through the city manager's guidance as well, and help them select their chair and vice chair. Again, they won't be meeting until January, so we'll figure that out. Okay, so with that, council members, you have selected your Ready Commission, you have made the motion, and you have given them terms, and they will select the chair, vice chair. Okay, so next up is Community Services Commission.
Madam Mayor, I'll just throw it out there. You know, it was a little bit of a hodgepodge because people just sort of threw community services in there, traffic and ready at the same time.
It was like darts.
Yeah, and it was hard to figure out. So this is what I'm going on. Last time we had an opening, we reappointed an incumbent, but we gave high praise to Ms. Sizemore. And Ms. Sizemore was here, and anyway, I'd recommend Ms. Sizemore, but again, I'm open.
Okay, I'm gonna find her.
She spoke like third or fourth to the last.
Yeah, she was almost at the end.
Yeah.
I would certainly concur with that. I think Catherine Sizemore would be a great fit on community services.
I think I circled her too.
I have Margaret Meineke as my top pick, just because I know her, worked with her quite a bit in the past, and I know she'd be a great choice for the city. But I also recognized Catherine Sizemore as my list as well.
I did not circle Meineke, but I did a lot of notes.
I can go with Ms. Meineke too, so she would have been my second choice.
Yeah, she's a good choice as well.
Oh, you know what, I've got, on Sizemore, I circled her, and I also said, I like her exclamation point. So I liked her.
There you go.
So, okay, so I'm hearing consensus for the one vacancy on the Community Services Commission for Catherine Sizemore.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take that motion. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, motion and second.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Edwards,
Aye.
Councilmember Nagar,
Aye.
Councilmember Ron,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwenk.
Aye.
Okay, and with that, Mrs. Sizemore is appointed to the Community Services Commission.
Next.
Okay. So next is Old Town Local Review Board. An Old Town Local Review Board, you actually have 3 vacancies.
I have some thoughts on that.
I'll defer.
Okay, Matt, what?
Well, easy first. I'd like to just get this one out of the way because it is, for me, the easiest choice is to reappoint Pegmore.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'd like to start there. Juan Delval was also on the top of my list
What number is
as.
he?
Sorry, hang on.
18.
18.
Okay.
Yes, I know he had a lot of opportunities in his list that he was willing to serve for.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, listening to him talk, I thought he might be an excellent candidate for Old Town.
I liked him too.
Was he the gentleman from Southgate?
No.
The old
No.
Trey wasn't him, okay. All right.
He is, he was a supervisor in San Marcos. He had 3 kids, active in school. He worked for City Murrieta, the Eastern Municipal Water District,
Okay.
and he volunteers at Temecula Prep. And I liked him. And he's been here since 2001, so he's a long timer. I like him.
All right.
And I also had John Randall as well.
What's his number?
He was number 59.
Okay.
Councilmember Nagar, you were thinking Rudy Navarro.
Pardon?
You were thinking Rudy Navarro from Southgate.
Yes, I was, thank you.
There he is. Oh, yeah, I actually,
So, Councilmember Ron, I have for the 3 vacancies on the Old Town Local Review Board from you, Juan Del Val, Peg Moore, and John Randall.
Yes.
Okay?
let me see.
If this were Jeopardy, the song would be over.
Right.
I'm good with
Okay.
him. Actually, I've looked now, and I am good with that one. Good with those 3.
I'm waiting to hear from my other 2 colleagues.
So,
I need a little guidance.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, did I hear you say you were good with the 3 folks that were mentioned by Councilmember Ron?
Yes, I just looked up the last one was John Randall, and I gave him high marks.
Okay, so I will now add Mayor Pro Tem Edwards to Juan Del Val, Peg Moore, and John Randall. Okay?
Okay, Jeopardy's over. What is a difficult decision to make? Okay, so Peg Moore, how do you not reappoint the mother of Temecula to?
Well, you do reappoint the mother to Temecula. I
Okay,
think.
so that was my question.
I think,
So,
I mean, she is,
Yep.
Yeah?
yeah.
No, I got you. I had 2 different folks. I had Dallas McLaughlin and Michael Bays, sort of the folks. I also did have Juan Del Val, so I could build some consensus there as well.
I think, I like Dallas McLaughlin. What number was he?
I do, I have Michael Bays on mine, of course I have Peg, but I just got to ask a question, and maybe it's an uncomfortable one. Well, you know, the incumbent Annette Brown, I wish she would have showed up here today. But is there any reason why we wouldn't reappoint the incumbent? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Or is it our feeling that, I mean, I'll say it, I wish she would have shown up today. That's kind of important, notwithstanding if there was some reason, but I don't think we had any reason.
He would have told, wouldn't he have told us?
Yeah,
he
I
had
mean,
it?
she comes to council meetings, she's very plugged into the community. I mean, I think she was editor for Neighbors Magazine for.
Yes.
Yeah, for, I mean,
Yes.
a long time.
Yes.
Involved in penny pickles, I mean, this.
Yes.
I mean, so I'm wondering, you know, anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't, and you know what, isn't she right down at the, Visit Temecula Valley? She works right down, outside the door. But they're not, the office isn't open though, probably, huh? Yeah, she works right in the building.
I mean, Councilmember Ron, I mean, I'm gonna defer to you if you feel strongly about what you recommended. I'm okay with it. I just thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's on my list as well as a good candidate, so, I'm comfortable with that, but the 2 folks that I mentioned outside of Peg, I think showed a deep interest and had a lot of things to say that I thought, made them good candidates.
Yeah. And that's really where I land too, is as we go through this, it becomes this, it's like really competitive now in a lot of ways, right? And you see all these folks that we've sort we've opened the door and let people come in and they want to be involved. And so I think, how can we continue to foster that? And some of that is just appointing new folks.
Yes.
Is what?
Is appointing new people.
folks.
Yeah. I do have to tell you that, in all fairness, even the incumbents should be here. I mean, you had mentioned it early, Councilmember Ron, and you just don't want to be presumptuous. I think that's kind of why we pulled this whole thing out into the open. You know, that was one of the reasons, and so I might say I'm a bit disappointed in that, because I would have, she would have shown up here and she would have said all the things that we just said about her and more. Yeah.
Or at least told us why she couldn't
Right.
be here.
Yeah.
And we'll have that exact same conversation here in a moment.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yes.
So I'm okay with your suggestions, but and I could interchange Michael Bay's too as well.
Now,
but-
I had Dallas McLaughlin, but if I go back to Michael Bay's, he's got a high score too.
Yeah.
Michael Bay's, I wrote down tech guy, a team player, worked with special needs. And I think he said that I like, you know, is it check boxes or is it value? You know,
Yeah.
we gonna do this for the value, or are we just gonna check boxes? I saw him as an analyst. And then on McLaughlin, I wrote down education fits. He mentioned planning theme parks, and then he also mentioned writing award-winning television series. Did you get that? Do we know what?
I don't know what his
I don't know either.
bio is, but
I don't either, but those comments are not as specific as the ones I have on Michael Bay's. I think he might, in my mind, I think he might be a better fit.
So
where are we?
So from consensus, building, what I'm hearing as a staffer is Peg Moore,
Yep.
which gives you 2. And then I heard Juan Del Val
Yes.
from
Okay.
Councilmember Ron, Councilmember Edwards, and Councilmember Schwank, and Councilmember Nagar.
That's fine, you can put me down.
Okay. Which leaves 1, and then I heard conversation from Councilmember Ron and Edwards on John Randall, but also conversation with 2 of you on Dallas McLaughlin, and then conversation with 2 or 3 of you from Michael Bay's. So John Randall, Dallas McLaughlin, and Michael Bay's.
I could support Michael Bay's.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
I think so.
Okay.
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 So.
So
the-
moved.
So, okay.
Second.
All righty.
We're getting pretty good at this.
Alrighty.
It went a lot quicker than I thought.
8 to 5. Okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem Edwards,
Aye.
Councilmember Ron,
Aye.
Councilmember Nagar,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwank.
Aye.
Okay, so that one was to go ahead and appoint Michael Bays, Juan Del Val, and Peg Moore for the 3 vacancies on the Old Town Local Review Board.
Can you send us a summary?
I will. It will be tomorrow, but yes, I will. Okay, next we have Planning Commission, and we only have 1 vacancy and 12 applicants.
Lene.
Yeah, Lene.
Lene.
I'll move.
Okay, so that one, Matt, Ron.
And I just want to say, because we don't get a chance to praise too often, and I've been fortunate in my whole tenure to be the liaison to the Planning Commission. Lene's contribution to the community made her a great candidate for the Planning Commission, even though she had no experience.
Yeah.
And then she dug down and worked to
yeah.
get the experience. So much so that her colleagues elected her vice chair and then eventually chair.
3 times.
And I'm just real proud of her. She does, in that fashion of service, epitomize Temecula.
Yeah, we're blessed to have her.
I want to
Let me read it, because I'm sure, I don't know if she's watching or not, but maybe she'll play it back. But I think it's important for us to all say that, a bit about her, because from my perspective, just a few notes I wrote down. One was, she has a clear vision for Temecula. And I think for that position in particular, that's incredibly important.
Yes.
She's well, you know me, I wrote down she has a pragmatic articulacy and ethical approach to decision-making, but also a desire to learn and lead, right? And I think that is one of the key approaches that commission requires. So very, very happy to see her come back.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards?
Aye.
Councilmember Nagar?
Aye.
Councilmember Ron?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwank?
Aye.
Okay, and that was to go ahead and appoint Lene Turley-Trejo to the Planning Commission. And the last one is the Public Traffic Safety Commission. You have 2 vacancies and 13 applicants.
So I'm going to start this off, if I may. Again, with no, just because I'm here, but with no real authority. You know, a couple of things. First of all, David Lewis, fire captain, very impressive. And I think he would be fantastic, okay?
We have one seat?
Oh, we have 2 seats.
2 seats? Okay,
We have
good,
2 seats,
good.
correct, yeah. I'm, you know, if we're gonna stay consistent, I'm very disappointed in Mr. Carter, that he didn't show up here. He did a great job.
Actually, he did send in a late email and was, there was some health concerns there.
There were some health concerns. Okay, thank you for that. Then that puts me on the bubble with him. And then my last comment is, again, last time we had an opening here, Mr. Maddox
Oh, I love him.
was well received.
Love him.
And we were just telling him that, boy, you know, keep applying, you know, next opening, hopefully you'll qualify. That doesn't mean he gets it. You know, we can't make those commitments, but, so I'm on the bubble. Mr. Lewis is somebody I support, so I'm gonna go with him, but I'm on the bubble between Mr. Carter and Mr. Maddox.
Well, I'll just follow and say, Lewis, yes, can 100% support that. In fact, that would be my number 1 selection. David Maddox, I think, is just he's an interesting fellow, and I think he's got a very unique perspective for the city. Mr. Carter, Mr. Moses, you know, have been staunch, you know, sort of advocates on the Traffic Safety Commission for a very long time. So I'm a little torn there as well, but.
What if it's health concerns?
Yeah, but no, I'm not saying, you know, anything. I'm just saying,
Oh.
you know, I am torn because they have been involved with us for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
But Mr. Lewis, I think, would be a nice addition, so I would start there as a selection, and then defer to my colleagues on the second choice.
The makeup of the commission right now, are there professionals on there now? I don't know the background of everybody anymore, I don't remember.
Mr. Carter ran the CHP.
Right.
I mean, if anybody, you know, deserves to be up there, it was him.
But were there any fire professionals? Other fire professionals? I don't know.
Well, we got JR.
Yeah, you've got JR who works in the General Dynamics type
Engineer.
transportation,
Engineer,
professional engineer. You've got Brad Sullivan, retired chiropractor and also former, I believe, police officer in the Los Angeles area.
Yeah.
You've got Ivan Haller, or no, that's the city manager at Murrieta.
Ivan Moses.
Ivan Moses. I'm not familiar with what his background is. Skip Carter, you all know, he used to be number 2 CHP.
Yeah.
And then, who's the last guy?
Bob Hager.
Yeah, Bob Hagel, who's been
Oh, he's been forever.
Yeah.
He started
a fixture on that
Yeah.
forever.
He started the program that Mike recommended.
The Citizen Corps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great too.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I would like to see Skip maintain his involvement. You know,
I like him.
he's been a great
there
part
is
of the
no
commission.
downside to Skip.
No, not at all.
Yeah. And since he did put in the note,
Yes.
I thought, listen, I would never want to accuse somebody of blowing it off, but and I'm not saying that was the case, because obviously he put in a note. But if we're going to stay consistent, then you stay consistent. But, so I'm supporting Skip, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the note did
Yeah.
it for me. That was,
Right.
no, that was the
Right.
thing that made me reconsider and say, okay,
Which,
well, that's
I
good.
guess the message we're saying, let me say it plain and clear, is if you're applying, you should be here when the interviews are being held. Unless, of course, for some reason you can't. And
But then
certainly
tell
that
us.
happens. What?
And if you can't, then tell us.
Then you tell us, right?
Yeah.
All right, so for me, I have David Maddox. I'm continually impressed with what he brings to the table. I think he brings a different perspective, certainly being younger, having little kids. I think that's valuable on a Public Traffic Safety Commission. David Lewis was a solid pick, and I also thought pretty highly of Travis Winfield. I thought he would be a pretty good fit on that commission as well. I could certainly support Skip Carter, obviously. But he has served 3 terms, so you could say, and it's not his first or second term, so he has served 3 terms. It's a considerable amount of time, on a commission, so it's a little food for thought.
Well, I'm willing to forego David as long as, I can talk to him. I just want him to keep applying, because he will end up on a commission at some point. He's very analytical, and he's up to everything. He follows the city regularly, so he's up to speed on everything. So I'm okay.
So Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, at this point, I have heard from Councilmember Nagar, Councilmember Ron, Councilmember Schwank, and you as well, that you have an interest in reappointing Skip Carter.
Yes.
And then I've also heard from Councilmember Nagar, Councilmember Ron, Councilmember Schwank, and you as well, that David Lewis was top of mind for you all as well. And then I've heard incidental conversation with David Maddox as well. So right now I have 3 sets of initials next to Robert Carter and David Lewis, and 2 sets of initials next to David Maddox.
So I think the consensus is there. A quick question. Did we ever discuss appointing alternates? Did that ever come up?
I think we did a while back, alternates, to talk about discussing alternates. When we had the somewhat contentious discussion about, the format of commissions, and we talked about should they be, by district, or should we each appoint 1 commissioner? And I think we talked about alternates at that time.
Did we?
But we didn't land on anything.
I don't remember, but I wouldn't mind considering it. I just have a lot of respect for Mr. Maddox.
I do too.
And it just so happens, a fire captain showed up, or he'd, probably be appointed. Can we appoint an alternate? That if one of them doesn't show up, he shows up, but he still gets all the information? And
Wouldn't we have to change the?
I don't know. I don't know, and
I
I don't
don't-
even know if you, as my colleagues, want to
I don't
do
think you
that.
can. I don't think you can do that under the current framework that
Right.
governs the commission.
Right, we'd
so.
have to change
Okay.
that.
So
And I don't know if we,
there's a fundamental, probably policy change that I think we would have to.
Okay.
and I don't know if we could even talk about that right now.
Yeah, I would this is Marisela from the city attorney's office. Can you guys hear me?
I didn't know
Yes,
you were there.
You were loud and clear, Maricela.
I've been
Thank you.
hiding here this whole time. Yes, I agree that the resolution doesn't currently allow you to appoint alternates. Certainly that can be a topic of discussion for a different day, but as the resolution currently stands, you don't have that flexibility, unfortunately.
Okay.
Thank you, Maricela.
Thank you.
Thank
He's
you.
like our guardian angel out of
Yeah.
nowhere. She's been keeping an eye on us all day so quietly.
Maricela's always sitting there right on her shoulders.
Noah,
Let-
how long can you tread water?
May I once throw something out there?
Sure.
And then this is just maybe a little fight for David Maddox, because I think there is value in change. And I know it's really hard to change, right? Like that, you just look at the community, look at your home, look at the things you do. That's difficult, right? Like change is hard, right? So as we sit here and we said, oh, I feel really comfortable with these picks, but oftentimes like we're leaving a lot on the table. We're leaving a lot out in the community. And I really think there's a ton of value in bringing in some new faces and some new people that will bring some different energy. There is a ton of value in that. And so we can't just sort of overlook that and say, well, I really feel bad for David, like that doesn't do anything for David right now. David's like, I don't, or the other applicants, right? Like all the other people that applied, all these other people that applied. I think there's just some value in us getting uncomfortable, and we've talked about having these uncomfortable conversations, and gosh, here we are having one, right?
I'm totally comfortable.
All right, well, get a little uncomfortable. But my point is there is value in change, right? There is value in change. If a few years ago, you would have not seen the value in change and appointed me to be on the commission, our city would be in a different space, right? So there is value in change, and that's really just all I want to leave it with. I don't think we need to have a knockdown, drag-out fight over this, but I don't want us to overlook what we saw today. The people that came out in our community today and use this space as a place to talk about themselves and talk about their vision for our community. I don't want to overlook that. And while it's comfortable sometimes to continue to reappoint, it's I think in our best interest to not.
So
I'll be
Zach,
honest.
would you put David in the place of who?
Well, I mean, that's the crux of the problem, right?
Yeah.
And listen, this is nothing against anyone.
No,
and this is
no,
nothing
no.
against any commissioner, right, at this
Right.
point. And had I come back for reappointment and you said, you know what, you've done a great job on community services, but we're going a different route. We've got these new people that are energized, and I would be okay with that, right? I served a few terms, and I would personally be okay with that. And again, this is nothing against anyone individual, but if you've served a few terms, it's probably okay. Like Dale Borgeson didn't reapply. He took it upon himself to say, hey, I've served a couple terms, and there's so much out there in the community that needs to be heard and have different perspectives that now we have Catherine Sizemore, right? So I think that's my point I'm trying to make is there is value in that. And while it's really comfortable to just reappoint, it's really important for us to not overlook the outpouring of people that came here today and poured their heart on the line. And you ask really tough questions of people, personal questions of people, and they answer you with passion and just like, I am here and I am ready. And I just don't want us to overlook that. And I know we're just talking about David Maddox here, but overall, there's a lot of value out there.
Well, so now that we're at this
Mary Ann,
level,
could you use your microphone because we're recording? Thanks.
now that we're at this level of discussion, now I'm looking at qualifications. So now we're looking at the fire captain, and we're looking at Skip, who's highly qualified and been here before. So I think there's an argument per their qualifications for retaining them. It's just that I want to see David do something. I think he's just too valuable an asset to waste. And he's not the kind of person that will give up and just go away. I mean, he loves the city, and he'll continue to follow us. He follows us and listens to us, and does research and reads about us and stays up to speed. So he'll stay there. I just wish we had a place for him.
Well, I mean, and I don't really want to monopolize this entire conversation. And I know our city's in good hands with anyone that we appoint, right? Like regardless of the commission. But you brought up a point about Lene. Lene doesn't have any planning experience at all. But she's a good fit, right? She has a good heart. She has a good vision, right? I see that in other people. Not everybody comes to the table with a diverse education or a professional experience that sort of melts with. We have a fire captain. We actually pay a fire captain to do the job. So I think it's important that we have a really diverse group of folks. And here you have someone like David who's younger, who has younger kids. And I think that's important. If you look at the existing board now, it's retired people, right? So it's folks that have they're older, right? I just think there's value in that. That's all.
Well, he's going to have the before and after school 20 minutes of insanity perspective on traffic for sure, because he's there. So
just walking with kids,
Right.
biking with kids, just understanding. Again, we don't have to belabor this, and like I said, we will be in good hands regardless of the people that we have. I just don't want us to overlook some of those things that there's just value in that.
So, you want to stay where you are on your picks? Mike, you want to stay where you are on your picks?
I think I do, and you make a compelling argument that, that I could consider, but then it gets trumped when I look at a gentleman like Mr. Carter. And there's a couple of things. It's sort of like we're stuck in that diamond over there between old traditions and new opportunities. I mean, that's just what speaks to me is the best thank you can give a commissioner. I remember this came from Jeff Stone. Yeah, it was a reappointment for all the work and hours that they've put in, and just the dedication. In the past, that's why we've seen some commissioners be elected to 3, 4, and I think it's going to stop moving forward, but some even 5, I think. But that's up to you guys. So you can make that argument. You know, somebody who's been there a while has this institutional knowledge that it's just very valuable. So I think it really just comes down to, I don't know what it comes down to, you know, to be honest with you. Because everything you said could make sense in the right situation. Yeah.
Well, I think, and I'm sorry, I think you sort of pointed out, we're just at this crossroads, right?
Right.
I needed to say that, personally.
Right.
Sure.
And I will be 100% behind whoever we appoint.
Right.
And I think you all know that, and I hope they know that as well. I just needed to say that.
Okay. Sounds good.
I totally get that.
Can I encourage one thing then? Because I like the discussion, and we're always torn between institutional knowledge and you know, the new concepts and bringing in you know, different perspectives. It's a tough balance. I think we're reaching that here tonight in a lot of different respects and a lot of different commissions. So not too concerned about it, but you bring up a good point, and it's you know, a 4-letter word in politics sometimes, but term limits might be a worthwhile conversation to discuss next year with regard to boards and commissions. You know, and you know, it's a difficult conversation, but look, we have made incredible strides over the last couple of years with boards and commissions and changing the model as Temecula evolves. And so I'd be supportive if you want to bring something back to an agenda item in the future to have that conversation. Because I think it's an important one for us to have. It doesn't, you know, resolve the issue we're talking about here tonight, but I think it's a salient point for us in the future.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly.
And I would encourage you perhaps, if when you do discuss that, maybe also discussing alternates, because that's a good way to bring up your next commissioner, you know, and let them get the knowledge and experience and hit the ground running should there become a vacancy.
So this is Maricela from the City Attorney's Office again. If we could just redirect back to the issue at hand. I agree these are all great points for future discussion, but before you tonight is obviously just the appointment of the current commissions, and we will deal with issues of term limits and alternates at a future meeting. So discussion for a future meeting.
Perfect.
That's sort of like the jury will ignore that comment.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Thank you, Madam Assistant City Attorney. So with that, the 2 names that I have consensus for, unless the City Council tells me otherwise, is Robert Skip Carter and David Lewis.
Correct.
Okay, if we can
So
go.
moved.
I'll second that.
Okay, and Randy, call the roll, please.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Nagar, second by Councilmember Schwank to appoint Skip Carter, David Lewis to the Public Traffic Safety Commission. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Aye.
Councilmember Nagar.
Aye.
Councilmember Ron.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwank.
Aye.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, council members, that is it.
Look at that, right on the dot.
And you know what I would like to do?
Sing it.
At this point, before we adjourn, Madam Pro Tem Edwards, you had mentioned Terry
Yes.
Wilson.
Yeah.
I think we had mentioned providing closing comments from each of the council members on this.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I would like to adjourn in memory of our good friend Jerry Wilson, and they are having a memorial service right this minute at the winery. So I thought maybe each one of you might want to say something just for the record if you'd like to. I mean, I'm going to just say just a very little, but if anybody would like to speak.
Sure.
Mike?
You know, As years go by, certain people you just expect to be around.
Yes.
Jack Williams was one of those.
Yes.
Jack was just always there. Go to the restaurant, he's there. Jerry Wilson was like that.
Yes, he was.
You knew if you went to Wilson Creek, you're going to run into certain people. One of them was going to be Jerry. You're going to say hi. Certain events, him and Rosie would always be there. It just was what it was. And so when somebody's gone like that, it just it hits a void. And I put it this way: it gets a little crack, a pebble out of the stone of Temecula falls to the ground. That's you know what I mean. But the good news is there's always younger folk, other people coming right up and putting that pebble right back in, and we're creating these other legacies. But he'll be missed.
Zach?
I'm going to pass, Marion.
Okay.
Just well said, Mike. This has been a tough year, and that makes it tougher. And he'll be missed, and I know the city, our heart goes out to his family and friends.
I said exactly what you said, Mike, and I said it to Craig Johns, his son-in-law, and I said, he was like Jack Wilson. You have that comfort of just knowing that these people are in the community, and somehow you might not think about them every day, but you know they're there, and they're the kind of people that, if you called them and said, I need help with anything, they would be there to help you. And they're always the one that come up and give you a hug and stand there and talk about whatever it was that you wanted to talk about, and they, were so great at contributing to the community and really just making everyone feel good, and that's certainly something we need today more than anything is, to feel good about ourselves and about others and about our relationships. So he is an icon, and he would never say that about himself. Very, very humble. He's an icon that will be sorely missed, and that family, has developed a tremendous legacy for Temecula, and Jerry Wilson, is going to take a little piece of that with him, but the rest of him remains with us. So I'd like a motion to adjourn in memory of Jerry Wilson.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 God bless him. And we stand adjourned.